What is going on, gamers? We're doing it like a normal rad stream again. Holy frick! How y'all doing? Sorry if the music is too loud. Let me try to fix that. It's honestly really hard for me to tell if it is or not. It always has been. So please let me know how the audio is. Anyway, how y'all doing? Yeah, it's been quite a while. We're actually, hey, Wham. Feels like it's been forever. I know, it's so weird, right? It feels like it's been forever, but at the same time, to me at least, it feels like it's been like a week. It's so weird. I don't know how to explain it. It's like simultaneously it feels like an eternity and also a week. I don't know. It's freaking bizarre. Yeah. How you doing? Goodness, I don't even know where to begin. It was just yesterday. Oh, I guess it was 2 days ago, wasn't it? You mean the Sonic Central one, or? Oh, you mean it feels like it was yesterday? Yeah, I'm dumb. Yeah, it does, but also like a year. I don't know. It's so. Anyway, time's weird. So, we're gonna do another HedgeLib stream. It's been quite a while. I gotta be real. I'm a little nervous. First of all, because I haven't done a programming stream in a long time, but also because I don't. Y'all might not like me, so I've got something I'm gonna try to explain, and I think some of you already know where I'm gonna go based on that. Okay, so obviously I'm a programmer, right? I'm self-taught, and because of that, right, everything that I learn is done through just hands-on experience, just kind of experimenting with stuff and just kind of figuring it all out, right? So I very much used HedgeLib as like a learning project. Like, pretty much since the beginning of it, I've used it sort of to, like, learn languages and learn reverse engineering, learn all that stuff. And that's fine, that's all well and good, and actually, it has taught me a lot of things. But one of the downsides that comes with that is, when you're learning, every time you learn a new thing, it's like, that's actually useful and helpful and better. It's like all the stuff that you knew before that is suddenly, like, not as good. You know what I mean? Because now you know a new thing that, like, you can do all the old stuff better than you did before. And so, when you're mix that with being a perfectionist like I am, there were a lot of times in the past, as I'm sure you all know, where I would, like, write something into HedgeLib, and then, like, a month or so later, I'd be like, that was bad, actually, and I'd throw it away, and I'd do it again, right? And sure, it means that the code got better, but it also means that I never got anything done, and that was a huge problem that HedgeLib has run into for a while. So, around, I think it was mid-20, I don't even remember when, I think it was around mid-2020, as I'm sure you all know, a lot of stuff was going on in my life. It was kind of getting crazy, and it got really, I swear I'm going to get to the point soon, this is building up to something. It got really crazy, and it got to the point where I was basically like, I don't want to get too into it, but I was in a bad state of mind, and I wasn't really rationally thinking anything out, and basically I was literally using, like, my work, my programming stuff, as a distraction from everything going on in my life, right? Like, I'm sorry, I don't think I can put it more lightly than that. That's basically, that's what happened. So because of that, I really was not rationally thinking at all, and I made a decision that was just objectively very bad. I was basically just to the point where any minor little thing was sort of ticking me off because I was, again, not in a good state, and I wanted, like, a new challenge. I wanted to, like, try to do something new again to sort of keep me, going, keep me thinking, keeping me away from what was going on. So I thought, I wanted to do something in C for a while. Why don't I try that? And I announced that I was going to be doing HedgeLib again in C, right? That was around mid-2020, I believe. And after that, I made a big deal about how, like, I'm never going to do that again. There we go. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that again. This is it. That's the final one. I'm gonna stick with this. And let's just be real, it didn't make any sense. I had no reason to use C. Like, from the beginning, there was no reason at all. It was literally just I kind of wanted to, right? I just felt like I wanted to do something new, and it was just, I like C, but this was just an objectively bad decision. Like, straight up. It was to the point where I was writing hundreds of lines of code, like, all the time, to do something that in C++ takes 2 lines, right? I wrote my own, basically, string class, and my own vector, and it was like, what are you doing? This is stupid, right? Like, obviously I was learning stuff and I was having fun, but it was like, this is just really dumb. And it got to the point where, like, I'm trying to link to other libraries, like the FBX SDK, maybe Havoc at some point. I don't think I'm gonna do that in the official one that's on GitHub, because I want this to be easy to compile, but, you know, I wanted to link to other stuff, like, I'm doing JSON parsing, so I wanted, like, a proper, like, library for that, and XML stuff. You know, there's other dependencies that I'm using, and like DirectX for like HedgeLib, all that stuff. And most of those dependencies are not made for C, or don't have C bindings, at least, right? If they do have C bindings, they're garbage, and you're really not supposed to use them unless, you know, you have to. It's kind of more so just for binding it to other languages rather than C, because anyway. So it was just, yeah, so it was like I was shooting myself in the foot for no reason at all. It was like I was making everything take way longer and be a lot harder, and I was making it so I couldn't, like, link to dependencies that I needed. So anyway, so I knew this. Like, a few months in, when things started getting better in my life a little bit, and I was able to think more clearly and rationally and kind of take a deep breath and look at it, I was like, why am I doing this, right? And I knew that was a bad decision and I should have stuck with C++. But I went, maybe I should just... No, I can't! I've done it so many times! People are gonna kill me! That's what I was thinking. And so I said, no, I have to stick with this, and I just kept doing C. And every time that thought crept up, I just said, shut up! I have to do... I can't rewrite this again. I actually did stick with it for quite a while, and I got a lot of it done. But it got to the point where I was literally, like, at the end of each day, I would reflect on all the code that I wrote, and I thought, how long would it have taken if I would have done the same thing? And I realized it literally would be, like, twice as fast. And it was just a complete waste of time. Like, I was just typing hundreds of lines more than I needed to, constantly. And it was just like, this was just a bad idea, right? And I knew it. And so finally I said, okay, I'm gonna do this one more time. One more time, and never, ever, ever again! If I do, you can actually kill me. You have permission. No, but seriously, and I started an experimental version where I started screwing around, and I wanted to see how fast I could get it up and going in C++ again. And I got it going within a couple of weeks, and I've written what I think is the best version by far. So I haven't mentioned anything about it publicly yet, because I didn't want to say anything until it was completely done to sort of lessen the blow. I wanted it to be like, you know, yeah, you have a reason to be mad, but it's done now, so hopefully, you know, it'll just, you know, it'll blow over, and then and then we can move on, and then I never do it again, and we're all good, and we just actually get something done. That was sort of the idea, but there's been a lot of stuff that's happened, and I just haven't had as much time lately. And so it certainly is, it's mostly done. It has all of the archived stuff, the packed stuff, it has most of the HedgeHog engine models stuff, it has pretty much all of the big features from HedgeLib, but there are a few tiny things that weren't fixed yet, and that's why it's not on the repo yet. But I plan to put it on there as soon as that's ready, which is very soon at this point, like I swear. And I promise this is for the better. I know I've done this many times. You have every reason to get mad. But yeah, it's a thing. So I'm gonna look at the chat now. I haven't the whole time, because I just wanted to get it off, get it out there first. So I'm gonna give you a little tour of how the API looks right now. It is actually in a bit. So okay, so what I wanted to do is one more thing. I wanted my comeback stream actually to be sort of the announcement of this when it was all said and done. It's not really done, is the thing. It's mostly done, as always, right? But it's not 100% there. There are a few things before it's really ready for GitHub. But that said, I'm gonna try to show you sort of what I have anyway. And hopefully you all can see what I've been thinking and what I've been doing, and will hopefully agree with me. Yeah, alright, so let me read the chat. Brad, I'm glad I do that no matter what. Oh, I know. Oh, you already have permission, Taz. just shoot me. No, I'm just kidding. Radfordhound into the modverse. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's different different dimension versions of HedgeLib. But alright, you don't want to use com via C, right, exactly. You know what, let me pop out the chat. I can't really see it too well on my screen currently. Let me do that so I can read you all. I'm gonna read this a little bit, and then I'm gonna actually start the stream. And I'm gonna show you some stuff. So, Everybody starts HedgeLib, but this time using Rust. Yeah, I know nothing about Rust. Well, that's not entirely true. I was reading the docs of it a little bit the other day out of curiosity, but it looks like one of those languages that, like, I see why people like it. It looks pretty cool, but I don't know if it's my thing. I don't know. Maybe. The fact that it's so safe is a good thing, but at the same time, I feel like, knowing me, I kind of like the cursed abilities that C++ and C give you, where you could just be like, hey, take this data that's actually this type, but pretend it's the, it's things you should not be allowed to do. I don't know, I kind of like having that control. But yeah, you can do it in Rust, I guess you just have to make it, like, unsafe, but I don't know, Rust looks good. I'm not redoing this in Rust, no. Because I'm not redoing this again. But yeah, Rust does look neat. Yeah, acts like they don't key smash, yeah. Getting it to use your PC in like an hour. Yep, here it is. Alright. Surprisingly, much better than I thought it would be. Thank you all for dealing with my crap. I'm sorry. But okay, but I swear it will be good if you push it to GitHub. Yes, I will. I need to fix a few tiny things. I'll show you what I mean by that. Like, there actually are some things where, like, it's not gonna, it won't build for everyone until I fix these things, right? So I need to fix those, but once I do, it's like, it's going on there. And also, I want to rename what I want to do is actually, when I push this, I want to yeet the HedgeLib++ branch, and I want to, like, merge it into master and then rename master to main, because that's the new thing we're doing now. And then have that be HedgeLib going forward. I don't want there to be any more of these millions of branches, right? I want this to be like the version going forward. I swear I will actually go to the stream in 1 second. This is incredibly unprofessional. I literally just got a text that is completely sprung on me out of nowhere. That's something I have to tend to right now. I'm so sorry. Hang on. Give me, like, literally, it should take, like, 2 minutes. Hang on, I'm so sorry. Distract yourself. Frick, put up some GIFs. Put up this, put up Almo, put up, this. What else do I have? I have this from Bluecore. Alright, just pay attention to that for a second. La la la. Hey God. Okay, that should be good for a moment. I forgot how cool this was. Thank you, Bluecore, for making that. That's such a cool animation. Alright. That should be good enough. I think we can get into this. You have no idea how fast I typed that text. Good lord. Okay. Get this crap off my screen. Alright, let's begin. So, what's happening? It's nothing, yeah, well, it's nothing bad. I just had, like, a very timely thing that popped out of freaking nowhere because, of course. Alright, he has these on hand. Yeah, I still have those. All those sources on my. I don't even remember where they're from. They're just from past streams. Okay, so I'm gonna show you a little bit of the API. So it's really funny. This file is, like, literally, I'm working on it as we speak. I just started tweaking some of this because I needed to play better with the FBX SDK, and so as a result, if you're scrolling, you actually see there's some errors and stuff because I haven't finished editing this file yet. So, the idea is, okay, so Skype proposed this new model for this API, and honestly, it's pretty nice. As to be expected from Skype. Everything the guy comes up with is great. Yeah, so it might seem a little bit like overkill, but when you start actually going into it, it's pretty good and it makes sense. So it's not really based so much on direct loading. It does that, but it's trying to make it a little bit more sane and easy to use. So here's kind of how it works. Does mean you have a button to put doubting Squidward? Yes, I do. I have that power. At any point, I can put doubting Squidward all over the screen. It's pretty good. Anyway, hang on, I got another text. Okay, so, this is the Hedgehog Engine model, header, and the way that it works is, the way that this, I can actually kind of type it out here, maybe it'll be easier to understand. There's basically, or maybe not, I don't know, there's basically 3 different types of structs, okay? So there's the ones that begin with raw, which means, like, direct loaded, right? So this is meant to be used to parse data from a file, like that's loaded up into memory, directly, right? So direct memory loading. So for example, for screw you, Notepad. Actually, I'm just gonna you can tell I didn't plan this out at all. Sorry. I'm just gonna show it to you. So like here's an example of a HedgeLib engine mesh. This is raw mesh, and yeah, this data literally perfectly matches up byte for byte exactly what you see in the files, right? So we can't actually have pointers or anything, obviously, because pointers vary in size based on what platform you're on and all this stuff. So instead, I have this helper class. It's called off32, and I have another one called off64. This one's 32 bits, this one's 64 bits. Anyway, they're just basically like pointers. You can see they're kind of complicated how they work, but the idea is they act exactly like pointers, but they're actually offsets, right? So for off64, it can just basically literally be a it's a 64-bit integer, an unsigned integer, and it just basically stores the pointer in there, right? It just casts it, and yeah, it just works exactly like you would think. With the 32-bit one, it depends. So if you're actually on a 32-bit architecture, so the pointer's a 32-bit, it just does that, right? If you're on 64-bit, it does some ungodly hack, where it's a relative pointer thing. Basically, it's what it's going to store here is the number of byte. Okay, so like I don't know how to explain this. It's the offset from the position of this thing itself to where the thing is that it's pointing to. That's what it stores. I don't know if that made any sense, especially not to the non-programmer. Sorry about this. I know you're not getting any of that, and that's cool. It's some really high-level stuff I'm saying, you know. But yeah, anyway, so it just does the right thing. So you can literally treat it exactly like a pointer in your code. Like I can actually show you, like, don't mind all. This is just a test project. That's why it's so messy. You can literally write like whatever this, then you can be like. Oh, hang on. Yeah, and then you can be like, oh, z, well, this was a bad example because it's an int, but z equals 2 or whatever, and yeah, it works exactly like a pointer, right? Like literally, you can treat it exactly the same as if you wrote this, right? And it should work exactly the same in all circumstances. It even has like the Boolean comparisons, I believe. I think so. I think you can do that. I may have not. Yeah, I implemented that. And it has like array indexing. You can do that, and you can do like you can do this too. So it's like unique pointers in that regard. If you really do need an actual pointer for some reason, so you can do that, and all that cool stuff. So anyway, so we got that, and then there's also these array32 and array64 ones, which are the same, but they have a count in them as well. They're meant to mirror the HedgeLib engine arrays, so they work exactly the same as that. Because Sonic Team uses them these things all the time in their newer games. Really, everything from Unleashed onwards. So yeah, that's why I have this. But in addition to having the count and everything, it also has begin and end functions, and also like comparisons and stuff. So you can what that means is if I don't know if you're all familiar with this. In C# you have a thing called for each, and you can say like for each whatever in array, right? And then you loop through all the things in the array. In C++ you have a similar thing to that. It's called range-based for, and it would look like this. That's how you do that. This supports that. So if you actually say array32 of ints, so like I'm just gonna call this array, right? You can do that, see? And whatever is actually gonna be an int, you can do this too if you want. And so yeah, so this is like a for each loop, right? So you can literally get every int inside of there. You could also say, I think you can do that. I think. I forget if you can do that or not, but I believe that's okay. And so you can literally like change the array values from here. Oh, that's all good. So it's very flexible. I thought this out quite a bit, so you can probably tell. There's basically you can just write code and it freaking works, which is good. So yeah. Let's see. Hey, Senor Dane, how you doing? Continues the music Green Flower from Sonic Brothers 2. I actually do have that in the playlist somewhere, I think. But for some reason, I'm actually pulling these songs from YouTube. And for some reason, the only upload I found of Green Flower at the time when I added it anyway was like it's like literally like 50 seconds. It doesn't even loop, which is kind of sad. But yeah, hang on a second. I guess I can add the new ones on the Sonic Team Junior channel now for, what is it, 2.2? Anyway. Hey, Fabian Lopez, welcome back, Rad. Thank you. It's good to be back. Okay, so I'm gonna stop getting so much into the nitty-gritty technical details and just kind of show you what it does. But so basically, anyway, these off32 and array32 things, these are meant for direct memory loading. They're meant for like raw data stuff. So are these structs, the ones that say raw whatever. That's going to be all the direct loaded stuff. So you can see actually at the end of each one of these raw ones, there's a macro here which ensures that this struct is actually exactly this size in bytes, whatever the size is here. And if it isn't, it actually will cause your program to have a compiler error. So you literally can't compile this code unless this is going to work, right? And that ensures that there won't be any errors or anything. So you can rely on these being exactly byte for byte correct. For normies, for people who are actually going to like use this library, I don't actually expect you to understand everything that I just said and to actually use all that. Now, that's really more for advanced users, all this direct loading stuff. Originally, my idea for the new HedgeLib was going to be that like direct loading was going to be an integral part of the library and it was going to be like everyone was going to do it. But the more I delved into it and the more different things I tried, I realized that it didn't make any sense. The big thing being that when you go to actually write, so like to generate the file, you can't really direct write. That's not really a thing, right? You kind of have to kind of generate that in memory with like pointers and vectors and stuff that isn't going to go well into the file, right? And then serialize that. So that approach didn't really make sense. So what I'm doing in the new one is I do have the direct memory structs here, and if you want to use them directly in your code, if you're an advanced user who knows what this is and you want to do that, you totally can. And it tries to make it as easy for you as possible. Internally, HedgeLib does use these, right? So they're not just there for fun. They are actually used internally by HedgeLib's code. But for people using HedgeLib, you're not going to have to deal with any of these. So you can literally ignore all the raw stuff. What you're going to use instead is these. This is the second piece of the puzzle. So there's the raw ones, and then there's these. These are sort of the managed classes, I guess you can call them. And the idea behind this is that there's actually one of them now per like file format or whatever from a game, right? So this one is it's just called Mesh, but it's actually in the Hedgehog Engine Mirage namespace. So this is the Hedgehog Engine Mesh class. Anyway, and yeah, you can see it's like it uses strings, it uses vectors, it uses unique pointer, it uses stuff that you wouldn't actually, read and write directly to and from a file. You would like serialize it. And anyway, so if you actually scroll down, here we go, model. This is what you would use somewhere in, sorry, skeleton model, somewhere in here. Don't mind that. I'm gonna fix all that stuff. You've got all these constructors and everything. You've got save methods and load methods, and it actually is very similar to C# HedgeLib, hilariously enough. So yeah, and also these parsings. These are sort of more for more advanced people if you need to kind of get in there and do some more crazy stuff. So let me just shut up and actually show you how to use it. This is how you use it. So if you want to, I'm going to zoom in a little more so you can see that, I guess. If you actually want to load a skeleton model from the Hedgehog engine, you would say, well, HedgeLib, HH, that means hedgehog, it's Hedgehog engine. And then Mirage, people don't know this actually, but the Hedgehog engine is actually comprised of several different components. And Mirage is just one of them. Mirage is the graphical part of the Hedgehog engine. So believe it or not, Hedgehog engine does more than just graphics. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, Mirage is just one piece of it. Anyway, so this is part of Mirage, and then use the skeleton model, right? And now you just say the name of it, whatever, my model, whatever you want to call it, right? And then finally, this is the constructor. So here you can put several different things. You can pass in a string, which is the path to the file you're trying to load. So for example, if I want, I could say character sonic.model, right? And there we go. So just with that one line, HedgeLib is going to load up this file here at this path, character sonic.model, and it's going to parse it and do everything everything involved in getting that to be serialized. And right after that, you can just immediately start using it. So you can say model.whatever, and it's all here. So there's actually a you can actually do this. You can say for each mesh group in the model, like that, and you can actually use that. And there you go. And then each mesh group has different slots. This works exactly the same as the Hedgehog engine stuff, so that's, if you think it's confusing, take it out with Sega, not me. But anyway, yeah, you can go into each slot here, and then you can say, oh, for each mesh in the base slot, do whatever, and then here we go, vertices, right? And there you go, there's my pointer for that. So now I have, yeah, I mean, look at that. So look at how little code is involved. This part that I just have highlighted there, that code in its entirety is all that you need to do to, like, you know, be able to, well, you know, obviously we want to put something else here, but that's how you would go through meshes and Hedgehog engine models. So really simple stuff. And if you decide you want to edit it, if you're like, no, you know what, screw you, I'm gonna take these faces and I'm just going to I'm gonna reset it. Oh wait, what's the clear? That's it. I'm gonna get rid of all the freaking faces, and then I want to resave it, right? You can do that. So you can say model.save, and then you can put a new file path. I'm just gonna override the existing one, right? There you go. So this line loads it up from characterSonic.model. This line loops through all the mesh groups in the model, and then this one loops through all the meshes in the base slot from the mesh group. And then this line clears all the faces, and then yeah, this one saves. So this code is this code is all that it takes to do that. And other than the fact that you clear the faces, it will actually be byte for byte accurate as well to the original data. So great stuff. I'm actually kind of happy about it. Okay, so the third piece, and this one's different from last time, from the C approach that I did, is again these structs are actually, well, classes and structs are specific to the format, right? So this isn't just a generic like model class like it would be in HedgeLib C. This is actually a Hedgehog engine skeleton model. Alright? So if you want to, what if you want to import and export from FBX, right? So, that's the thing. Okay, so what I was originally going to do is I was going to either have like a base model class and then have this like inherit from it, right? Or I was going to try to have like another model class somewhere else that's like a generic one, and then have functions to like convert to and from, right? But I decided against both of those because I realized that there was something that made it not really make sense. You see, an FBX file, for example, is not just a single model necessarily. It can be several models, right? It can be cameras, it can be lights, it can be everything. It's literally like an entire scene, right? So it really didn't make sense to try to pretend that it's just a model and try to stuff it into just a single model, right? It made a lot more sense in terms of the API to just have like a scene. So that's what I did. So there's a thing called scene. It's just a generic HedgeLib scene. I'm just gonna, whatever, my scene. And yeah, you just, again, this actually isn't totally done. I'm working on this right now, and that's what I'm going to do on tonight's stream, actually. This isn't going to compile right now because I broke something with it at the last minute, and I'm going to fix it. But basically, it's a node hierarchy. So if that sounds confusing, it's actually not as bad as it sounds. I've got Max here. I've actually got a trial of Max. Don't ask. And don't mind all this. This was actually exported by HedgeLib, but I swear it usually looks better than this. I don't know why Max is making it look so bad all of a sudden, but yeah, but this actually was exported like last night, so this does work. But there's a little bit of stuff I need to clean up here first. But anyway, the reason I brought it up is, so you can see here, for example, like, you know, in Max, you could have, for example, Sonic here, but then you could also have like a, you know, a box, dumb looking box over there, yeah. Maybe you have another box. I don't remember how to use Max. It's been so long. What's the shortcut key for cloning? Is it? It's that. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, make another. No, well, actually, I didn't want to clone that, but. Oh, Control-C makes a camera. Oh. Wait. How the frick do you duplicate in that? Is it Control-V? Oh, it's okay. So you don't hit Control-C to copy, you just hit Control-V to clone. Okay. Max is weird. I don't like. Anyway, I just have Max now so that I can test the FBX importing. Anyway. So you might have like several things in your scene, right? You might have a whole, you know, whatever, and you might want all of this to be in one model file. I don't know. Why not? You can actually export this whole thing as it's just a single FBX file, right? So it doesn't really make sense to pretend that it's just one model, but it's not. It's a whole scene, right? Anyway, so you might actually have like a hierarchy. Like you might decide that, oh, I don't know, I forget how to even do this. Again, it's been so long since I've used Max. You can make like somehow, I don't remember where, but there's an option to like make like a blank, like an object that isn't actually a model. It's just like a node, right? And then you can have like child nodes. So like for example, there's a character Sonic thing here, and this isn't actually a model. This is just like a node, right? It doesn't actually have any it doesn't have any model like geometry or anything. It's just a node. But it has children, right? And it has these, and these are all models. Don't ask why they have no names. That's just a bug. I'm gonna fix that. And it has this as a child, right? Which is another node, which has this as a child, which has these. And so you have this whole node tree, right? Oh, and actually, yeah, the bones do work. So we have that, ladies and gentlemen. It actually has a whole hierarchy of everything, right? So you can, you know, you have to somehow represent this whole thing in your code, right? And so the way that I've done it is, it's a node-based hierarchy. You have the scene, and then the scene has an array. Again, this API is going to be a little different. It has an array of nodes, and it's literally just like a vector. And the reason that it's a vector is because it's a whole thing, but basically it makes it easier to reference nodes from other nodes, if that makes sense. Like in my meshes, I need to reference bones that the mesh is linked up to. And I was like, how am I going to do that? Because I could use names, but what if you have duplicate names? And then you have to store 800 billion copies of a string everywhere, and it's kind of not good. I was actually using 6 megabytes of memory to parse a, like, less than 1 megabyte file because of that. And I was like, that's bad. I should probably fix that. And, you know, you can use like an int, but then, you know, how are you going to do it? So what I came up with is maybe it's not a good idea, but what I think I'm going to do is, okay, so the scene has a private, like, unique pointer to another thing called in-scene data. And this in-scene data has a vector that's full of pointers to nodes. And so it's important that they're pointers because that means that if the vector resizes, you know, the positions of the nodes themselves in memory don't change. It's just the pointers change, right? So anyways, so if you have a pointer to this node right here, that pointer will stay valid for the entirety of that node's lifetime. So because of that, that means that in other nodes I can have like just a pointer, and that's all good because that pointer will not be invalidated until this whole thing gets deleted, right? So yeah, that's how I'm doing it, and also it's more memory efficient, and there's just a lot of good things about it. So anyway, but you say like my scene.add node, and then you can like, this is probably going to change a little bit, because you're going to need to somehow specify what kind of node you want. So you can say like whatever, character Sonic, and then you can do that, and then you can say like, okay, character Sonic node dot, come on, oh. I keep forgetting that it's in the namespace, sorry. Add child, right? And then you can be like, add another one. My son. There you go. Son. And then you can continuously do that, right? So you can have, son can have a child too, or you can add another one. Son. Better son. You can do that. Whatever. So you can have a whole hierarchy of nodes, and you can loop through all of them and do all that stuff. And then basically the nodes can have, and this part's probably going to change, the nodes can be of different types. I don't know if it makes more sense to do it like that, or do it like FBX does it, where they have attributes attached to them. Maybe that'll change. But anyway, the point is, they have data that you can like basically build in with them too. So the nodes can be just normal nodes, or they can be like models, or they can be bones, or whatever, right? So it's very similar to how this view on the left looks in Max, for example, right? It's like nodes can be like models like this, or they can just be nodes like this, or they can be bones like this one, or whatever. So you can sort of represent the whole scene like that. And then anyway, you can import and export it to and from FBX. So when you have your scene ready, you can say my scene.export, and yeah, you just give it a file path, like whatever. Like this, right? And then you can say, no, actually, you can just do it like that. It has defaults. It's automatically going to default to exporting it as a binary FBX file with the latest version, so FBX 2020. But you can actually change it to be like, you know, you can customize it if you want. You can say, actually, I want this to be ASCII, and actually, I want it to be freaking some weird version. I want it to be FBX 2006 version 08. You can do that if you want. And that's actually supported already because I'm using the FBX SDK now. So, yeah. So you can do that. So it's very powerful. You can also, you can also like say import, right? And that's going to import an FBX file into the scene. So it's basically going to like merge the contents of the FBX file and the scene together. So you could actually, if you want, I guess, it's obviously intended to be like, you know, to be used like, let me show you. Like this, where you just make a scene and then you import an FBX into it and then you directly use it, right? But you could, I guess, technically use it to do like this. Other model. And you could actually have two models in your scene, right? That would work. So yeah, that's cool. And then you could take that new scene that you got and export it as one combined, you know, combined scene. So there's really a lot of power, and I gotta be real, right? I'm kind of happy. I think this was totally worth it. I think this worked out really well. I think this is the best version of HedgeLib by far, and I'm excited. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be committing all this pretty soon. One of the things I have to fix is the fact that it does use the FBX SDK, which means that, you know, it makes it harder to build. Because it means you have to download FBX and you have to put it somewhere and then somehow, you know, you have to be able to link it up. And that was one thing I gotta be real, right? Dario is great, right? Like, no shade meant toward Dario whatsoever. He's like the father of Sonic modding, you know? He's a great guy and he knows what he's doing. However, libgens, libgens is great, but one issue I have with it is that it's really tough to build. When you first download libgens, especially if you don't know anything about C++ and you don't know what all these terms mean, it's a nightmare, right? It's like you download it and you want to just open it up and hit build and it works, but no. If you do that, you're going to get 8 million errors, right? And what you need to do is you need to get all these dependencies from all these different websites across the internet, and you need to make sure you have the right version of VS and the right versions of the dependencies, and you have to make sure they're all in the right spots, and then you have to make sure you're using the right configurations, and you have to set up the include and the library linking stuff, and everything has to be all right, or else you'll get errors, right? And it's just really, it's kind of a pain to, because you want to download it and just get right in, right? You want to immediately start using it. So with HedgeLib, I've always, from the beginning, I've tried to make sure that it's not like that. I want to make it as easy to get into as possible. Like, literally, you hit download, you throw it in, you're coding, right? So I've been very weary of using the FBX SDK because of that, because I'm like, oh, that's an extra step, right? But I decided it made sense to use it. Maybe in the future I'll change my mind, I don't know. But what I've done is I've made it optional, so you may have noticed. There's actually a macro called HedgeLib use FBX SDK, and by default, that is not defined. That gets defined in the... you may have seen the cursed triangle down here. Yes, I'm using CMake this time instead of pre-make, and I know that put a bad taste in all of your mouths. I know there's some people who have used CMake and had a bad experience with it. Me too. But I swear I made it really painless. There's a reason I use CMake instead of pre-make, and it's a whole thing. I don't want to get into it, but. Basically, it was just everything that I wanted to link to was using CMake. And so it was like, I could just use CMake and say link with that and it would just work. Or I could go out of my way to recreate the entire freaking, you know, project configuration file from scratch in Premake. And it was like, why am I doing that? That just doesn't make sense. And I don't know, also it was just easier to explain the build instructions on Linux and all that stuff. And there were a lot... Premake had a bug that was really bad and unprofessional, where it was literally like, it was a code execution bug, and it was freaking, the way they handled it wasn't great. And I don't know, there were a lot of things about it where it was like, I like Premake, but it just made more sense. So I'm using CMake now, but I swear it's really easy. You download it, you hit browse source, you click the folder, you choose where you want to build it, and then you just hit configure, generate, and you're done. So yeah, okay, you have to hit a few buttons, but it works every time. I swear. It actually does. And then you hit build, and it builds, and it works. So it's as easy as that. Or if you want to, I'm also going to have it be pre-building them on AppFair. So if you don't even want to do this, if you don't want CMake on your hard drive, you don't have to do that. You can just go to GitHub, click on the download from AppFair thing, right, that I'm going to put in the README, and just grab a binary, and then you can just link that up in Visual Studio or whatever you're using. Just go into your settings for your project and just be like, you know, set up the... Oh, I'm in the wrong. Just go into settings for your project and just be like, oh, here, under additional include directories, put the HedgeLib include one, like, that you're going to download from there. And then also here, put in the, here, put in the path to the library, right? And that's it. You're done. You can build now. It'll work. So, it's not entirely painless, obviously, but it's about as painless as C++ is ever going to get. I'm really putting effort into making it painless. So, yeah, if anyone has any suggestions on how I can make that even better, please let me know. Alright, let me read the chat. I haven't done that in a long time, sorry. Hi, Hyper, how you going? How you doing, I mean? I forgot I'm English. Hey, welcome back, Rad. Thank you. Hold up. Sorry, I got a text again. Professionalism 100. Hang on. Doggone it. No, that's not what I texted. Pretend the square dabbing's on the screen. Alright, anyway. Would be actually be really nice if Havoc made their SDK open source and use similar licenses in the CryEngine, then we wouldn't have issues with HedgeLib libraries acquiring as dependency. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be really nice. Anyway. This is OpenGL support. I'm not sure entirely what you mean. So this doesn't do any actual rendering. This just handles the actual data, right? So yeah, if you want to use it with OpenGL, if you want to like render it, you absolutely can. And I tried to make it as easy as possible. So if you actually have, and this might have an error right now because again I'm in the middle of changing something and I don't remember. But okay, yeah. So this is definitely going to change a little bit. In this stream, I'm going to change this. Because this is a very work in progress thing, but the way it works right now is in the generic like mesh format here that you can add to these scenes. There is a vertices vector, and it's literally just you can think of it as an array of vector 4s. Okay, and so what you can do is you can basically literally just go through this and like parse it to whatever format you need. So if you wanted to just be like float 3s or float 4s or whatever you would use in GL or DirectX, you can do that. You can just go through here and I don't know. Say I want to get the first vertice and I want to get the whatever. I can get the XYZ like just like this. So yeah, there's also faces, and those are just UN16s. So there's it's just numbers, right? Just indices. So yeah. Anyway, short answer is yes, you could absolutely put that in GL. It wouldn't be hard. Or Unity, I guess, or Unreal Engine, or whatever the frick you wanted. Anything that you can somehow link up a C++ library to, you should be able to get this to work. According to the About section, it's a C# library. Yeah. Oh, thanks for answering the thanks for answering the question from Cindy. It's pretty much exactly what Cool Sonic Kirby said. But yeah, basically what that is it's a big blob of code that makes it really easy to mod Sonic games and to make tools to mod Sonic games. That's what it's for. So instead of having, so like for example, let me show you what it does. If you're still here, I don't actually know, but so this is a model from Sonic Lost World. Sorry about the awful colors of my hex editor. I tried to make it hurt my eyes less at night, and actually I think it hurts my eyes more, and I'm just too lazy to switch it back. Hopefully you can read this, but it doesn't really matter too much if you can or not. It's just a lot of numbers, I know. But anyway, this is a model file from the HedgeLib engine, right? So if you want to actually edit a model in a HedgeLib engine game like Unleashed or Generations or Lost World or Forces, you need to actually edit these files, right? And obviously no one wants to go through this and actually mess with the individual bytes and all that. So we have various tools that exist, such as Dario's libgens and Model FBX, which is based on libgens. Tools like that, which allow you to actually read and write these model files. But those tools were very much written for Sonic Generations, and they were written years ago. And a lot has actually changed in the newer games. Like Sonic Lost World introduces some new stuff at the top here. We referred to it as the Mirage header, but now we're actually calling it the sample chunk header, because that's apparently what they actually call it in Lost World source code. We found that out. Anyway, sample chunk header is what it's called. and that's a new thing they added. Libgens didn't support that for a while. It does now, but it wasn't really designed for that. And it also they also added some new stuff in Forces, and in Tokyo 2020 they added a new topology mode and a whole bunch of things they keep changing. So Libgens is good, but it's meant for gens, right? It really is not meant for these other games, and it hasn't been updated that much. It has one thing about it is it was built for Visual Studio 2010. So all of its dependencies and everything actually require that you have VS 2010. If you don't, then you won't be able to build it. So that's kind of a problem, because we're on VS 2019 now, and they're coming out with 2022, well, pretty soon. So yeah, there's a lot of new features a lot of things have changed in that amount of in that decade of time. And it's nice to be able to use the newer ID and everything. Anyway, so HedgeLib is kind of like a modern take on it. So it supports all the new stuff. So you can actually, oh yeah, so I didn't show this. So you can actually go into the model, and there's a thing called properties that I added here. And properties is, what you can do is, it's a vector of these sample chunk properties, right? So what you can do is you can say, do this. Actually, I forget how it works. Hang on. I think it's, oh frick, give me a second. Yeah, it's sample chunk, and then finally property. Okay. Okay, yeah, so you can say, okay, so you just say, so all of these, oh, I got it. So basically these models can have these properties at the top here. Let me show you a better example. Here's one from Tokyo 2020. So you can see at the top here, all of this, it keeps going. All of this is the sample chunk header, as we call it. So all of these are like stuff that Libgens didn't really support until very recently, and it's not really designed around it. So this is this allows you to control things about the model, like various things actually, quite a lot. You can set, for example, like it's hard to explain, but like you can set whether or not like the model casts a shadow or receives a shadow in the game world. And you can set what kind of, it's called topology, but like the way that the model works, basically. You can set up how it like stores its triangles and everything. You can set up a whole bunch of cool stuff with this, and yeah. So what you can do is you can say, oh, I want to add, for example, let's say I want to add this this one here. I want to add a custom property called topology. So I can do that. I can say add one called topology, and here's what the actual number would be. So 3. But I'm actually I actually have in HedgeLib, I have a enum that says what it means. Here we go, topology type. I want to use triangle list, which is 3. So that's what this number is, right? You can do this. And just like that, you've now added that to the model. So when you hit model save, and you actually save it, so whatever, my model.model. It's actually going to automatically notice that you have a property in there, and so it's going to go, oh, okay, so it's going to save it with the sample chunk header. Yeah, you're actually going to get that in the file, and it's going to work. But also, something else that's kind of cool is Libgens doesn't actually support this at all yet, because I just discovered this not long ago, and it's kind of a nice thing that we don't support yet. So they now have it set up so that in the new games you can actually have properties per bone. So like you can have something where, like, I'm not joking, like Sonic's nose casts a shadow, but his head does not. If you want to do that, I guess. I believe that's a thing you can freaking do now. It's kind of crazy, but yeah. So the way it works is they have this property that's called nodes ext, I guess like external or extended, I don't know, but and then that has a child property called node parameters. Well, it has several child properties called node parameters, and each one of those has a number which says which node it applies to. So this one applies to the 0th node, right? This is the first node. I'm sorry. This is the first node. This is the second. This is the third, and so on and so forth. Throughout this whole thing. And then anyway, these then have children which say what parameters get applied to that node. So the way that I did that is, say you want to have these 3 properties on node 0. What you can do is, sorry, you can actually go in and say model.nodes 0, and then you can say parameters, and add one. So you can say, oh, I want to have shadow casting enabled. Okay, so do this. Done. And now you have shadow casting. And you can do the same with RE. And so just by having these 2 lines there, it'll actually auto-generate all of that for you. So yeah, and you can do that for all the... When you import it, it preserves all this data for you too. So it just works. Is the thing. And you can also choose when you save what version to save it as, and whether or not you're going to use the sample chunk header. But by default, if you don't specify that, it'll automatically figure that out for you. And it tries to do the right thing. It's going to use a version that will be supported by every game, so it won't use the sample chunk header unless you added sample chunks. That's what it does by default. So yeah. So if you load a model from Unleash and save it again, it'll work in Unleash still. And if you load a model from Last World and save it again, it'll work in Last World, and none of the stuff will be lost. So yeah. Hold up. Anyway, so I got on a tangent there. The point was, rather than you having to do all that yourself as a modder, you can just write like 2 lines of code, and this does it for you. Ideally, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make tools that use this. So you're not even going to have to write any code. You're just going to be able to take an exe and just drag this file onto the exe and then get an FBX, right? And you can just throw that into Max, and it looks like this. And then yeah, that's sort of what I'm going for. All right, let me see. Have you seen Crytek's GitHub, by the way? I don't think I have. CryEngine went open source for C5 in 2018. Oh, cool! You can use it however you want as long as they get 5% royalties for commercial use, of course. That's actually awesome. Looks more comfortable than HXD. Yeah. I'm shocked at how there's no good hex editors in 2021. Like, okay, there's 0.10, right? 0.10 is decent, because it has the templates, and that's cool. And it has a dark mode. So, yay, we have those things. But it doesn't have any, like, color coding for the, Okay, it does, but not in the way I'm talking about. Like, this hex editor has a feature that I kind of like, where what you can do is you can say, for certain binary values, color it with one color, and for other binary values, color it with other colors, right? So you can see, like, some of these are, like, white, some of them are green, some of them are blue, and whatever. And it seems kind of silly, like, why would you want that? But I swear, something about that makes it so much easier for me to actually understand what I'm looking at. Like, I kid you not. Like, when I look at this with all the different colors, it actually legitimately helps me figure out, like, what's an int and what's a short and what's what, right? Like, I can much more easily keep track of where I'm at in the file and what's going on. When it's all just white, it's like there's just numbers on my screen, you know what I mean? It's just a bunch of freaking numbers, and I'm like, where am I? So I'm so used to that I can't get unused to it. So the fact that 0.10 doesn't have that kind of makes it hard for me to use. But then also, right, it doesn't actually have highlighting. At least I don't remember it having that. So like in this hex editor, you can actually grab stuff and you can be like, and you can set a color on it, right? So that's green now. And I can do it somewhere else too, right? And so you can have parts of the file that you have highlighted like that. And that is so helpful because it just, you can keep track of stuff, right? Like if I want to, like, for example, see where the offsets are in the file, I can be like, okay, what's an offset? I think this is an offset. So I can be like, there's an offset, right? And I can, let me get rid of that, there. I can mark all the offsets in the file like this, right? And so I can actually keep track of, like, what I'm looking at. It's, like, so helpful. So, like, yeah, this hex editor is kind of garbage, but it's the best that I have. Like, it's the most usable of them, so that's why I keep using it. Someday I'd like to make my own. Like, no joke, I'd like to make my own hex editor, because, like, come on, we could do freaking better than all this. It wouldn't even be that hard. Like, just, you don't even need all the templates and everything. I mean, that would be really nice. I'd love to do that, but you don't even really need all that. You just need, like, a dark mode that doesn't look horrific. Highlighting with multiple colors would be nice. This feature where you can color code that. Large file support is a nice thing to have. I don't know, what else? Like, really just stuff like that. I'm shocked that there's not any good ones. Would be nice if HXD and 0.10 editor let you highlight selected bytes. I know! Like, why do they not let you do that? I get HXD because it's an open source thing, but like 0.10, come on! That's actually one of the big reasons that I can't switch to it, because I really want to. The templates are great, and it's overall like a nice hex editor, but it just doesn't have those like two things that I really need, because I just can't use it as efficiently when I don't have that color coding. Hexedit does, but man, it's slow. Yeah, Hexedit is. I can say, even though it's what I use all the time, I can say with full confidence it's not great, right? Like, it's just the best for me. Like, in my opinion, it's the most usable. But yeah, it's absolutely not great. Like, if you close HexEdit and then you open it up again, it takes a long time to open. And I don't know why. Like, what is it loading? It's a freaking hex editor. Just open up, you know, but for some reason it takes a while, and sometimes things just get real slow, and I don't really understand why. Hi Dropper. I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, HedgeLib is just basically a bunch of code that makes it easier for programmers to make tools and make mods for Sonic games. So instead of having to mess with files like this by yourself, you don't have to do any of that. You could just say like this line of code here, which says load up this model at this file path, and then you can mess with it however you want, and then you can save it, right? And so and HedgeLib handles all of that for you, so it'll automatically generate all of this, right? So that's what it does. You can check out Imhex. I did actually. So Imhex looks promising. It looks like it could be really good. Maybe it's improved since last time I used it. I don't know, because it's been a few months. But I tried it out, and my opinion of it was that it seemed like it could be the best hex editor out there, but it's not yet. It had a lot that needed to be done. Last time I checked anyway, it didn't actually support multiple tabs. It only let you do one file at a time, and there's no way to adjust the scaling of the actual numbers. And for me, for some reason on my screen, they were like way too small. So it was like actually hard for me to read the numbers, because it's like my screen's this big, right? And like, I'm just gonna use Notepad for example here. Like I'd have the window maximized like this, but instead of actually having the numbers try to sort of fill the area, the numbers would be like that much of, like this much of my screen would be the numbers, right? And so the rest of the space on the right was like nothing, and I'm like, that's bad. And I don't know, I had some troubles with it. I don't think it had color coding or highlighting or anything either. It has a lot of potential though. The idea behind, like, I can tell whoever's making it seems to actually want to make a good hex editor, and they seem to kind of know what they're doing, so I'm holding out hope for it. But yeah, in its current state, it's like, maybe I'll contribute to it, I don't know. But I feel like it needs a little bit of work, but it could be really good. So turn this highlighting, but if you write a binary table, yeah, exactly. Which is like, you shouldn't have to write a binary table. Like, highlighting is a feature that you're mostly going to use when you don't actually understand the file yet, right? Like while you're figuring out how the file works is when you're mainly going to use highlighting, because you're trying to keep track of all the different pieces that you're trying to, you're just trying to mentally keep track of what you're looking at, right? And highlighting helps a lot with that. Once you actually know how the file works, you're not going to need to highlight stuff as much. So it's kind of like, the fact that you need to write a template to highlight is like, well, I can't write the template until I know how the file works, and I don't know how the file works until I can highlight. I don't know, it's dumb. Next is fine, doesn't have file dialogues that work. Oh, that's right. I thought it did last time. Oh, no, you're right, it didn't. Yeah, you had to drag and drop. Yeah, I don't know, it's really early in development. It could be cool, though. I'm holding on hope for it. Hey, Wheel, how you doing? And welcome back, Wilson. You guys see my sweets and get them even by highlighting? I mean, hey. Hey, Alexander, how you doing? How's your day going? It's going alright, thanks for asking. I took a break from YouTube for a while. Yes, I sure did. I meant it to be literally like a week long, and then my life fell apart. And it ended up being like 6 months. It's absolutely insane. Because it only feels like a month or so to me. It really does. It's so amazing to me that it's been that long, but apparently it has. But anyway, I'm glad to be back. And yeah, glad to see you all again. This isn't Sonic Programming's billions with a hex editor. Yeah, I mean, hey, that'd be cool. Are you Coden streamer? I'm good, just I've been reading manga in the background. That's lit. Alright, so this whole time I've been explaining how this works. I do want to actually get into actually programming, but yeah, just wanted to give you all kind of a tour of the API a little bit. So if you're thinking about like making a tool or a project, or if you're a programmer or just like getting into programming, right? Even if you don't have much experience, and even if you have no experience with C++ and are scared of it and hate it, I know I'm biased, obviously, right? But I have to say, give it a try, because I swear, I really did try my hardest to make this easy to use, and I don't think it's that bad, like straight up. There are a few C++ isms you might have to learn. The main thing is just you have to understand like just enough of the syntax to know like if you need to type out a reference or a pointer or whatever, which can be confusing for people. I tried to keep it as unconfusing as possible though. So if you're actually like lost and you actually don't know what to do, like you don't know what to type for the variable type, for example, you can just say auto. If you use C#, it's like saying var. It's the same thing. It's saying auto, and then you can say whatever, and then you can do this, right? So if you don't know that that's supposed to be an int, you can just, you know, instead of typing that, you can type that, right? And so anyway, so if you're typing like scene.add node, and you see it returns, well, actually you can see what it returns right there. So you should be able to just type that, and that will work for you. You don't have to actually understand what exactly that ampersand means. You just have to know that you typed that, right? Okay, if you're coming from C#, let me just explain to you very briefly what that means actually, because it's not complicated and it'll help a lot. So okay, so in C#, there are two different types of, I guess, types. There are value types and reference types, and you may have heard of them before. If not, I can try to briefly explain what they are. It's actually pretty simple. I will get into the programming. I just want to take this moment to explain this because I know there's other C# programmers who get lost with C++, and it's really not as bad as it seems. So value types are like this. They're like int. They're like short. They're like long. They're like whatever, char, I believe, a bool. They're like all the primitive built-in simple types. And they're also structs, okay? So if you say anywhere in your C# code, if you say struct foo and then whatever, right, and you make a struct, no matter what's in the struct, just the fact that it is a struct means that it's going to be a value type, okay? And then there's reference types, which is everything else. But more specifically, it's like it's classes, right? So if you say class foo, it's a reference type. And also strings, because strings are classes. If I recall correctly, they're like a wrapper of like system.string, I think, something like that. I actually haven't used C# in a long time, so I actually don't remember. But what the frick did I just do? Okay, I don't know what that was. I have no idea what that was. Anyway. Was that like a screenshot that I somehow pasted into my text? Okay, anyway. So if you type string in C#, that's literally the same as typing this, if I'm not mistaken. It's the shorthand for that. So anyway, that's a class. And like all the built like system dot, what is it? Collections generic dot is that right? And then whatever. I think that's just, you can just shorten it to list, obviously, but yeah, list are classes, you know, everything that's a class, right, is a reference type. So the difference between them is actually pretty simple, but it might be a little hard to explain. Because you kind of have to think in terms of what's actually going to be going on under the hood a little bit. But basically, right, if you type out some code, so let's say you say like int my int whatever, and then you set it to this. What you're going to do is you basically literally have like you can think of it as literally being like a box that's capable of holding a number, right? That's going to be, C# is going to like make that for you. And then it's going to put 2 inside of that box, right? And if you make another int somewhere else and you say my other int, and then you set it to my int, what's going to happen is you're going to make another box, and then you're going to take whatever's inside this one, so 2, right? You're going to copy that into this box, okay? So that's what a value type does. And it's like that with structs too. So if these are structs instead, just pretend that I actually put like a thing here, right? Then yeah, you're gonna have a box that's big enough to hold the whole struct, and you're basically gonna have like a copy of this. This entire thing's gonna be copied into this, okay? So if you then go and say my other struct dot, okay, whatever, you do this, you're gonna edit a property from this box, but it's not going to touch this. This one's going to be left untouched, right? Because this is a copy. This is a different object from this, okay? So that's how value types work. Reference types are different. So with the reference type, also you wouldn't say class, what's wrong with me? Good lord, did I forget on a program? Okay. Pretend that I typed like foo or something. Anyway, so with a class, it's going to be different. So basically, when you say my other class here, what you're doing is you're not actually making a box that's big enough to hold the whole thing, and you're not making a copy of class. No, no. Instead, this is just a reference to this. Okay? So when you edit something inside of this class, it's gonna... Actually, this feels wrong. Is this right? It's been a while since this program in C#, but if I recall correctly, this is actually gonna edit what's in here and also what's in here. They're both gonna change because this is actually just a reference to this. Alright? So, so this is an important distinction for a few reasons, but one of them is, if you actually have a function like this, and you do whatever, you do something with foo inside of here, right? Well, with my foo. The way that this is going to get passed to this function is you're not going to have if foo was a struct, then all of foo is going to be copied into this function, okay? So what you edit, so if you do this thing with my foo in here, you're going to be editing this function's copy of my foo, okay? But if it's a class, then this is a reference. So when you edit my foo, you're going to be editing the original copy of my foo, not just the one I'm doing. So that's sort of the difference. I hope that made sense. That's the idea. That's correct. Cool. Ever seen Simple's help side? Don't do username simplicity. Me lol. Yeah, I mean, you can do just whatever. I mean, rules are there for a reason, but there's also times where you need to ignore them, right? Like, as long as their code works and it works for you, then like whatever, you know, it doesn't matter too much. I try to avoid that for several reasons, but you know, it's because I'm writing a library. In libraries, it's a little different. If you're writing a library, then other people are going to use your code, and so then it's like you might want to try to follow the rules. But if you're writing a program, it's like, this is my code. I'm the only one looking at this, and if you will contribute to it, it doesn't really matter, right? You just whatever. So do whatever makes you comfortable. Anyway, that's how it works in C#, okay? So in C++, there's none of that. There are no value types or reference types. There are just types, okay? So basically, you can basically pretend that you can treat every value as though it is either a value type or a reference type. So it doesn't matter if you get a class or a struct or whatever. If you say like struct foo and you do like, you know, like this. Alright. If you have a function and you do this, what's going to happen is by default, everything that you pass in is going to be passed by value, okay? So it's going to be as if this is a struct in C#. So when you call this, there's going to be a copy of foo that's made. That's going to be passed into this function, right? So whatever's going to get its own copy of foo, okay? If you don't want that and you want it to be passed by reference instead, what you do is you just pass a reference. So you just put this character at the end, this ampersand, and that ampersand just means this is a reference. That's it. It's literally that simple. So what you're saying here is, don't pass in an entire copy of foo, just give me a reference to the original foo. Alright? And that's all that is. And so you can use it exactly the same as if you didn't have that there, but it's going to be editing the original value, not the copy, okay? So if you say my foo.a equals 2, you're actually going to be editing the value of a of the original foo that was passed in, okay? So it's not just going to be in this function, it's going to be outside of it too. Whereas if you don't have this there, that's just going to be, you know, this copy is going to be edited. So that's it. That's all that references are. If you can, I know that was probably complicated how I summarized that, but if you could just get the difference between passing by value and by reference, then you'll get this. It'll make sense. It's not complicated. C# has a similar thing too. You can actually, if you have a struct and you really want to pass the struct by reference, even though you made it a struct, you can do that by typing this. And so anyway, this is literally the same thing as this, essentially, in C++. It's just that this is actually less typing, so yeah. But anyway, the part that confuses people is that C++ also has pointers, which are the same thing, basically, but they look like this. The difference is Well, it's kind of weird. So for one thing, I don't know why. I actually don't totally understand why this is. But for some reason with pointers, the syntax to mess with them is a little different. You can't say dot. Basically, the dot is as if you're acting on the actual foo object itself. And what you've got here isn't a foo object, it's a pointer to a foo object, okay? So A is not a property of the pointer, it's a property of the thing it's pointing to. So this is not going to work. So there's a different syntax. You have to actually type this, and that's how you do that. I don't really know why, but pointers have you do that instead. And the other thing that's different about the other things that are different about pointers is that pointers can be null. So in C# you might know that you can, like, you can actually say, like, you can do this. Or you can actually check that, right? You can have null values if you want, which means nothing. There is no foo there. In C++, if you pass it by value, then obviously it can't be null because that's you literally passed the whole thing in. If you pass it by reference, actually also references cannot be null. References are not able to be null, so you can be guaranteed that anything that you pass in by reference is not null. It's going to be legit. Or if it is null, then it's not your fault. It's because some programmers screwed with it in some bizarre, ungodly way that they should not have done, and it's their fault. So like you don't have to check for that at all, right? Don't check for null with references. With pointers, they can be null. So so that's a difference there. So if you want to have a value that people can either, like, I use it in HedgeLib, actually. Let me show you what I mean. Oh, where do I use it? I swear I use it in places. Here we go. Okay, so here I have a function called addNode, and basically, when you add this node, you can give the node a name, and you can also optionally give the node a parent. So you can make this a child node of an existing node, okay? But that's optional. You don't have to do that. If you don't want it to have a parent, then what it'll do is it'll just become a child of the root node, okay? So it'll just get added to the top level, like, thing of the scene. So basically you can choose if you want it to have a parent or not. So what I did is, instead of making it a reference, which cannot be null, and forces you to pass in a node, I made it a pointer, and I made it, by the default value of it is null. So if you specify null here, then it will just add it to the root node. And if you instead specify a pointer to a valid node, then it'll add it as a child of that. So basically, it gives you, it's like you can use it to make optional values, if that makes any sense. Like, you can make it so you can either pass in a thing or not, which is handy. But that's one difference of it. But that's basically all that it is. So I went way too in depth there. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to give a really brief summary of that. This is turning out to be a HedgeLib stream after all, isn't it? Anyway, that's sort of the difference. So if that seems confusing and overwhelming, I'm sorry. Really all you need to know is, if this boy is there, it means that you're dealing with a reference to something, not the original copy of something, okay? And if it's not, then that's an original copy. That's the original thing. So that's sort of the difference. Now, in the past, a lot of people freak out about this. People think that you have to do stuff like this, and then, oh no, you have to remember to call delete, or else you get a memory leak. Oh no! And that was how C++ was for a long time. It's not really anymore. In modern C++, you don't necessarily need to have new and delete like this at all. There's a lot of ways you can get around it and make it literally, like, as simple to use as C#. I've designed HedgeLib very much around that. So in HedgeLib, you should never ever have to call new or delete. Oh, frick! Hey, thank you so much. Sorry if that was a little, actually, quiet. I had to turn that up a little bit. Really excited to work with HedgeLib, came in a clutch. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And thanks for the super chat. It means a lot. But yeah, so I designed it so that you should never ever have to type new or delete. So if you think in terms of, like, oh, I have to do manual memory management, that's terrifying. No, you don't. HedgeLib does it for you. So all you need to worry about is just make the object you want to make, and yeah, it'll clean itself up for you when it goes out of scope. Everything that you get pretty much returns a reference. There are a few times where it returns a pointer instead, but the only times that anything ever returns a pointer is if it's a pointer that you don't have to clean up, so it's automatically going to be cleaned up for you, so you don't have to worry about it. Or if it's a unique pointer. which will automatically clean itself up when it goes out of scope. So yeah, you never ever have to call new or delete in HedgeLib. I from the beginning made sure that that was a thing. So yeah, you can if you want to, but you know, if you want to do it in an advanced way, but you don't have to. It's up to you. New game developer, not a professional one or anything. No, I've dabbled a little bit in that field. I'm very interested in game dev, but I haven't actually released anything now. If you pass a copy of Foo, would you say they're Foo fighting?
Doggone it.
It's a pretty good joke. But yeah. Hey, number 7. I'm getting up right now. What you get on? Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. So yeah. Anyway, let me shut up. This whole time I've been explaining how stuff works and just blabbing, so I think I should actually get to work and do something. So yeah, what I'm going to start with tonight is, well, I wanted to start with a tour, and I kind of did that a little bit. Okay, you know what, let me explain one more thing to you before I go into this. One more thing you need to know to use this new HedgeLib. So you may have noticed this ugly-looking HLN text thing, and like, what the frick is that? Because, you know, you want to type like this. Why is it this? So let me try to explain that. If you think that looks bad, and you think, oh, that's terrible, blame Microsoft. I could easily go on a whole rant about what and explain exactly why this is and what all this is, but I'm not going to do that. To put it very simply, strings in C++ and in C are encoding agnostic, so they don't actually specify like what encoding for the text is going to be used. It can be anything. However, they are made up of an array of chars, right? Like, you know, and a single char, and on every platform that you can think of anyway, is 1 byte in size, okay? It's 1 byte. So because of that, that means that certain encodings are not really going to work, because, for example, there's an encoding called UTF-16. Every character in UTF-16 is not 1 byte, it's 2 bytes. At a minimum, it's 2 bytes. So, I guess you could represent it with chars, but it's really not, like, that's terrible. You want it to be, you want your strings to be made up of 2 byte values if you're going to use UTF-16. So, as a direct result of, so anyway, because of that, if you can't, like, you don't generally store a UTF-16 encoded thing in a string. You would want to store it in, like, a custom version of a string. So why am I explaining this? Well, Windows, due to some really bad historical decision that actually made sense at the time, but in hindsight was one of the worst decisions I think Microsoft has made, for programmers anyway, they decided to use UTF-16 as the native encoding for Windows, alright? Like, as a whole. Windows uses UTF-16 just everywhere. And yeah, shortly after that decision, UTF-8 was invented, and it's just better in every way. I mean, like, there's basically no downside to it at all. It's just, okay, maybe for Japanese or whatever, it's actually not as great, but like for everything else, especially for Western languages, it works really well. And it's so much more space efficient, so much easier to deal with, and it supports all of Unicode. It's like there's no downside. It's just great. So anyway, Windows doesn't use that. It uses UTF-16. So because of that tremendously bad decision, they had to do some trickery. So you can't say like this to represent a UTF-16 character because that's just 1 byte. It needs to be 2 bytes. So Microsoft introduced a type that now is part of the C++ standard. WCHAR-T, it means wide character type. And then you also have to type L for some reason. I think it's representative of the massive L that this is for programmers. But anyway, this is a 2-byte character instead of a 1 byte, so that'll work with UTF-16. But then wait a minute, what about if you have a string? That's comprised of several different chars, so 1 byte value, 1 byte value, 1 byte, you know, you need it to be 2 byte. Okay, so Microsoft had introduced that too. So you have to do this. Yeah. But then wait a minute, C++ has this. You can do that now. What about this? So they had to introduce this as well. And you can see how this becomes a mess very quickly. So these things are part of the standard now. They're not just Microsoft-specific things. They're actually in the C++ standard. This will work on any platform, but yeah, it's kind of a mess. So basically, when you go to open up a file, for example, if you try to say fopen, and then just the file path, my file path dot whatever. Actually, I also forget it's, yeah. Alright, so say you want to read a file like this, right? So, here's the problem. fopen takes in not a W string, not a wide character string, just a normal string.
Uh-oh.
Because remember, Windows uses UTF-16, and you don't really represent that with normal strings. So how does this work with UTF-16? What they could have done, what they should have done, was made it so that this is just treated like UTF-8, right? And so in fopen, it's just going to internally take whatever UTF-8 string you passed in, convert it to UTF-16, and then ask Windows to open up that UTF-16 path, and then it'll just work. But no, they can't just do that. They can't just do that for some reason. I don't know why. I guess backwards compatibility or something. I think they actually are working on implementing something like that in a newer version of Windows, but it's not done. And it's 2021 now. This should have been a thing in like 2003. You know, it's ridiculous how long they've put this off. But no, that's not a thing. So straight up, the point that I'm getting to is this: if you do this, which is actually a totally valid file path. In case you didn't know, if you can do that, like, if you literally just have like just ignore this complete disaster. This is a temporary folder that I'm using to test out stuff. If you make a file, you can make a file with whatever characters you want in it. So like here's a file that's literally got Japanese text in the name, right? That is a valid file path, and it's especially going to be a thing that you do a lot if you speak any other language than English, right? You know, you're gonna want to use, obviously, your own, native language's characters in your file paths. Why would you not? So what this means is, if you do, this, that is gonna work just fine, because it's not Unicode text. It's gonna work. But if you do this, even though it's a valid file path, it will not freaking work. Because Windows is going to read this as just broken characters, not as Unicode, and it's not going to open. You're going to get an error. Your program's going to crash. So you literally make an exe where someone will drag this file onto it and it'll work, but they'll rename the file to this. Well, whoops. They'll rename the file to this, not changing anything about the file at all. They just renamed it. They drag that on and it crashes, right? Holy frick. So, the way you're meant to get around this is Microsoft made their own specific, like, I think it's called this. No. What is it called? I don't remember. Somehow there's that's it. Microsoft made their own proprietary Microsoft-specific variants of every C and C++ function that works exactly the same, but it takes wide strings instead. So then you have to do this, and you have to do this, and there you go. And then this is going to be UTF-16, and that's going to work no matter what it is. So this name will work, and this name will work, and this will actually work if you do it like that. Well, you can see the problem, because especially here, because I want this to work on cross-platform, I want this to work on Mac and Linux as well. This is not a thing on Mac and Linux, right? But this is, and on Mac and Linux, this would just work. You don't have to actually, like it doesn't matter what, like you could put any text you want here, it'll work. Because it just treats it as Unicode, like Windows should. So anyway, so the way that I got so there's several ways you can get around this. The most popular, okay, so one way is you just don't care and your program just crashes on some people's computers. So that's a way that most Western developers seem to do, which is annoying. I didn't want to do that. The second way, probably the most popular way that's actually valid, is to just pretend that everything is UTF-8, right? So just say, screw you, Microsoft, everything is UTF-8, we're just going to treat it like that, and basically whenever we need to call a Windows thing, we're going to have some Windows-specific code that runs internally that converts the UTF-8 text to UTF-16, and then feeds that to Windows, and then it'll work, right? And so it's slower, sure, but who cares? It's not that much slower, and it works. And that's what most people do. So I was going to do it like that, but then I realized something. So in C, when your program first begins, you have an entry point. And it looks like this. Do you see a problem here? It uses chars. not wchars. It uses chars. So on Windows, I kid you not, what this means is, if you pass an argument to your program that happens to have anything in it that isn't just English text, Windows is going to feed your program broken, corrupted characters. What the f- It's not going to be UTF-8, it's going to be broken garbage. And so literally your program has no way of getting the uncorrupted data out of it. It's going to feed it corrupt bytes. Freaking brilliant. So the way that you're meant to deal with this is they have a Windows-specific variant of main called wmain that takes in these instead, and that's UTF-16, and that is actually not broken. So if you do this, it will actually feed it the correct non-broken characters and everything will work, but it'll be UTF-16. Okay. So not only does it mean that you have to have a different entry point depending on what platform you're on, it also means that if you're on Windows, your program is going to start with UTF-16. So you can't just pretend that everything's UTF-8 because right off the bat, it's not, right? And so it's actually really inconvenient and terrible to do that because you're making it so that somehow the user has to convert this to UTF-8 so that they can then pass it into the UTF-8 library, only for it to convert it back to UTF-16. It's freaking bad. Microsoft, screw. Anyway, so the way that I got around this is kind of not fun, but I made it as easy as I possibly could, okay? So there's two different things that are very useful. So the first thing is, HedgeLib has a thing called nchar, okay? And literally what it is just an alias. On Windows, typing nchar is exactly the same as typing wchrt, okay? And on everything else, it's the same as typing char. So, yeah. N means native, by the way, if you couldn't guess that. Anyway, and then there's also nstring, which will convert to, it's going to be just a normal std string on everything that isn't Windows. It's going to be an stdw string on Windows, okay? And then finally, there's a macro called HLNText, and what it does is it adds that L at the beginning of everything if you're on Windows, because it needs to do that on Windows to make it UTF-16. So that's what that does. And so, yeah, you're dealing with UTF-16 on Windows, UTF-8, and everything else. And that way there's not as many conversions happening, and you don't have to deal with all this. You just type ntext and it just handles the rest. So then there's also built-in string conversion functions, so you can say, and they're kind of messy. I might change how the API looks for this a little bit. There's a thing called text convert, and what it does is you say like, I think it's under text, yeah. You can say like like whatever, like UTF-8 to native, right? And then you can give it my UTF-8 string, and you can put in your, you know, whatever text you want. That's all fine. And then you can, and that's it. Yeah. So what you'll get here is, I actually forget, what is this? Yeah. So what you can do is you can do this. Okay. So what this is going to do is, it's going to take this UTF-8 text, and it's going to convert it to whatever the native platform encoding is, and then store it in the HedgeLib native string. So actually, I'm not going to look at everything. It's just going to basically copy that because it's, you know, it's already UTF-8. All I want to do is just going to make that UTF-16, right? And you can also do it the other way around. You can say like, you know, native to UTF-8, and then you can change up the parameters here, like this. And that all works. So it's not the best solution, okay? But it freaking works. So that's why you have to type that HLNText thing. In summary, what it means is whenever you try to call it a function and you see that it takes in an nchar or an nstring, that means type this. Type HLNText and then put your text in there, and it'll just work. And you can also do that for characters. So you can say like this, and that'll work. So that it just does the right thing if you do that. And finally, I added this helper thing here, and what this does is this is under the tool helpers header. On Windows, this is wmain, and on everything else, it's just main, right? That's all that it is. So yeah, you can put that there for entry point if you want, and then you can say nchar for the arguments, and that's valid. That'll work. So this entry point will work on every platform. Like, it doesn't matter what you're on, this will compile. and same with all this code. So that's what that is. I hate it too. It's a way to get around Microsoft's crap, basically. So there are some functions that don't take end strings or whatever, like this one. This one just takes normal characters, and for everything that just says char or string, it assumes that it's UTF-8, okay? Basically, native text is just used for, like, arguments, and it's used for, like, file paths, for stuff that needs to be native. Everything else that doesn't need to be native is just going to be a normal string, okay? And so, yeah, that's why I have this conversion function, so you can easily convert them if you really need to. Hopefully you don't ever have to. It's a mess, but I made it as painless as I could. Oh, apparently it's storming outside. So again, if the internet goes out or whatever, if my string dies, that's what happened. It's pre-recorded, I think? No, it's not pre-recorded. I'm just doing a really bad job checking the chat. Let me do that. Truly making a char take the L, exactly. Is breaks not open? Yeah, it has. I'm doing breaks. But the one condition is, I said this in the other stream, but I don't really want to do videos anymore. So if there are videos sent in the breaks chat, that's all cool, but I'm sorry, it's nothing personal, but I'm going to be skipping them, because there are several reasons why I detailed it all on that stream, but basically it was like copyright stuff, right, but it was also just that they take a long time to show, and I feel like they kind of distract from what's going on. I don't want to become just a reaction channel, just a guy who just watches other people's content and then just steals views from them, and I don't want to do that. I feel like memes are a little different though, because that's just like, I'm just laughing at a meme and then I move on, you know? So images are cool, but videos, I don't want to do that now. That's how pre-recorded. He was just psychic. Yeah, I've always been psychic. Yeah. Code Reveling Assign, what are your thoughts on Code's Ultimate? Oh, well, what Taz said, I rented about it for I literally rented about it for like 3 or 4 hours. I hope I don't take people off here. Literally in like one sentence. It doesn't look... It looks very bad to me, I gotta be honest, I'm sorry. And I love colors. I love Sonic Colors to death, so... Yeah, I was really excited for it, actually. I didn't even think it was gonna be Hedgehog Engine 2. Like, I thought it might be, and I was kind of hyped for that, but I was like, no, I don't think it will be. I think it's literally gonna be just the Wii game, but upscaled to 1080p, 60 FPS. That's all I thought it was gonna be. Like, no texture changes, no model changes, nothing. It's just native now, native resolution. That's literally all that I thought they were gonna do. And somehow, they disappointed me even then, because apparently, some people are saying it's still 30 FPS. I honestly can't really tell. I did notice it lagged a bunch in the trailer, but I assume that's going to be fixed, hopefully, by release. For me, the main issue is just it looks so bad. I'm sorry. They turned the bloom up to 8,000, and they made the shadows extremely dark on everything, and it's just like, what the frick are you doing? It looks like a bad reshade mod. I don't understand. Like, I'm sorry. I know a lot of people think it looks nice, and that's fine. More power to you, but I don't... As someone who does like a lot of CG stuff, I don't think it looks that nice. I'm sorry. I'm really, really hoping it'll be fixed by the final, because I actually saw. Let me pull it up here. If you actually go to the website for it, there are some screenshots on here, and actually, this doesn't look that bad at all. This looks alright. That looks basically like Sonic Colors. Right? If I click on this, actually, it doesn't play the video, it plays the trailer. I don't know why. So I can't full screen that. But anyway, yeah. That looks fine. The explosion particles look kind of odd, but everything else looks good. So that actually gave me a lot of hope. When I saw this, I was like, oh, frick, dude, that looks good. Okay, good. I think the trailer was just a lot of really bad, like, pre-alpha footage that somehow ended up in the trailer. So I'm hoping that's what it is, but they literally showed, like, broken crap in their trailer. Let me I will stop ranting about this, I swear, I'm gonna get back to the stream, but, like, look at this. That's not okay, man. Like, that's not... Everything's just dark now. I don't know how to explain it. There's this part. Look at this. Good lord, what happened? That's not how that looks! The emission was literally turned up so bright that these textures that are normally yellow actually became white. Because the number, like, exceeded the maximum limit for the... I don't know how to explain it, but like this is the thing that happens. No joke. If you turn up the bloom way too high, then your colors just become white. So they literally just screwed that up, and the GI is like black. I don't know how this happened. And here too, look at on the like left. That's just like basically pitch black. I don't know. They really, if you look at it side by side with actual Sonic colors, it's just like such a night and day difference. It's like I don't know how they managed to mess up the visual. Like this is just glowing. So this really freaks me out. But when you look at on their website, this looks fine. That looks freaking fine. And this one is a downgrade. I will stop ranting, but I have to show you something. Hang on. That is a downgrade for sure, but it isn't as bad of a downgrade as the stuff they showed in the trailer. It looks so. Anyway, what I think is going on is I think they showed some really pre-alpha footage, and I think that the final game is actually not going to look like it did in the trailer. I'm gonna hold out hope that the final game is actually going to look all right. Here we go. Yeah, so this is actual Sonic Colors on the Wii from 2010. It watches its streams in slowly. Holy frick. Slow internet apparently. Jeez. Sorry if it's killing the stream. This is how colors looked on the Wii in 2010. Well, okay, actually, I think it's in Dolphin. Yeah, this is in Dolphin, so it's upscaled. But like, no custom textures or anything. This is how it looked. Like, look at this freaking gorgeous like reflections going on here on this floor he's running on. Look at how Sonic looks. Look at the shadows. Look at the background with all the airships everywhere. Look at the lights bouncing off everything. It's freaking gorgeous, right? And then it's like, you know, he's got no shadow anymore. Oh, the lighting effects have been turned off. There's no specular anymore. Well, barely any on this floor. The ships are actually there, but they're covered. They're covered by the fog. See them? They literally screwed it up. That's on the wrong layer. It's glowing everywhere. Like everything, bloom is way too high, so it looks like it's like unnaturally bright. Like look at the top left, right? Look at that. Compare that to the original. Look at that difference. That's not even the right color. Look at that ship in the background. Good grief. Anyway, so like, but then you look at this. Well, this video, and that looks good. And Zoni sent one that looked, Zoni shared with me one that looked, that actually looked really nice. I'm trying to find it real fast. Because I didn't show this on the Sonic Central stream. I'll shut up after I know I already blabbed it for 5 hours. So I don't really have anything else to say. The only thing I wanted to add was that I do think it's actually going to be better than, what we saw. Okay, here we go. This is another screenshot from, Colors Ultimate, actually. That leaked out, apparently. And while that's downloading, I'll also get this one. This one, this is from Colors Ultimate. Now that looks good. That doesn't even look like the same game as like, it's like this. Like, look at how bad this looks. The cubes are all screwed up for some reason. There's actually a like, draw sorting issue with the trumpet. Can you see that? The inside of that trumpet, like this part right here, right, is drawing from the outside. It's like that's a clipping issue. Particles are screwed up. There's no shadows or anything. It's all been turned off. Bloom is way too freaking high and everything. Versus this. Now this looks good. This looks nice, actually. I've got no problems with this. Oh, except for the seams. You can see there's actually lines here, and there's actually an ugly line on the skybox. This one right here. Ugh. So, and there's one here, and there's seams everywhere. But if they fix the seams, this is actually a legit upgrade. This actually looks better than color, because this is colors on the Wii. The lighting is actually better here. So, yeah, and also not just the lighting, the models. Look at this. See these like flat-looking cupcake and these freaking polygonal Oreos over here? Look at them in the remake. They're actually higher poly. They actually remodeled these, it looks like. Same with this, like, frosting on the mountain. This was like just a texture before. Now it's like got like some lighting on it. And yeah, this cupcake's been remodeled. And this there's like normal maps on this now. This is a legit improvement. Like, this looks way better than this. So, like, Yeah, I'm holding out... Again, seams aside, hopefully they'll fix that. I'm holding out hope that the whole game is going to be like this. That Colors Ultimate's actually going to look like more like this throughout. Where it's actually an improvement. And that somehow they just released all these terrible, like, we literally began development 3 seconds ago screenshots in the trailer. I don't know how, like, that's not excusing it, right? They should not have ever released a trailer that looked like this. I mean, why did they do that? Look at this! There's a debug cube in here. Can you see that? There's a freaking debug cube inside of this. Unbelievable. This is blurred because they screwed up the, like, bitmaps. Or depth of field or something. I don't know what's wrong there, but it's... Like, all these screenshots are, like, not ready to show. But then you got this! That's ready to show. So I don't... Anyway, I hope the whole game looks like this. If it does, I think it'll be good. I'm holding out hope that they actually will fix it. Yes, I am. That's all I was going to say, though. Remodel? I apologize for saying they did a straight port using the remodels. Yeah, well, most of it actually is... Well, most of the screenshots we saw are definitely straight imported from the Wii. But there are some that are coming out now where it actually shows remodels. So I have to give them credit. Or at very least, like, they did a subdivide or something, right? They at very least made it higher poly. So... Good on them, like straight up, good on them. That takes effort, and I applaud them for that. I hope that the whole game ends up looking as good as the Sweet Mountain screenshot did, and that the trailer was just, you know, a rushed out garbage thing that wasn't meant to be. Like you know, like the devs knew, they were like, please, it's not ready to be shown. But Sega was like, no, we have to show it now, and they were like, you know, and the final is actually not going to look like that. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. We're just gonna wait and see. The Epic Games Store thing though is bad. I don't know. That's just bad. I hope it comes to Steam. Good lord. Shot themselves in the foot with that one. Alright, I'll shut up though. You hope that's not the final build? Me too. If it's Unreal, you ain't touching with 10-foot barge full. It's same. I don't want to mod it if it's Unreal. Because Unreal is just kind of tough to mod, and I don't see the point in modding it. What are you thinking for? You reckoning a Hedgehog Engine thing or some weird bodge? Well, I said on Unreal Engine 4 originally. Especially because it's Epic Games Store exclusive, and the company, I think it's Blind Squirrel Entertainment, that made this, has experience with Unreal, so it kind of made sense. But I've been having a lot of debate with a few different people on that since that stream, and there's other people who've been telling me basically I'm an idiot. It's not Unreal. I'm talking with some, it's actually multiple servers, we were talking about this. I think Zony thinks that it's just a really bodged Hedgehog Engine 1. Like, they took Hedgehog Engine 1 and they wanted to make it look better, and so they just turned the bloom way the frick out. Because remember, this isn't Sonic Team, this is Blind Squirrel. This is a company that's never touched Hedgehog Engine in their lives before. So, maybe they did actually just take Hedgehog Engine 1 and screw it the heck up. But, because honestly, when you look at when you look at the later screenshots, when you look at, like, this one, thank you. Thanks a lot for the super chat. I really appreciate it. What does that say? Oh, 222? Is that what that says? IWO2? I'm not sure what that means. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh, 22. Yeah. Yes. I guess I said 2 twice. Sorry. I don't know. Thanks a lot for super chat number 7. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this honestly looks really nice to me. This honestly doesn't really look like Unreal Engine to me. It looks like something else. I don't know what exactly, but I could actually kind of see this being... I don't know though, because look at the glossiness on that speed booster, that like Ryan Vril dashpad, right? That doesn't feel like Hedgehog Engine 1 to me at all. It actually kind of feels like Unity, but like, no, why would they use Unity? Because Unity is C#, right? I think you actually can link C++ DLLs up with your C# Unity projects. So, oh lord. But I don't think... It doesn't make sense to do Unity, does it? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what the frick they're doing, but... Because honestly, it kind of does look like Unity, doesn't it? It kind of looks a lot like Unity. I don't know. I don't know what the frick this is. I don't know. I truthfully have no idea. It might even be a custom thing. Like, I don't know, maybe Blind Squirrel has their own graphics engine and they decided to just use that. Right? I have no idea. But clearly it is not... I feel like it's pretty clear that it isn't Hedgehog Engine, though. At least not base Hedgehog Engine. Maybe they botched it up and they made some basically custom Hedgehog Engine. But I don't think so, because when you see some of those screenshots... like, the one that I kept ranting about... Where is it? Hang on. The one where he's running through Tropical Resort and it's looking at him from a face-on view. Gosh, I'm ranting about Colors Ultimate again. Let me shut up, but I just want to show you one more thing! One more thing! Where the frick is it? There. It showed for like 1 second, but you saw that. That. Okay. Look at how dark everything is in the background. And actually, look how over here, if you actually zoom into this... Do you see that? So that's actually a tunnel, and in the base game, this is like blue, right? It's like blue glass. That's like, it's like a tube, right? That goes around the tunnel. But here, it's like freaking, like, it's either missing or it's like totally transparent. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, yeah, it's kind of there. It's just like really, it's like white for some reason. And then the bottom of this is supposed to be like orangish, but it's freaking black, right? Like this part. It's completely, you know, and the whole level's like that. Like, everything's just, like, black. So my point is, I don't think it's Hedgehog Engine, because what it looks like to me is it looks like they made some script that is automatically importing all of the assets from Colors on the Wii, and their script was, like, messed up at first, right? It had some bugs where it was actually incorrectly importing, like, the GI and the shadows, and, it had the emission values too high, and basically it was just like... Basically, this footage here was meant to be internal-only developer footage showing off in extremely early, like, hey, we just got the terrain in! It looks awful, but we'll fix that soon. You know what I mean? Like, this is the first successful import of the terrain. You know what I mean? And somehow this footage ended up in the final release trailer, even though it's not representative of the final game. That's kind of what I'm thinking this is. That's what I'm hoping this is. And that would make sense, doesn't it? Because it looks like it's been imported into another engine. I don't know what engine, but definitely not... It's definitely not the same base engine as... Because they just screwed up so many things. There's just, like, so much actual, like, errors. Like, look in the bottom... Look in the background. Look at these, plants. Look at this. See those freaking plants back there? Yeah, those are supposed to be bright green. Same with that building. That building's supposed to be like bright orangish yellow. This is supposed to be freaking green, but it's black. It's completely, you know, so it's like, this is an error. Like, that's not an improvement. That's actually like an importing error. So I feel like they should not have shown this off at all in this state. I don't know why. I don't know how that happened. And I put full blame on Sega and or Blind Squirrel, whoever was responsible for okaying this trailer in this state. No. You should not have shown the public this. Good lord. But I don't think that this is the final game. I'm glad to say that I'm seeing more screenshots now leaking out that show that it seems to be significantly improved from what we're seeing here. So I'm holding out hope that the final's not going to look like that. Okay, let me shut up. Tropical Resort Work in Progress 1? Exactly! I mean, you kid, but like, literally... Literally... This is my first import of forces that I did in like 5 seconds. Like, this was my first successful terrain import. And like, okay, yeah, okay, see this screwed up transparency in the background? Yeah. That's wrong, okay? Shadow maps, they look wrong. But, like, look at the lighting of the actual, like, level. It's actually more accurate than that import. Like, look at this. Okay, again, blackout lines aside, that's an importing error. That's something I fixed later. That's actually more correct. Which is just, like, it's kind of embarrassing. It's like, guys... But anyway, alright. I'll stop now. Squirrel Engine 2. That's funny. I hope it's called Squirrel Engine. That'd be hilarious. It doesn't feel like Hedgehog Engine 2? Yeah. Same. Forgot it's meant to be a code stream about that? Yeah. So we're gonna code now. Alright, one more thing about the programming. So because it uses the end text thing, I have a lot of helpers to help you deal with that. I already mentioned the conversion stuff. There's a few different variants of it too, so if you need to do like some more advanced stuff, you can use these as well. But this handles string conversion for you in a bunch of different encodings, so you can do it really easily with that. But another thing that's really nice that I didn't show before is I made a path class, and this is very similar by design to the path stuff in C#, because I really liked that stuff in C#. I think it's real nice, so I try to make that the same here pretty much. So there's a path combine function, and you can pass in basically any type of string you can think of to this. And what you do is, it's actually a template function, so you notice it takes a char t. Char t means char type, so basically it can be anything. It can be a normal char, it can be a native char, it can be whatever. So you can do this. Well, this is a really dumb example. Okay, let's do that, right? And then like my whatever, right? Let's do that, right? So you can do that, and that'll do is that'll return a normal SD string, right? Or you can actually do this. And it'll return a combined HedgeLib end string, right? So you can say like, thank you for the super chat, next friend. I really appreciate it. Rad development stream simulator. If coding equals false. Oh, that syntax is driving me mad. Hey, at least you said if coding instead of if coding equals true. Thanks a lot for the super chat. I really appreciate it. And it hasn't showed up on stream yet. It will in a second, I'm assuming, but I just saw it. Thank you so much, number 7, for the super chat as well. Holy frick! We did several ones at this point. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Hi, Rad. I was wondering what you thought of Colors Ultimate. I haven't heard your thoughts yet. Oh, so speaking of Colors Ultimate, I'm just kidding. Yeah, sorry. I can't chat about Colors Ultimate. That game just means so much to me. So, but yeah, I'll try to actually stop talking about that now. Yeah, there it is. Thank you so much, number 7. I really appreciate it. Hey Rad, here's an updated version of the image that you hate of Colors Ultimate. They seem to be improving and it's a bit really now, right? Let me... whoopsie. Let me pull that up real fast. Tails confirmed to not be playable. Yeah, okay, yeah. So I actually saw this one. Thanks for pointing this out. I saw this. This is apparently an updated version of the Tropical Resort screenshot before. It's like a more recent screenshot. And yeah, I can definitely say, thankfully, that there are a lot of improvements here. The blackness, sort of the stage, like the darkness of the stage, has been reduced quite a bit. It actually looks a lot more accurate to how it looked in Colors there. And also, I mean, you know, Sonic's got his red shoes here. They don't have the customization on in this screenshot, so that's cool. The HUD has tails on it. I'm assuming that's just a placeholder icon, because I know that there was a Tails Center rumor that got started that Tails is playable in this game, but no, it looks like it's just a placeholder HUD. I don't think the HUD is actually in... There's also Japanese text over here. I don't know. I think that's just I think they just overlaid that in Photoshop. I think it's just a placeholder HUD. I don't think it's actually in game. But yeah, I gotta say it does look better. However, I don't think it. I think some people were exaggerating a little. I saw people saying like, "Oh, it's saved now." I don't know. It looks better, but not by much to me. I still see a lot of, like, the bloom is still way too high. There's still areas that I think the stage still looks a little bit too washed out and desaturated. And the background, like, that tunnel is still, like, clear. Like, it's still barely blue at all, whereas in the original it's, like, bright blue and it looks nice. So, I don't know. There's still a lot of things here that I'm like, that looks kind of bad to me still. But it does look better. So, improvement. You love to see it. I'm hoping that the final will look better than this, even, and will look much more closer to actual colors. But this is certainly an improvement. This isn't that bad anymore. So, yeah, I'm happy to say that looks better. Okay, I'm gonna stop Colors Ultimate. Jeez. What are your thoughts on 2022 leaks? What do you think of CD3? Man, I really want to answer that, but at the same time, I've been talking a lot about Sonic stuff now, and I haven't done any programming yet. very, very briefly, I do think we'll see something at E3. I don't know if it'll be related to Sonic. I know that Sega's apparently at E3, so I think keep an eye on E3, but don't get your hopes up too much. I wouldn't at all be surprised if that teaser we saw was the only thing that we're gonna get related to Sonic Rangers, like for the rest of the year, right? I actually expect that to happen. But I could also see them revealing the game at E3, so I hope so. I hope they do that. But I think that they would announce it if they were gonna, like, I think that they would have, like, on the Twitter, they'd be like, stay tuned for announcements at E3, you know? But they're not doing that, so I don't know. Keep your hopes, don't get your hopes up, is what I'm gonna say. But do kind of check in on E3. Just kind of look at it. I'm not gonna be streaming E3 on my channel or anything like that. I don't want to get copyright stuff, and I don't think it's going to be any big Sonic thing, but I will be keeping an eye on it, and I think you should too. Just don't expect them to actually review anything. Just kind of maybe, right? Maybe. But yeah, I saw the Sonic Rangers leaks. I saw the 4chan leaks, which normally I would say 4chan, but this is from January of 2021. It's literally from. You can go there. I went there myself. It's from January of 2021, and it says Sonic Rangers, which we now know to be the name of Project 2022. There's been like 3 or 4 different leaks since then. It's all but confirmed. Literally, you can do this. I kid you not. They may have fixed it, but you can search Sonic 2022, and it's a little scary. Yeah, and you can say need to be a little. You know what? Make it strict. Okay. Go here. Yeah. There's a Polygon article, right? On Sonic 2022, and if you look at this image, there's an interesting thing about it. Look at the file name, Sonic Rangers 0.jpg. You fricks! Polygon leaked the name, and it wasn't just them. There was another. There were several other websites that did too. Basically, Sega legit sent out a press kit that said Sonic Rangers, and then later went oopsie and deleted that and pretended and forgot to tell all the journalists that you weren't supposed to refer to it by that name anymore. But yeah, and then thirdly, in that MP4, there was a leaked 4K. Don't mind my extremely low hard drive space. I'm gonna fix that soon. In the leaked MP4 of the teaser trailer that we saw at the end of the Sonic Central, but in 4K. I don't know where the frick this guy got this, but it's literally that MP4 but in 4K, so okay, it looks real nice. But if you search for Rangers in here, sorry, look at that. File path, Rangers, and it's actually mentioned several times in here. There's some metadata in this MP4 file that lists out all the names of all of the assets that were used to create this video in Adobe Premiere. And yeah, you can see that they imported a move file into Premiere called Sonic Rangers v3.move. If you can't get more obvious than this. It's called Sonic Rangers. So anyway, that's an update. I don't think I went over that in the stream. Maybe I did. I don't think I did. Yeah. Anyway, so I think we're gonna get more news on it soonish, but I don't know. I'm not expecting much. Maybe we'll see gameplay at E3. Maybe. Okay, that's all I'm gonna get back to. Yeah, I know. Watch E3 and call it the Barnyard? Yeah, alright, sure. I'd be up for that. That'd be fun. Moving over 500 gigabytes in... Oh, you're talking about hard drive space. Yeah, I know. I know, dude. I freaking... I know. I had to literally compress my installation of Windows just to get 3ds Max installed. And I installed it to my E drive. Just installing it to the C drive, even if you install it to another drive, it has to put some files on the C drive during the installation process. And so, yeah, I desperately need more hard drive space. Holy frick! I'm gonna get new hard drives soon, and I'm gonna clean up my drives, but I just haven't had time to do it. But yeah, I know. 3ds Max is very large. I know, right? It's stupidly large. Anyway, all right. Let's program, shall we? So what I'm gonna start with tonight, 2 hours in, is, now that I've given you sort of a little bit of a brief tour of how to use the API and everything, basically everything in the HedgeLib API is like this. So all you need to do is, you know, at the top of your files somewhere, you know, you want to say like include HedgeLib and then like the file that you want. So for HedgeHog engine models, for example, I try to keep it pretty obvious and organized. So say for example you want to you know, deal with HedgeHog engine models. So you go HedgeLib models, and then there's a file called HLHH model. So HL stands for HedgeLib. Every file in HedgeLib begins with HL. So that's just every single file begins with that. And then HH stands for Hedgehog. So HedgeHog engine stuff is going to be HH everywhere in HedgeLib, alright? And then model. So this is just HedgeHog engine model is what that means, right? And there you go. So once you've included that, which I already did up here. This is a test project, so don't mind the bad code. It's just a lot of test code. This isn't going to be released. Anyway, once you've done that, you have access to all the HedgeHog engine model stuff, right? So you can just directly import it here. Or if you want to, I mean, you can just create it and then later type load, and you can do that. They both do the same thing. This is just for convenience. Also, if you're coming from C#, you're probably thinking, oh, you know, you have to do this. No, actually, in C++, you can just do this, right? This is a constructor. It's the same exact thing. It's calling the different constructors, but yeah. Anyway, you can construct it from a file path, which will make it load the file at that path, or you can actually do this. So, okay, so I wanted to show you this, and then I wanted to get into further. Yeah. So, I have a string system. So in C#, there are these I/O streams that let you read and write data to and from different sources. And C++ has something like that, but I gotta be honest, I just don't like it. Like, the C++ version of the streams, in my opinion, is just kind of bad. I don't know, it's not that bad, I don't know. But I've gone back and forth on just whether or not I should just use the built-in one, but, like, it really is, like, almost every library that I've seen that has streams, they roll their own, right? They have their own custom streams, and there's a reason for that. The C++ ones are kind of not great. So anyway, so I rolled my own as well. So it's called HL stream, and it's like, you can think of it as being like iStream, right? Like it's an interface. You know what I mean, like this, right? In C#, like this, right? It's like that, but C++ doesn't really have that, so this is the equivalent to that. Anyway, yeah, it's got a bunch of virtual functions that, it's got one that just reads the amount of, it attempts to read as many bytes as you asked here from the string, and outputs it to the buffer at this location, okay? And then it returns the number of bytes that it successfully was able to read. So this number can actually be less than the number you asked for, and that's by design. Streams are kind of like that. Sometimes you need that, actually, that functionality. So that's what read does. If you actually want it to read all the bytes, and you don't want to have to actually write code that's like, you know, this is going to error, but it's pretend it didn't. If you don't want to have to be like, you know, read 10 bytes into this buffer, and then, oh gosh, you have to actually check, you know, does it equal 10? You know, if it didn't, then throw an error. If you don't want to have to freaking do that every time, which obviously you don't, there's also a helper function called readAll, which just does that for you. So it just reads as many bytes as you asked for, and then it makes sure that, you know, it checks if that's equal to, you know, the amount you asked, and if it isn't, then it throws an error, right? So it ensures that you actually read that many bytes. So you can just, so instead of doing that, you can just say read all, and then ask for 10 bytes, right? And there you go, you're reading 10 bytes into buffer. Same goes for write. Write works exactly the same way, except obviously instead of reading from the stream into this buffer, it writes from this buffer into the stream, okay? And it's the same thing. It might not write as many as you asked for, it might fail, so if you wanted to ensure that it works, you use write all. And then there's also some helper functions to make reading and writing way easier. This is where I think it's awesome, alright? So watch this. And you have a struct called like foo. So you did that, right? And you want to read that from the file. Okay, watch this. Pretend that you've got a string called string here. you want to say string dot, you want to read that foo object, right? So what you want is, you want to have my foo here, and you want to read this data from the file into this variable. So in C#, the way that you would do that is, you would say like reader equals new, let's say binary reader, right? And you create one from the string, and then you would say reader dot, well, like you have like foo, my foo equals new foo, and then you would say like, okay, my foo dot a equals reader dot read int 32, and then and then you'd repeat that. Whoops. So you'd say, so you do this, right? There you go. And if you wanted to write a foo object, you would have to do this. Pretend this is a function where we pass in an argument called myFoo, okay? And also a string. So you'd have to say writer.write and then myFoo.a and then B and then C, right? And yeah, you have to do this for everything. Here's how you do it in HedgeLib. Ready? You would say string.read object myFoo.
And that's it.
It's literally shorter. What it does is, it's a template function, okay? And it's a helper. And so what this will do is, at compile times, it's not even at runtime, it's at compile time, it will figure out the type of the thing that you're trying to read, so it'll figure out that this is a foo, and then it'll get the size of the foo object, and then it'll ask, hey, can you read that many bytes into this foo object right here? And it'll just do that for you. And if it fails, it'll throw an exception. So if you want to catch that, you can do that. Whatever. And yeah. Or if you don't want to be doing try catching, you can just do it manually, and you can, just read the amount that you need, like this. And that won't throw an exception unless something goes really bad. But yeah. So there's read object, that's a helper function, and that lets you read directly from a file into here. Now obviously you wouldn't want to use ints, because ints are in C#, int is always 32 bits. It's always 4 bytes. In C++, that's not the case, actually. Int is can be different sizes. It depends on what platform you're compiling for, actually. So if you want to make sure that these are actually 32-bit ints, you need to use something else. So C++ has this built-in type for that. It's called int32t, and that makes sure that it always is 32-bit int no matter what, right? That's always going to be 32-bit. However, that's freaking ugly. Look at how much typing I had to do to get that. Holy frick. And in HedgeLib, that's the thing I need to do all the time, right? So for HedgeLib, I just have these aliases, like this. So they're it's a little bit less typing. So there's these aliases that are like, they literally are just exactly the same as typing that. It's just a shorthand for it, right? So anyway, there's for everything there's S whatever, and then there's U whatever. So S means signed number of this size, right? And U means unsigned number of this size. And that's it. So S32 is like a signed int. In C#, it's the same as if you type int, right? And like S64 is the same as typing this in C#. U8 is like typing this in C#, whatever. Hopefully you get how that works. So yeah, so if you want to write this object back to the string, you do that. Yeah, no joke. It's as simple as that. Again, same thing as read object. It figures out how big it is at compile time, and it just says write that many bytes. So actually, it's pretty nice. I'm actually kind of happy about it, but it gets even better. So if you want to, so say you've got an array. So say that instead of having one foo, you have many foos. Many foos. Terrifying. So you want to write a whole array of foos one after another, right? How do you do that? Well, you type write array, and you just say the count, how many things you want to write. So I'm going to get the size from this vector here. So this is the same as in C# if you say like list.count, right? It's the same thing. You're just saying get the size, and then you're saying you just pass in a pointer to the array of things. So if you want to get that from a vector, you just say data, like that. And there you go. So this will write the entire vector of foos. Just one line. Pretty nice. And it will throw an exception if it fails. And yeah, and so anyway, so here's the cool part. Here's where it gets crazy. Here's where I go psycho mode or whatever. This stream is an abstract class. Okay? So you may have noticed that there's an error here. I'm not able to actually just make a string because string is not a complete class. It's like a template. It's like a blueprint for a class. Okay? So what that means is two things. First of all, it means that there are actually different types of strings that you can have. So HedgeLib comes in built in with two of them. It has file streams, which are obvious. These let you read and write to and from a file. So the constructor for the file stream lets you, it does. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Hang on. Yeah. Well, the constructor lets you take in, you give a file path, and then you also give the mode, the way that you want to read the, or, you know, what you want to do with the file. So, for example, you say, okay, I want to open up, whatever.bin, right? And I want to open that up for writing. So you say file mode write. I don't know why that's erroring. Wait, actually, I don't know why that's erroring. Oh, it's because I'm being an idiot. Okay, yeah, anyway, yeah. So there you go. So that's just made a brand new file stream. That's in with that. And anyway, if you look at a file stream, it extends from stream, right? And it just basically fills in that blueprint. So it says whenever the stream tries to do any of this stuff, you know, whenever the stream tries to read or write or whatever, you know, use this code instead, and this code will actually read and write, you know, to and from the file. It handles all that for you. Press file form. So this also handles Unicode stuff, by the way. You can. This is, you know, that's valid. You can do that. So all that's taken care of for you. So all you need to freaking do is just type this, and then you just say, yeah, I want to write an array of foos. Okay, go ahead. And this code right here, literally this right here is all that it takes to open up a file called whatever.bin and write all the foos in this vector into that file. So yeah, cool stuff. And also reading again is like read array and all that. You can do that. There's also, I forgot to mention, there's two other helpers that are really nice. So it has a seek function which lets you choose the seek mode. You can choose if you wanted to seek starting from the beginning where you're currently at or from the end. And then you can say the offset. So for example, you can say, I want you to actually go backwards 4 bytes. You'll see that this takes a long. That's a weird, dumb C++ thing. It's freaking dumb. Basically, right, I don't know how to explain this, but like int and long in like something like C#. I know I can compare it to C#. That's just because HedgeLib used to be in C#, so I feel like there's a lot of people watching who are familiar with C#. That's why I'm comparing it so much. In C#, like, int is like 32 bits, long is 64-bit. In C++, it's kind of dumb. Long is intended to be longer than int, but Microsoft and a bunch of other companies decided that that didn't make sense. And so instead, they legit made it so that int and long are both 4 bytes. It's dumb. So if you want an 8-byte type, you actually have to freaking type this? And it's dumb. So again, in HedgeLib, you can just say, like, you know, but anyway, so this takes in a long, and the reason for that is because it's signed. So this can be a 64-bit value, and it can also be negative or positive. So you can actually say like, go back, you know, this many bytes, and that'll work. Or you can say go forward that many bytes, and that works too. In addition to that, there's also jump ahead, jump behind, and jump to. And those obviously are very similar to calling seek, but the main difference is that with jump to, for example, you'll notice that instead of taking a long, which is signed, that means it can be positive or negative, it takes a size t, which can only be positive. And so the benefit of that is that it means that it can also be as big of, like, the only limit of how big the number can be is basically how big your CPU can handle. So you can literally type in like any, like you can actually have a like 8 GB file open, and you can say jump to, and then you can say like, you know, whatever the number would be for 7 GB. You can jump 7 gigs into the 8 gig file, and that'll work. At least it should, actually. I don't know if I've tested it, but it actually calls the Windows and Linux stuff directly, so it rather than going through the C++ stuff, which doesn't properly implement big numbers like that. So it actually does handle that for you. So that's all supported. That should all just work, which is great. You can have huge files and it still works. There's also some other helper stuff. There's like fixing offsets. There's built-in stuff for that. It's a little complicated how that works. I'm not really going to get into that here because as a developer, using HedgeLib, you should ideally not really have to do that yourself. HedgeLib should usually call this stuff for you. But yeah, there's also like other helpers like I did in C# with the extended binary reader. There's like write nulls, and you can say like write 40 nulls, right? And it'll do that. Yeah, it actually does it pretty efficiently too. It has a static allocated buffer of 1024 nulls, and it'll just check if the amount that you want to write is within 1024, and if it is, it'll just write from there. Otherwise, it'll allocate a buffer. And then anyway, I don't know why I'm explaining that. It's all really thought out. There's also align and pad. So align is for reading. So if you're reading a file and you need to align the stream position by a certain value, so like say you want it to be divisible by 4 or whatever, you would just do this, right? So you can say align the stream by 4, and that'll just fix the position. And if you're writing a file and you need to like write nulls or whatever, you can say pad. And so say for example you just wrote a string and you need to pad it by 4, yeah, you just say pad 4, right? And yeah, that'll write the correct amount of nulls for you. It computes it and it calls that and it does everything. So yeah, lots of I'm honestly very proud of what I came up with the streams. I think it's very, very clean and very nice, and it should be very easy to use. So yeah, good stuff. Oh, there's also git size, which is really helpful. I don't know why this isn't in like built-in C++ stuff. This gives you the size of the file. So you can say, or whatever the stream is, you can say file size, and you can just do that. And there you go. You don't have to do like path.getSize or whatever it was or anything. No, you've got a stream open already. Just freaking get me the size of the dang stream, dummy. So you can do that. It just calls the built-in native stuff for that, and yeah, you get a number. So it's all good. So anyway, so the cool thing about this is, yeah, it does file streams, but you know what else it does? It does memory streams. Oh, it's not actually in. I have to import it, but. Oh, where is it? Sorry. There it is. Okay. Yeah. You got freaking memory streams. So I implemented these as well, and I thought I was kind of proud of them. So you can initialize it from a buffer that you already have loaded in memory, or you can give it an initial capacity if you know what the size is going to be roughly, or you can just say nah, and you can just do this, and that's valid too. And then basically what you do is, yeah, you just write. This is valid code. This all will work. I made it so that it has like a buffer. It works very similar to an etcd vector, right? This is all custom code. But yeah, when you say to like write, it's going to like figure out if it needs to increase the size of its internal basically vector, and if it does, it will. Otherwise, it'll just reuse it. So it's actually efficient as well. Like it's as efficient as a vector or a list, right? And it's a string, and so you can write bytes to it or read from it. And it's very powerful, right? Because you can, what you can do is, oh, here's the cool part. So because this and the file stream both inherit from stream, you can have a function that just, you know, read data, right? You can just do that. Sorry. Yeah, and then you can just call the, you know, read whatever. And it doesn't matter if this is a memory stream, or a file stream, or even a custom stream that you programmed yourself that isn't even part of HedgeLib. It'll just work. So I know it's a really basic thing, but like, it's powerful, and I'm kind of happy about that. And so this memory stream thing is really useful. I actually used it internally in HedgeLib a lot. When you're writing pacxv4 files, gosh, it's a nightmare. Holy frick, that format is ridiculous. I don't know what they were on. They were high. It's insane. There's parts of the file that reference other parts of the file that it couldn't even know about yet because of the order of which it's written. It's like, generating them is actually legit really tough to do. So HedgeLib does it, but it took a long time to get it to work. Anyway, so because of that, you need to like actually have a buffer that isn't in the file yet, but is being like worked on. And anyway, memory streams let you do that. So when I like compress the data, for example, what I do is I have a mem stream, and I write the whole file out to that mem stream, right? And then I take, what you can do is with mem stream, there's another function on mem streams called get data. And this will give you back what's called a blob, not to be confused with the person. You can think of a blob as just being a big array, okay? It's just an array of bytes, or a big buffer, that's all that it is. So if you actually look at it, you can see it literally is like, it's a buffer and a size, and that's it. And so you can get the whole, so you can write all these foos to your stream, and then say, give me all the bytes that I just wrote, and here they are. And now you can just do whatever with them. So you've got the data here, and whatever you want to do with that. So what I do is I write the whole PacX file uncompressed to the memstream, and then I get the data from the memstream, and then I compress that data, and then finally I write the compressed data back out to the file stream or whatever you passed in. Yeah, that's how I implement that. So anyway, there's a lot of flexibility with it. I mean, you could technically make like a network stream if you want. You can make it like so you can read and write like over the internet, right? And then HedgeLib will just support that. It'll just work as long as you write that code. The rest of the code here will automatically take it in. So cool stuff. We got a lot of flexibility here. Unlike the freaking C++ streams, there's just a tel. There isn't like a tel G and tel P or whatever the frick C++ does. It's weird. There's just tel. So that just gives you the current position of the stream. And anyway, there's a lot of things where it's cleaner and a lot of reasons why I wanted to do it like that instead of... If you really want to, like, if you have to interface this with the, you know, normal C++ streams, you can do that too. Just write a custom, write a custom class that extends from the HL stream and just, you know, wraps over the C++ stuff, and that'll just work. So, yeah. That's what a simple extended binary, and they like that? Thank you, that's what I was trying to do. They help you understand because you're a dum-dum? No, you're not dum-dum, not at all. C++ is a really freaking weird language. But yeah, that's what I was trying to, thanks for saying that. I'm glad that it helps, because I was kind of trying to, like, explain it in a way where, like, people who are used to C# would be able to get it. So that's great. I'm glad to hear it. You swear the pack devs made the format harder to crack for every revision. Somehow I misread that at first. All I saw was the part where you said crack. I thought you were going to say that the pack devs were on crack, and I still agree. I still agree with the statement. You get the wording for functions that make no sense. Yeah, I know, me too. So that's why I wanted to write these. I think it made it much easier to deal with, and yeah, I'm happy with it. I think it works out nice. So yeah, you notice that for all the save functions as well, yeah, they take in file paths, but they also take in a string. So if you, for whatever reason, oh, I don't want to actually write this model out to a file, I want to write it out to like a memory stream, and then I want to do something with the memory stream and then write that out, right? You can do that. You can say, okay, mem stream, right? And then just say, okay, write the model out to my mem stream. And there you go, it's done. It's going to do that. And then now you've got a mem stream. You can do whatever you want. You just got memory that has all the model data in it, and you can just do whatever the frick you want with it. You can say like get data. Okay, so you might notice there's actually two different variants here. So the difference is get data will return it as a blob. So what that does is that's going to give you your own copy of the data. Okay, so it's going to take all of the data in the mem stream. It's going to make a brand new buffer. It's going to copy all that data to that new buffer, and then it's going to return that, okay? So the reason that that's useful is because you can say stream data like this, and then, like, whatever, you can, like, return stream data, and so now your mem stream is from a function or whatever, right? And now your mem stream dies, right? Your mem stream is going to die when you do that, and it's going to automatically be closed, and all of its memory is going to be freed up, okay? But your stream data is going to live on, because that's its own object that you just returned. So that's all, this is going to work, is the point, right? You can literally do this, and that's going to work, and that's valid. You don't have to worry about, you know, deleting it. If you want to mess with the internal data, though, without making a copy, you can do that too. So that's where the pointer one's for. So what that does is, that gives you a pointer to the memory that is currently allocated by the mem stream. This is for advanced users. If you don't understand this, it's okay. But this is basically like, so like you can do like this. Well, I don't actually have a struct called foo anymore. You can do that, right? And so this pointer will point to the memory that's inside the mem stream. So then you can mess with that. You can say, like, actually, take that memory that you just wrote out to the mem stream and actually change it, and you can do that, and that's actually gonna work. You can do crap like that. So yeah, but as soon as the mem stream dies, so as soon as you say like this, or you know, it just goes out of scope, right? As soon as this mem stream is no longer a thing, this pointer is going to no longer point to valid data. It's going to point to garbage, right? And so if you try to use it after you... So if you try to... Like, if you close the mem stream and then you try to do, like... You know, this... That will cause a crash. Because you're trying to edit the mem stream's data, and the mem stream's data has been deleted. right? So yeah. So anyway, that's the difference between them. So this one is like editing. It's like a reference directly to what the NetStream's internal data, whereas this is gonna make like a copy for you. It's your own copy. So that's kind of the difference. If that doesn't make sense, then just stick with get data and you'll be fine. Anyway, so there's really a lot of stuff here. Something just working. See, that's a miracle. I know. Is there active reading Twitch chat instead of come back? I'm trying to, but I'm doing a bad job. There's fireworks going off outside. Can you come over to your state and tell your neighbors to get the heck out of here? Hey, Taz's neighbors. Friendly reminder to shut up. Okay, thank you. You have to listen to that song? Yeah, I know, right? They're so great. Pushback makes no sense for adding to a vector, just to add. Yeah, I don't really get it. I don't know what they were thinking. With that naming, it's so weird. But anyway, yeah. So that's a taste of some of the stuff this does. There's a lot of crazy things that I've added here that I'm not going to get into all of them tonight. I just wanted to give you a brief overview of how to use this. So hopefully an idea of like how you can actually write your own tools that that use HedgeLib. I'm trying to make it as easy as possible and flexible as possible. And honestly, I feel like I'm doing a good job of that this time. I'm quite happy with what I've come up with. But I still have a ways to go. There are still some things that I need to improve and that I want to make better and everything. And anyway, with that said, with all that out of the way, and actually I did expect to do that. That was going to be part of the stream. I was going to take a while to give a little tour. So that wasn't just me wasting time. That was actually part of what I was going to do tonight. So, but with that said though, now that I've sort of done that, I want to actually get to work on programming it. So I'm going to start to add some new stuff to it. So as you saw from the stream title, what I'd like to do still tonight is I want to work on FBX stuff. So you can see I already have it exporting. There's already an export FBX function, and it actually is what? Guys, look at this. I clicked on the export FBX function. I hit F12. That's supposed to take you to the code for this function, right? It takes me to root node. So VS is drunk. Anyway, what I wanted to show you was this. I've already got all this code in place that actually handles exporting it and everything. As you can see, there's errors though because I'm in the process of changing something with how this scene stuff works. So I literally started that before I started the stream, and that was kind of a bad idea. But anyway, I haven't finished it yet. So I'm gonna finish that tonight, and I would like to try to get some stuff working with FBX. So one thing I want to show you all. Something that's kind of okay. So let me what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna actually import an FBX from that I generated with HedgeLib earlier today. So here's an FBX file that I generated with HedgeLib from the character Sonic model in Lost World. All right. So when you import this, it takes forever. Lovely job, VS. Yeah, sometimes it just be that way. It gives some warnings that honestly I don't entirely understand what it's even warning about, but it doesn't seem like it's a problem. It seems like it's warning me about something that Sonic Team did, not that I did. They're warning me that there are some... I think the warning here is that there's some nodes that aren't actually part of the Sonic skeleton, but that's actually how it is in the model data, so yeah. But anyway, here's Sonic. So you can see he actually imports correctly, and he's got bones, so you can actually click on the bones, and you can move them. And I actually have bone weights supported. So yeah, it's fully functional FBX importing for the most part, but there are some things that are not done yet. Also, there's some weirdness. I don't know if the bones are all correct. Is that right? I don't know. Maybe that's right. Some of it seems like it's being stretched a bit weird. I'm not sure if the bones are actually correct. They are working, but I feel like the bone weights are maybe a little off somehow. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing some calculations wrong though. Or maybe that's just right. I don't know. I don't really know until I am able to get Havoc's stuff working somehow. But anyway, ignore those. Doesn't seem to be an issue. Okay. Well, cool. I guess that's actually how it is in game. Your comment didn't go through because you typed. Yeah. This one didn't go through either, but it actually allowed me to show that one. So I did. Sometimes YouTube doesn't even let me do that, and then your comment gets lost to the void, and I'm sorry that keeps happening. I have no control over that at all. Anyway, what are those blank nodes? Which ones are you talking about? You mean like this, Sonic Body? So that was what I was something I was gonna talk about actually. Hey Showa, yes I am. How you doing? Oh, so you're worse than me? I know, yeah, same. They're a nightmare. So okay, so here's something interesting to know. So I wanted to show this because it's not in a compilable state right now because I'm messing with some stuff. I've got a function called print bones. It's this debug thing that I'm doing, and it just, it's disgusting code that I just quickly typed with no thought whatsoever. It just prints out all the bones for a given model that's about to export to FBX. Anyway, I think this actually is hang on. Okay, I think I can actually, I think I got an exe of this that I can still run, so I'm gonna do that. There it is. Got a lot of crap. Don't mind all of this. Oh, where is it? It's on, yeah, hedge tests, and then it's under debug. This is it. Okay, so I believe when I run this, it'll re-export the FBX, and it'll, no. Okay, I don't know why. I don't remember what build that is. I don't know why that's doing that. Oh, it's because I'm just importing it directly from, yeah, okay, so, well, I could fix that, but anyway, the point is, it prints out all the bones, and then it exports, and you can see when you actually look at the bones from this model that they are actually exactly like this. So, the bones are literally, Windows is doing that bug again that I hate. Sorry. The bones are literally exactly like what you're seeing here, except for that. Yeah. The bones are literally exactly like what you're seeing here. However, there is something that's a bit odd, so I wanted to talk about this. I need to ask Scythe about this, because if anyone's gonna know what to do about this, he would know. But I figured I should bring it up on the stream anyway, just maybe someone here knows more about this than I do. So, okay, so for the longest time, in the Hedge Engine Mirage model files, there's the section towards the end that lists out all of the, what we thought were bones, okay? And the way that the bones work in the Hedge Engine model data is like this. Oh, I guess I renamed it. Yeah. So it's just an array of these, okay? And it's just an int, which is the parent index. So that's the index of the parent for this node. So it can be the index of the parent, or it can be -1, which means that it has no parent. So the root node always has it as -1, right? Anyway, and then it has a name, which is just represented as, it's just a pointer to a string, but yeah, it has a name. And anyway, the name is the name of the node, and that's it. And then elsewhere in the model data, after that array of nodes, they then have a separate array of node matrices, and this is just an array of matrix 4s. Well, one for each node. Okay, so there's exactly one of these for every one of these nodes, and that matrix can be used to figure out the position, rotation, and scaling of the node. Okay, so again, for the longest time we thought these were bones. Even in Skype's version of libgens, the latest up-to-date stuff, it calls them bones and everything. Okay. I don't think they're bones. I think they're nodes. I think the difference is that nodes can be bones, and they usually are bones, but they can also be something else. They are just a thing in the scene, alright? So they don't have to be bones. They can also be something else. And the reason that difference is important is because you'll see these bones right here that have been imported by HedgeLib, right? Sonic Body, Sonic Hand Foot, IL, and IR, okay? So these look like bones, but you'll notice that they're not part of this one right here that's called reference. If you don't know, reference means skeleton, right? This is like the skeleton. So everything that's a bone should be a child of reference, and sure enough, all the bones are in here, right? But not these. IL, IR, Sonic Body, and Handfoot, no, they are not part of reference, they're part of this. So that says to me that they are not bones, they're models. And sure enough, if you click on the meshes, it makes sense. Like these ones that I'm selecting right here. Yeah, this is all... I think there's a fifth one. Yeah, all of this is part of Sonic's body, right? So it makes sense that this would actually just be submeshes of this. You see what I'm saying? So this is a model called Sonic Body, not a bone, it's a model. And then these are the meshes that make up that model. See? And then this, what is that? That's I, well, it depends. I don't know if when they say IL, and IR, obviously that means left and right. But I don't know if that means, music's a bit loud now, isn't it? Hold up, sorry about that. Let me know how the volume is. I don't know if it means, so obviously it means left and right. Oops, I lost them. There we go. I don't know if it means Sonic's left eye and right eye, or the left and right from your point of view. Like, is the one that I have selected right now, this one, is that, because that's on the right from this point of view, but it's Sonic's left eye, right? So I don't actually know which one that is, but anyway, one of them. I'm gonna pretend that it's Sonic's. So this would be Sonic's left eye. So that goes here, and this is part of his. Hang on a second. There's one of these that's gonna be his other eye. Well, there should be. Maybe I accidentally selected that one. I must have accidentally put that in here. Yeah, I did. Okay. So then, all of these, if you actually select them all, look at this. They're part of his hands and feet. Oh, and there's also another one down there that I didn't select, apparently. Oh. How am I so bad at everything? Jeez. Anyway, they're all part of his hands and feet, right? So they should be part of the hand-foot. So this is how it actually looked. This is how I believe Sonic Team Scene actually looks. It's more or less, though I think it's a little different, okay? So, see how the things that are models have circles next to them? Little circle icons? And the things that are like bones or nodes have these like weird like ruler icon? Triangle ruler boy, right? I think that actually, let me show you something. If you go into the editable mesh here, and this will actually screw up the bones, that warning that 3DS Access gave me. Editing this is actually gonna like screw up the, oh wait, what the frick, what have I done? Somehow okay, anyway, gosh. If you go into one of these and you, ignore the warning that it's going to actually mess up the bones, and you go down and you say attach list, and then what you can do is, right, you can group up all these different models into one model. Like that. And so now you have one big model here, see? Yeah, this was like this. Hang on. Does that make sense? So there's one model here called Sonic Hand Foot, and it would look like this. And then it had different, like, vertex groups. Like, basically, there's different areas of this model that have different materials assigned to them. And Max lets you do that. You can have one model, and you can have different parts of that model have different materials on them. But the HedgeLib engine doesn't support that. So when you export this, like it has to have one material per mesh, alright? So when you export this, it would have to be, that model would have to be split up into different meshes, one for each material, right? Like section of the model that has a different material on it. And so that's exactly what it did, right? So I believe this is how it looked originally. It looked like this. And the same with these. Like this was just up here, it was called IL, and this was just up here, it was called IR, and all of these were combined as one, and they were up here, and it was called Sonic Body, right? That's how I think their scene originally looked. So, the reason I'm explaining this is, when I export the FBX files through HedgeLib, I would like to recreate all of that perfectly, right? I'd like to actually export it how I'm explaining, the way that Sonic Team's FBX would have actually looked, right? However, sadly, I can't find a way to do that, because while to me it's obvious that this is actually how it originally was and that's how it all linked up, there is no data in the file that I can find anywhere at all, and I've looked. I know what every number in the file is now, and none of them, sadly, that I've seen, unless I missed something. I can't find any link between these meshes and these nodes that are called Sonic Body or whatever. And as a matter of fact, I can't even find any link between those nodes and anything. Like the Sonic Body node is linked up to nothing. Nothing at all. And that doesn't make sense, right? Why would you have a node that's linked up to nothing? So again, I think in the original scene it was a model, and the exporter just didn't care. Because in-game, it doesn't matter if that actually is linked up or not, because in the game it's like, who cares? You got meshes, you got bones, as long as the bones work, right? And they do, so it's not a problem. They didn't need to fix that. But I believe that it's just, that data has been sadly, I believe, stripped from the files. So I don't know what I can actually do about this. And I was just gonna kind of ask if anyone in the chat actually understands like what I just explained there. The problem that I have. How can I, like, what should I do, right? What should I do with the FBX, with this stuff? Because what I could do is, I could, instead of having all these different meshes, I could have them all be just part of one model and just give it some random auto-generated name, and then it's just kind of up to you to figure out, you know, which of these bones it belongs to, and then you can do that. Because again, I don't think I can do it automatically, sadly. Maybe there's a way to, but it doesn't seem like there's data for that left over in the file. So you just kind of have to figure it out. Yeah, it's pretty easy to figure it out, like Sonic Body. Oh, it's the models that are part of this body, put that in there, right? And it doesn't matter, like, if you don't care enough to actually fix that, and you just export the FBX, like, you know, just use it directly and re-export it as, you know, like, go through HedgeLib again to make it a .model file again. It won't be byte for byte accurate if you do it like that, if you don't fix it, but it will work. In-game, it'll be exactly the same, right? You won't see any difference. It's just the file's going to be a little different, so who cares? So it's not a problem, but I would like to fix it if possible. I don't think I can, though. So what do I do, right? Because if I treat these all as though they're actually just one big model, rather than individual meshes, because in reality they were several different big models. Like these four here combined to make one model called Sonic Body. You get what I'm saying? So that's how I'd like to import it, but I can't find any way in the file to actually figure that out and link up that data. So what do I do? Because if I just take all of these unnamed meshes and just pretend that it's all one big model, then what's going to happen is you're going to have a big model that has all the Sonic Body stuff in it, but it also has all the Sonic Hand-Foot stuff in it, and the IL and the IR stuff, and that's not correct. You want those to be separate. But if I do what I'm doing now, where I have them as individual meshes, then not only does it look freaking ugly, and I don't know what, you know, I don't know what names to give them because there's no name data in the file, so I have to just give them blank names or an auto-generated name or something, right? Not only do we have to deal with all of that, but then, you know, you have to still manually fix it and make it how it would have been in the original, you know, and that's just not great. I'd like to do it automatically, and I'm just saying, I don't know, is there any way I could somehow figure it out? Let me read the chat. Might be impossible, not sure. Yes, sadly, I think it is. I don't think there's anything left over to do that. Yeah, I did next fat. I got the other part of the ice body. I screwed that example up several times, but I think you get what I mean. XNOs do that too. I say that's left. Yeah, I think XNOs actually have all the data intact though. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's actually all intact. I think with XNOs you can actually perfectly import it and export it, which I plan to do. And XNOs are going to be the next thing. As soon as I get this FBX stuff done, I'd like to look at that stuff some more. I want to come back to NN and give it proper treatment. But yeah. You thought I just started playing royalty-free rock music? Yeah, I know, it sounds pretty generic. Maybe they're material nodes? They might be. Well, yeah, like, okay, so, interesting you say that. So if you actually look at the materials that are... So this doesn't actually import the materials yet. Doggone it, Windows, fix your bug. That drives me so mad. Anyway, these don't actually... HedgeLib doesn't handle the material data yet. It will very soon. I want to do that tonight. Well, maybe not tonight, but soon. Anyway, it doesn't do the materials yet, but if you actually look at the materials that are assigned to these in the model data, yeah, there's one that's named, I think it's called like GM Sonic Body or something like that. That's applied to some of these body ones, but not all of them. There's also one that's called like Nose, if I remember correctly, and that's applied to his nose. And his nose is part of the Sonic Body model. So yeah, so not only do the material names not match up with the model name all the time, they're not even close all the time. Sometimes you have nose, and that means body, right? So unless I can freaking, you know, develop AI like GPT-3, right? To like be able to like figure out like, you know, oh, nose is part of the body, you know, some artificial intelligence crap. I don't think there's any way that I can automate that, sadly, because basically Sega's FBX 2.model exporter just doesn't export all of the data. Some of the data gets lost. So you have to, if you're trying to import it back, you have to like figure some of it out on your own. So I think that this is the best I can do, sadly, but it just looks so... I don't know. I'm probably going to give them names, at least, so probably something like, you know, Mesh 1, Mesh 2, Mesh 3, you know, and then you can put it together and piece it all in, you know, if you want to. I think I can do something like that. But there seems to be an issue in 3ds Max, so, I mean, it's surprising, I know. So if you look at the modifiers on the top left, on top right there, sorry, I don't know if you can see that well because it's kind of tiny, but it says like skin at the top, and then underneath it says edible mesh. So if you want to actually group up these meshes together into one mesh, you have to click on this thing down here, and then it warns you that, hey, if you edit this, it might break the skin modifier at the top. Are you sure you want to do it? If you say yes, and then attach them, from my experience, it actually does break the skeleton. So yeah, so like this is actually how I want it to be. This is actually how Sonic Team had it in their original 3ds Max or Maya or whatever scene. They didn't have bones like that, they had this, right? Sonic body. That was just one model like this. That's how I want it. But because I've just edited it like that, I've just broken the skin. So if I actually move like his leg or whatever now, yeah, the skin's borked, sadly. So I don't know, is there a way to attach it without breaking the skin? There probably is, but I don't know how. If there isn't, then frick! I definitely like, you know, the FBX to be fixed already then, so you don't have to actually, you know, break the skin. Like, that's bad. So I don't know what to do about it. So I'm just kind of asking for advice. Max having issues? What a shock! I know, right? What thoughts on Dario's ray tracing mod? I didn't know he made. Wait, are you talking about for Mario 64? I think I saw something about that. Yeah, that's freaking awesome. That's really impressive that he could do that. GM body and GM nose and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know how I could guess that. So there's no link, sadly. Export as the current tools normally do, but so no offense to anyone, but the current tools are lacking quite a bit. I'm actually very surprised that they've been like this for this long and we haven't done anything about it. So Skype's edit of libgens is the best that we have so far, the best tool we have currently to do it. And his tool still leaves a little bit to be desired, but it certainly gets it a lot better. So what his tool does is, here's one that was generated from Scythe's edit of Model FBX, or Model 2 FBX, or whatever it's called. Oh look, Max is being Max again. I heard that 2022 got better, but yeah. Yeah, so maybe, wait, is that the... No, I thought that was the Max Crash Reporter. I was about to laugh. Maybe Max is still you know, an unbelievable piece of garbage. You know, but at least it has Arnold now. At least we have Arnold now. So at least he's here. Really? It's just gonna... Really? Maximum... Yo, Sajid! What's going on? Sajid, actually, I want to ask you something. Can we switch to Blender? Yes, so I'm definitely going to use... So, Blender is definitely... Oh, wow, it actually worked! It just took forever! Okay, jeez. I'm definitely going to use... I want this to have really good support for Blender, right? As well, but Max is... As much as Max pains me, Max has the best support for FBX currently out of it. Like, Blender is great, don't get me wrong, I like Blender a lot, but Blender's FBX support is honestly pretty bad. So I wanted to test in a tool that actually has good FBX support, and get it good there, and then work on making it better for Blender as well, right? But anyway, so this is what you get if you import the Sonic data from Skype's edit of... Okay, so if you use Skype's edit of model FBX to convert the .model file to an FBX, and then you import that into Max, you get this. So there's a few things that are a little off. One thing is obviously the rotation is wrong. Whoa. I don't know what I'm looking at. Are those bones? Anyway, the rotation's a bit off, so obviously you have to, you know, fix that yourself. Right? I don't know why it doesn't set, the right up axis, but, minor complaint. The big issue is this, right? So it does actually, import all the bones correctly, which is good. Dario's model FBX does not. Okay? Dario's model FBX actually doesn't import the bones at all. So the only way they're going to get bones with Dario's is if you also give it the Havoc skeleton, and then it uses that data to get the skeleton, and then it will have bones. But if you don't provide the Havoc skeleton, then it will not provide bones, even though that data is in the model. So that's bad. But Skype's edit does actually preserve the bones, so that's good. Big improvement. However, as you'll see, it doesn't actually give you all the meshes as individual meshes. It gives you it as one big model. So the whole thing is one model, okay? So in reality, if you look at these right here, this is something I was going to point. This is what I was going to point out in Sajid. I wanted to ask you about this actually, for advice. So these are not bones. Those aren't bones. These are nodes, right? Like the bone data in the model files, they're actually nodes, I think. So the nodes can be bones, right? But they can also be other things. They can be models or whatever, right? And I believe these ones that I have selected right here are not bones. Those are actually models. So there was a Sonic body model, right? Which has his arms and his stomach and his head and his nose and his legs, right? And then his hand foot, which has his hands and his feet, right? And then there's IL and IR, and those are what they sound like. So anyway, that's all. Those are different models. So the problem is, yeah, if you want to recreate that data correctly, it's one big freaking model. So you would have to somehow split this model up into pieces, and that's not good. How do you do that, right? But then if you do it like HedgeLib is doing now, where it instead imports them as individual meshes, then you need to attach them together, and either way you're losing. There's no data left over in the model that I can find anyway that actually tells you, that actually establishes a link between these nodes here and the meshes. There's no link at all. So, frick, you just can't import it correctly. You have to do it a little bit wrong and just hopefully have the user fix it up, right? You're surprised your printer even works? Yeah, it does work, but it's kind of a pain. So what I was going to ask is basically, like, what do I do about that, right? I don't know entirely. So there's one more piece of the puzzle that I haven't explained yet. Sky still doesn't do this correctly yet either, sadly. And HedgeLib does, but it's still a bit of a pain. So, fun fact that not a lot of people know about Hedgehog Engine models, okay? So the way that Hedgehog Engine models are organized is you have the model itself, and then the model is comprised of a bunch of things. It has an array of nodes and everything, but it also has an array of mesh groups, as they're called, alright? And the mesh groups each have several different... Each mesh group contains several different mesh slots, and they have different purposes. So there's one called opaque. I called it base in HedgeLib, but I'm going to change that to opaque before I release it. Opaque is for solid. It's also referred to as the solid slot, I think in libgens or G-level, whatever. You've probably heard of it if you've done any Hedgehog Engine modding. And that's for meshes that are totally opaque. They're not see-through. They're like, you know, like Sonic's skin here, right? There's also the transparent slot, which is for see-through things, so things like glass, for example, right? There's the punch slot, which is for transparent things, but things that are not see-through. They are just... Every pixel is either there 100% or is see-through 100%. So think, for example, fences, right? You might have a fence that is a flat plane, and you have a texture on it that looks something like this, where you have like a rectangle, right? And then you have like several different this looks awful, but it's just for the sake of example, right? You would have several different, you know, like whatever. You might have a plane that looks like this. And so, well, okay, you would have to fix this, but yeah. And so every pixel of this texture is either 100% solid or 100% transparent. There's no in between, right? That's what punch is for. Punch is for that. If it's see-through, so if it's instead like, you know, well, like this, right? Where it's like kind of transparent. That's what the transparent layer is for. So that's the difference. Anyway, and there's also a special slot which is complicated. I'm not going to get into that. But anyway, that's how that works. So you've got a model which is contained in several mesh groups. Each mesh group has all these different slots, and then each slot is an array of meshes. All right, and each mesh has a material, and then it has vertices. So that's how HedgeLib models are comprised. Fun fact: a lot of people don't know this. I just found out about this the other day. I didn't know about this until just recently. Mesh groups can actually have names. It's just that they hardly ever use it, but they do use it sometimes. It's a feature. So if you actually look at the model data here, I believe this is the array of mesh groups. Yeah, so it says that there are 3 mesh groups in this model, and they start here, alright? So here are the pointers to the mesh groups. So the first one is at, well, 4C, but it's plus 10, so anyway, 5C. Here's the first mesh group. And anyway, this is like the solid slot, this is the transparent slot, this is the punch slot, and then this is the special slot stuff. But then look at this at the end. Do you see those 4 bytes at the end that are just nulls? What is that? Well, it turns out that's the name. So get this. What they do is they write the name directly after the mesh group. It's not an offset. It's just as soon as the mesh group is done, there's a name. And then they put a null terminator, right? And then they pad it to 4. So this is actually just a blank name. So it's just a single null, because it's just an empty string, right? And then it's padded to 4. No joke! That's a thing! That blew my mind when I found out about that. But yeah, so you can see it. In this file, they actually use it. So if you actually go to this mesh group, you can see at the end, after the special slot, there it is! Sonic Mouth, and then it's padded to 4. And so this mesh group is called Sonic Mouth. Why is that important? Well, I found some code in Lost World when I was looking in Ghidra, and when they actually parse the models, what they do is they check that name in the mesh group, right? And then they search all of the nodes in the entire model, and they see if they can find a node that matches the name of this mesh group, right? So they check to see if there's a node called Sonic Mouth. And if you actually search this file, and so, you know, search for occurrences of Sonic Mouth, you'll find that. But later, here's a node called Sonic Mouth, right? So sure enough, Lost World will search for that, it'll find it, and then what it does is it says, if you found a match, take that mesh group and link it up with this node. So they actually do link it. And so if you actually go into the skeleton here, you can see there is a bone, well, it's a node, it's called Sonic Mouth. And so actually this was a model. This originally was a model called Sonic Mouth, and it was just placed right there inside of the skeleton. But yeah, when they exported it, that data wasn't all preserved. But anyway, that's supposed to be a model. So that is something that I actually can preserve in HedgeLib, because what I can do is I can just, if the mesh group has a name, do the same thing that, you know, Sega does. Search all the nodes, see if there's a matching name, and if there is, link up the node with that mesh, right? And so actually with HedgeLib, that's what I do. So Sky's tools and Dario's tools do not do that currently. But HedgeLib does. If you import this model, you can see that actually already in the skeleton, here it is, Sonic Mouth, and it actually put the 2 meshes in there. So these are the 2 meshes inside of that mesh group, and it actually put them in correctly. So in the final version, I would want it to actually be like, what I'm gonna do tonight, actually, what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna make it so that instead of being 2 different meshes, in this case, because we know the mesh group, we know exactly where this is supposed to be, we know 100% for a fact that these 2 meshes were part of one model originally, right? And that it was just located right there. So what we can do is, instead of having it like this, I can make it so that HedgeLib will automatically import it like this instead, which is how they would have actually originally done it in their scene. So they would actually have it like, Sorry, this is boring to watch, by the way. I just realized I'm bothering so much about something that no one cares about. Yeah, they would have had it like this in the scene. So I can make it so that HedgeLib actually does that, and that'll import 100% correctly. But these meshes, I can't. At least I can't see any way that I could do it, because there is no data anywhere in the file that I can find that links these up to those bones. So I don't know if Sonic Team has some weird way that they can figure out how to do it, and that they do it. Like, maybe they do it. Maybe there is a way that I'm missing. I don't know. But unless there is, sadly, I don't think we can. They just write it there? You're expecting it to be a pointer? No, yeah, me too. But no, they legit just freaking write it there. Usually they use pointers, but not there. They just wrote it. Yeah, it's really funny. I'm gonna have you stop programming. You messed something up while programming cutscene core. Now you hate programming. Please see sister me. Oh, it's a Taz DMCA. I didn't mean to post it there. I love X and Y values. We all do. It's actually Taz's like phone number, right? So we need to use it to like place a bunch of like orders for like McDonald's. No, I'm just, please, no. I'm absolutely joking. That would be terrible if anyone actually did that to anybody. Don't do that. And that's not even a phone number, obviously. Anyway, it's just a dumb joke. Sorry. Punches punch through. It's usually used for leaps. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, leaps was the other example I was going to use, but both are good examples. Why is Sonic fuzzy? He isn't. I think what you're seeing is the bones. He's got all these bones all over him. Like over here. You can move them and they like manipulate parts of his model. So like when in Sonic's animations, right? The way that the animations work is they take these bones and they like manipulate them. So like if you want Sonic to run, you would like bend the leg. Well, I don't know why that's not working correctly, but it looks a little off. I don't know. Maybe it is correct. It looks a little weird. But anyway, you would like actually move these bones and everything to like make him in the pose that you want. I know, Tess. I already know. Anyway, so I don't know what to do about it. I think the best that I can do is for the named ones, import them correctly, right? And do the same thing that they do. And for the unnamed ones, just give them a name like Mesho1, Mesho2, Mesho3, so on and so forth, and just do it like this, right? Because yeah, it's a little ugly, it's not great, but I think that's literally the best I can do. With the data that I have, I think that's literally as good as it can possibly get, sadly. Unless I'm missing something big. I think that's as good as it can get. And then it's not that hard for you to go in and just link them together and put them in the right place. But I can't automate that. At least I can't find any way to do it. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. But anyway, okay, so I had to rethink how I was gonna do the scene stuff, and I'm still in the process of kind of redoing that. So again, apologies for... don't mind the mess, right? But yeah, so... I'm still kind of rethinking how to do the scene stuff here. I'm doing a bit of trickery, so that's why this looks so ugly. But it's actually, like, I'm trying to avoid trickery in this new HedgeLib unless I absolutely have to, or it really, really is, like, necessary. The fact that I'm using 6 megabytes of memory just to store up the same string repeated 8 million times means that I absolutely need to do some trickery to fix that, right? So that's what I'm doing here. I'm improving it. I'm making it so instead of referencing things by names, it's going to reference it by pointer. So that's going to reduce that 6 megabytes way, way down. It's going to be all the way down to like a few kilobytes, right? So that's way better. But the problem is that with pointers, the pointers can become invalidated, so you have to be careful. So that's why I'm doing some trickery. What's happening here is I have a thing called in-scene data that has like a private vector of unique pointers to nodes, right? And so I explained this earlier, but like the vector itself will change, but the data that's being pointed to is not. The pointers are going to be constant, right? So then if you have a pointer to this node from over here, that will be valid as long as the scene data class is valid, which should be valid as long as the whole scene is. So it should be good. Just don't make a, just don't do this, right? Don't, like, have a scene and then add a node to it, and then delete the scene. I don't even know how you would do that, like, okay, don't, like, freaking don't do weird trickery like this, where you have like a node pointer, and then you have like a new scope that you've just started, and then and then you have like this, and then you try to use the node down here. Don't do that, and you'll be good. As long as you don't do anything stupid like that, you should be fine. And it's way more efficient, so it's worth it. Yeah, Sajid. Oh yeah, you missed my entire tour of it, but the API is very similar to what Sky proposed. Very briefly, because I know that you actually, I don't have to explain as much with you, because you actually you're an elite hacker programmer, so you should be you'll be able to understand. So if I basically, right, so there's like several different structs. So there's ones that are called raw, and then whatever, and these are just meant for direct loading, right? So these are literally just byte for byte exact replicas of what's in the file, and they're really meant for people who want to do direct loading, so more advanced users, right? Unless you have a reason to do direct loading, then you know, those are meant for you. They're also used internally by HedgeLib to do the parsing. But yeah, so that's the first struct. The second struct is like the managed one, so that this is like this. So like you can just have like a class like Mirage skeleton model, right? And you could just literally say, hey, load it up from a file, and it'll just do that. You can also, I mean, just like spawn the, you can just do this, right? And that works too. But anyway, same thing. And then you could just mess with it. So you can just be like, hey, go through the mesh groups, right? Give me the first mesh group. Give me the. It says base. I'm gonna change that to opaque, because this is apparently what it's actually called in Lost World. I actually found the strings for it. But anyway, I'm gonna change that. But it says base. That's a mesh slot, right? You could say, hey, give me the first mesh in the base slot, and then here's the vertices, right? And whatever. And you can just freaking mess with them. You can say, get rid of the faces. It's a vector, right? You can just do whatever. And then when you're done messing with it, you can say save, and you can save it back to the file, right? Or whatever. Something cool too is also I'm using the iterators, so you can actually use range-based fors. You can say, hey, give me all the mesh groups in the model, and then give me all the meshes in the mesh groups base slot, right? And then you can do whatever with the meshes. And so yeah, this is something. This all works. So that's all cool. And it also has sample chunk node support. So you can say properties, and you can actually add properties. So you can say like topology, and you can say like long name, but you can say like what topology type you use, and then this automatically will make it write that when you hit save. So when you type save, it'll figure out, it checks to see if there's any more sample chunk nodes, and if there is, then it'll write the sample chunk header and all the nodes, right? And if there aren't any, then it'll just use the old one. And you can also manually control that if you want. There's overloads of the save that let you choose what version to use and whether or not to use sample chunks. So you can do that manually too, but the default one is just going to do that, which I think is a good default. Yeah, but then there's also now in the new Token 20 stuff, there's these sample chunk nodes that are actually per bone, right? They're literally like per bone properties. And so the way that I've implemented that is, instead of having, there's this properties vector for the model itself, but then there's also on the individual nodes. So like if you actually go, like say model.nodes, these are bones, right? And they have matrices, they have names, they have a parent index, and then they also have this. And these are the same thing. So you can say like, hey, shadow CA, right? And yeah, you can apply that to just that node if you want, or to the whole model, like this. It's just dependent on where you add the property, right? So you can either add them on a per node basis or a per model basis, and either way it'll do the right thing. You can also have a combination of both. And when you import a model, it'll do the right thing. So it'll see. So these ones are per node, so it'll actually import them correctly on the correct nodes, right? It does that for you automatically when you import it. These down here are per model, so it import those. Actually, the context one gets ignored. It ignores that, but the rest of it will import. So that's how that works currently. Really need to learn C++ for each. It's actually a lot easier than it looks. That's C#. So C# would be for each var mesh group and model. C++ is just this. That's it's the same thing. So yeah, the way that it works internally is kind of weird. What it does is, literally this thing expands to this. Let me try to remember it. It's something like this. And then it'll say, I believe this is, when you type this, it's typing all of this for you. It's literally like the same as if you typed this. Confusing stuff, I know, but it really in depth. But it's using this thing called iterators. Yeah. So what it's gonna do is it's gonna take whatever you put on the right-hand side here, and it's gonna call its begin and end functions. Okay. So if you don't have a begin and end function on whatever this thing is, then this is gonna be an error. You can't compile it. But yeah, all you need to do to get this to work is have a begin and end function that will allow you, that will work like this. So begin here just returns the vector begin and vector. You can just make this a pointer. It doesn't have to be anything complicated. It can just be a pointer, or it can be a whole class. You can do whatever you want with it. It's really flexible, really confusing when you've never seen it before. But it's really powerful stuff. You can have this be anything from like a pointer that's going over an entire array, one element at a time, forward or in reverse, or by twos, or whatever you want to do. You can also have it be like I have a custom thing in HedgeLib here somewhere where oh, what is it? Yeah, so I have a thing called directory. It's actually very similar to the C++17 thing, but it's a way more efficient than the way the C++17 does it. Jeez. C++17's way of doing it is awful. What you can do is you can say, like, whatever. So say you want to get all the files in the whatever folder, right? So you can say, open up a HedgeLib directory with that path, right? And then you can say for each entry in the directory, do whatever. And so each entry you can check to see what is it, right? Like you can say like if this entry is a directory itself, like a subdirectory, or if it's a file. File is just regular. Regular means file. You can see if it's a symlink, all this other stuff that you probably are never ever going to use. But really, the main ones are going to be directory and regular file, right? So like, hey, if this is a regular file, then give me the name of the file, and then like maybe open it up, right? Oh, name is actually the path, I believe. That's a little bit. Maybe I should rename that. Maybe I should change that to path. But anyway, but yeah, but that's the So you can say like, okay, open up the file at that path, right? And why is that not working? Oh, yeah. Yeah, open up the file. So basically, what this code is gonna say, load up every file in this directory, and then do something with it, right? Jeez. Anyway, you get the idea. So, but anyway, the reason I brought that up, the way that this works is through iterators. So this dir thing is really complicated how it's programmed, but it actually has an iterator that is going to like load each file one at a time as needed. Basically, and it does it all efficiently and everything for you, so you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, it's it's pretty powerful stuff, is the point, that you can do with this. Reminds me of when I first came across terminate conditions and how they looked scarier than they actually were. Yeah, they look terrifying, but when you figure out what they do, you're like, oh, is auto just var? Yes, yeah, auto is var. So just using res for names instead of raw, since that's a sonic team user for them. Yeah, I thought about doing that, maybe, but the thing is, I'm already not naming them exactly the same way as Sonic Team. They call this, I believe, internally in Lots Word, it's called something like, I don't remember, but it's something like C Model Resource V5 or something like that, whereas their nodes are called something like C Node. I don't think it's C Node Resource, I think it's just C Node. And their meshes are called different things, and they have a lot of different naming schemes that they use, and I don't know, I just feel like practically like raw makes more sense to me than res, because res is like, what is that? Like, you can figure out it means resource, but it's like, okay, resource? You know, raw is like, oh, this is raw data, right? We're reading this directly from a file. I don't know, so I think that kind of is more clear. But maybe I'll decide to do that. For a while, I was like, yeah, I like the name Mirage Header better than Sample Chunk, and in this new version, I decided, yeah, I'll use Sample Chunk. So maybe I'll change my mind on this too. You're probably right, but I don't know. I kind of feel like Raw makes more sense, but maybe I'll do that. But anyway, one more thing I wanted to show you, Sajid, that I'm kind of proud of is the way that the strings work. So there's a string class, and it's like a abstract class that just has all these virtual functions and everything. Then there's two other ones. There's file stream, which I already kind of showed you how that works, but you give it like the name of the path to the file you want to open, and then you say the mode. So it's like, oh, not next, sorry, and then you say like how you want to open it, so like read or write or both or whatever, right? And then anyway, and it automatically closes itself and everything. You don't have to actually do this, although you can, but it'll do it for you. So then this inherits from the stream class, and so you can do stuff like you can say read object, and this is a template function, so you can actually say I'm sorry, for everyone who's watching this who watched the earlier part, you're watching me repeat everything that I already said. I'm trying to do it real briefly, but you can literally do stuff like you can literally do this, and that'll read this foo struct directly from the file into this area. So that's pretty cool. You can also do read array, and can just be like whatever. Like if you have 4 foos you want to read into this, you can just do that. And that'll do that for you, and it's templated, so it like figures out the size at compile time. So it's real nice. You can also do write. There's ones for that as well. And anyway, you get the idea. There's a whole bunch of helpful things. There's like seek. There's like jump to, which is like it supports 64-bit numbers, which is nice. There's it's just normal tel. There's none of that C++ tel G and tel P crap. There's stuff for writing a certain amount of nulls. You can say like write 40 nulls, or you can say pad the file to offset divisible by 4, so put nulls in until you're there. Or if you're reading, you can say align until you're at offset divisible by 4. And there's a whole bunch of helpers. There's also like, I didn't show this one earlier, but there's also like write string, and that lets you like literally like write like a string. So this will write an alternated string to the file. You can also like read an alternated string. I don't remember how that works. Yeah, you can read it out to a buffer or just have it return as a string, like this. Those both work. And then here's the cool part, right? Here's what I wanted to show you. There's also mem strings. And mem strings support everything that the normal streams do. So all that stuff I just showed you and more, because you can also say like get data, and then you'll get like a you'll get a copy of all the stream data. Or if you don't want a copy, you can say get data pointer, and that'll just give you a pointer to the internal stream data, which will become validated when the stream goes out of scope. But until then you're good, and that's templated, so you can say like this if you want. So really a lot of flexible stuff, and honestly I'm kind of happy about it. I try to make it so you can really mess with it a lot. Anyway, okay. You mentioned earlier in chat about using naming for int sizes in the HL namespace. Just using C# names like byte, short, int, etc. might make things a bit clearer. Yeah, it might. Ironically, I think it might make it a little bit confusing too, because in C++, the sizes of things are not absolute. So like int, if you say size of int on Windows, like realistically speaking, that's always 4 bytes, so it's the same as in C#, right? But on other platforms, it's actually not always 4 bytes. Int can be different sizes based on the platform that you're on, and even the compiler that you're using. I think there's some platforms on Windows that even have like int as a different size. When you say int in C#, that means 4 bytes, and everyone knows that. But when you say int in the land of C++, C++ programmers see that and go, well, what does that mean? How big is that, right? So when you say something like S32, like signed 32 number, that makes sense to them. They go, oh, I get it. That's a 32-bit. It's always 4 bytes. Plus, it's actually just kind of easier to type. So like, not really with int. With int, it's like, no, you can't get much easier than int. But with like, I don't know. Like, instead of having to say like, unsigned short, or I guess in C# it's U short, you can just say like U16, right? So I don't know. Maybe I'll do something like that. Yeah, maybe it makes it easier to. I mean, I think like I don't think you get much clearer than byte, right? Byte is pretty like, you know. The other thing though is I'm concerned that they're gonna clash with the actual names. So if I make something in HedgeLib called int, that's just bad, right? Like that's gonna cause many errors. It's gonna be the compiler's gonna get confused as to whether I mean HedgeLib int or C++ int, right? And it doesn't know which one to use. So I have to be careful with the names to make sure that they don't like collide. Because there are namespaces and stuff, but even with them, it gets confusing pretty fast sometimes. So in C++ 11, which is what this is targeting, there actually isn't a type called byte, believe it or not. So I could totally make a thing called byte, and that would be okay. But in C++, I think it's 20, they're adding a thing called byte. So I don't even want to do that, because I'm scared that it's going to clash in future versions. So it would have thrown you off of the context. Yeah, I understand. I don't know if there's any. Yeah, maybe I can think of a better name for stuff. Names definitely need some improvements in some ways. There's a lot you can do with names. This file's a mess, but it has to be. It implements a lot of stuff that's used throughout the rest of the library. So, but yeah. Anyway, these are the int types. So you can see what they are right there. Yeah, like maybe it would be better to have this be called like byte, you know, instead of U8. But I don't know. I think it's kind of. I think this is fairly simple. Don't mind all this garbage. There's a lot of complicated nightmare code in here. It's actually not bad code. It's just complicated code because it's doing a lot of like. Most of these files are not doing very low-level things. Most of them are being a little more high-level, not as stupidly caring about optimization. This one is doing stuff that's going to be used by the rest of the library, right? So this one has to be actually careful about like making sure that everything works really well and is really optimized. So that's why that one's messy, but you're not really supposed to look in depths of that. What you're supposed to do is just use it. So like there was a thing in there called pointer add. This is kind of helpful. So in C++, if you have like an int pointer, so like this, whatever, right? And you actually say like z plus equals 1, you might think that what that's going to do is that's going to increment. Okay, let me try to show you what that looks like in memory. So let's say you have let's say that this is actually a pointer to an array of ints. Okay, so you have I'm gonna illustrate them like this. So you have an int array that looks like this, right? It's just 4 ints one after another. So in memory that would look like this. Yeah, because remember, you know, each int is going to be 4 bytes in size, and it's a little endian. So this is how that's going to look in memory, right? Okay, so when you have a pointer to the beginning of that array, the pointer is going to point to here, right? The pointer is pointing right here. And so when you say something like, for example, like, you know, this, you're saying access the int at the location that's being pointed to by the pointer. So you're saying grab this whole int right here. That's what you're saying, right? And so anyway, if you say z plus equals 1, you might, as a new C++ programmer, think that what it's going to do is this. Right? It's going to add 1 to the pointer, so it's going to like increment it by 1 byte. No, that's actually not what it's going to do. What it's going to do is, it sees that this is not just a pointer, but it's a int pointer. It can actually see the type. And so it'll go, oh, you want to get to the next int. So you're adding 1 int, essentially. So what it's going to do is it's going to actually do this. See, it went up by 1 int. And so if you did it again, it would do this, right? And it would then do this, and so on and so forth. And so if you actually subtract 1, it's going to do the same thing. Right, it's going to go up and down by the size of an int, not by a byte. And so that's actually very useful. There's actually a lot of reasons why that's actually great. But sometimes it's also just really freaking annoying, because sometimes you're doing some weird hacky stuff in your code and you actually need to just increment it by 1, right? You want to just go up by 1 byte. So how do you do that? Well, you got to do some nightmare code. You basically have to say, okay, actually this is a like a byte, but like I guess char, right? Basically a byte. So pretend that this is actually, it's not an int pointer, it's a char pointer, and then add 1 to it, and then take, so then that way you'll add it by 1 char, so you get 1 like this, right? And then take the result of that and turn that back into an int pointer, and then put that back in. it looks terrible, right? That's a confusing mess. So pointer add just does that for you. So what you can do is you can just say, hey, take my int pointer, add 1 to it, and put the result here. Oh, and you have to give it the type because it's so you have to say it's an int. Anyway, yeah. So this will just say add literally 1 byte to my int pointer. So do this, and then store the result back as an int pointer. So it'll do that for you. It does a bunch of nightmare casting. So anyway, there's a lot of helpers like that. There's like bit count and bit flag. There's bit CTZ. Lots of bit manipulations. Because I use that throughout the library, so I need that stuff. For most programmers won't need that. But anyway, that file contains all that stuff. You can add int24 and uint24. U8 archives use that type, and it's easier to read and ensure than mess around with mask. I don't plan on it because there's not really any good way I can think of to actually do that in C++. C++ does have a really weird feature that a lot of people don't know about. I'm going to show you this. Get ready to lose your mind. So instead of saying int A, int B, like this, you can actually do this. That's a feature. Now let me now I know you're probably looking at this going, what the frick is that? Let me try to explain what this is, okay? What this is gonna do, it's so hard to wrap your head around. Honestly, it's honestly kind of a bad feature. And I think they realize it's a bad feature, and they kind of, it's not recommended that you use this, but this is the thing. What it does is, instead of having an int, which is actually gonna be 32 bits, or 4 bytes, and then having 2 ints, what you're actually gonna have here is it's gonna just basically ignore that type, almost, and it's gonna say, yeah, have an int that's not 32 bits, but instead is actually 30 bits? And then have another thing that you're going to pretend is an int, but it isn't, and it's actually just 2 bits. And so this whole thing is going to be 32 bits. Even though it acts like it's 2 different ints. It's freaking bad. Like, it's confusing, and but that's a thing. It gets even worse when you remember that emptiness is a thing. How does that work? I don't know. To be honest, I don't even really get how it works. What I've read is that it's just kind of up to the compiler, and on some platforms it'll do it differently than on others, and it's horrible. So you could do that. I guess you could say something like this. But I think what that'll do is, I think that's actually going to pad it. So I think it's going to say, the first 24 bits of this int are accessible as this variable called a, and then the other, the remaining bits are just there too, but you can't access them. I don't think it's actually going to make a 24-bit value. I think it's going to make a 32-bit value, and it's just going to let you only access the first 24. So I don't think there's actually a way to do a U24 in C++. I might be wrong. But not without extensions anyway, like with compiler-specific stuff. So yeah, so what you should do is just use a 32-bit number and then just use a mask, right? It's confusing and it's not fun, but whatever, you can do that. It's a good feature actually. It's how you're supposed to do variant sizes, ints, and bit fields. I guess I've used that everyone pre. So, okay, so when I say it's a bad feature, it certainly has uses, right? There's definitely a reason why it's in the language. It's there because sometimes you need that. But it's pretty. I feel like there's a much better way it could have been implemented than that. Just being honest, I don't know exactly how, but I feel like there's a way. I know like Zig. It's not. I'm gonna get this wrong. It's not quite this, but it's something like this. What you do is you just basically, you literally type like something like, it might be like this, I don't remember. You literally type something like int or s or whatever, and then you type a number. And it can be any number at all. And now you've got a 20, and you're gonna get that, a value that has that many bits. So if you say int24, yeah, you get a 24-bit integer. And that's the thing. And you can actually even be like int 840, whatever. You can have an 840-bit int. That's a thing. I don't know how the frick they implement that on the CPU side. It must be a nightmare to compile that, but it actually does compile, and somehow Zig will handle that, so that's cool. I feel like C++ could have done that, but instead they don't. They have a few preset types like that, and then, you know, nothing else. So, It's leftover from C. Yeah, it's leftover from C. Yeah, and I thought it was a bad feature in C too, so... It's not really C++'s fault. It gets way worse when you get into C++ though, because in C++, you have other types. Like, you have this. I don't think that works. Yeah, that you can't do that. That's not valid. But that's I mean, so how do you distinguish between... I think you can't do it with structs and with classes. I think it only works with primitive. I think it's like bools or whatever. Yeah, I have a 20-bit bool. Yeah, you can have like, you know, ints, and you can have like shorts, and even though there's not really going to be a difference because it's whatever. It's okay. It's not a maybe I'm being too harsh. It's not necessarily a bad feature. It's just so weirdly. It's so confusing to wrap your head around. Again, it gets real bad with Indianness, because then it's like, wait a minute, am I saying the first 20 bits of the 32-bit number that is of this endianness? Or am I saying just the first 20 bits? Who fricking knows? It's based on the compiler, so it does different things based on different platforms, and it's just really but for some things you need it, so yeah. You can read around a 24-bit int and UInt with Marathon. That's actually awesome. Compilers weren't really smart back then. This really was a smart way to do it. Alright, so this only allows in primitives and makes the field compiler doesn't treat the same anymore. Yeah, okay, Again, I'm being too harsh. When I say it's not a bad feature, it's just I just think it's very weird and confusing. But yeah, but it is helpful. Alright, so remember when I was programming? Me too. Anyway, so I want to make it so, this is probably kind of bad, and I might change this later, but who cares? This will work. So here's what I'm going to do, okay? So yes, I realized that the part that says channel there, that's kind of bad. So what I'm doing currently is I have an array. Okay, so I guess you could technically have multi-channel vertices as well, but in the real world, nobody does that. And FBX doesn't even support that, to my knowledge. And FBX is like one of the most feature-complete model formats there is, so if it doesn't support it, then there's really no need for you to either, in my opinion. So, I mean, maybe it wouldn't hurt, I don't know, maybe I'll change this all, but the way I have it currently is that you got vertices, you got faces, then you have channels, and each channel has its own array of all the other stuff. So you can have, for example, like, channel 1, which would be, you know, have its own set of UVs, and then channel 2 has its own set of UVs, and so on. Might not be a good way to do this. I realize that, especially like with this stuff. I don't know. I'm probably going to change that. It's kind of bad, but that's just temporary. That's just for now. I'm just trying to do it in the simplest way possible first, and then later, you know, come up with a better way to do it, right? Don't be such a perfectionist, basically, right? Okay, we're gonna also have, we're gonna pass around our weird... Wait a minute, are we? Yeah, I guess this probably makes sense. I don't know, this seems kind of bad, but this will work, I guess. So I think this one was no except... Never mind. Okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, you could also pass in a parent. Yeah, okay, yeah, I significantly changed this, so I'm gonna, like, move all this stuff over. So again, so don't mind this, I'm dealing with some really work-in-progress code here that I'm changing up dramatically. So I'm trying to have the idea of, like, a scene node hierarchy, and I'm trying to do it in a way that actually kind of makes sense a little bit. So the way that I'm currently planning on doing it is you have these nodes, right? Each node has can have a parent, or it can just be the root node, and it can have a set of children. So exactly what you might expect. What it does is basically each node has a different type, okay? So it can just be a node, which is just the baseline, like really basic. It just basically literally has like a name, and it has like a type. It has a pointer to the scene data, which I'll get to in a bit, and then it has parents and children, right? So it has all the stuff you need for a hierarchy, but that's it. No actual data, just kind of like a placeholder node, right? Then you have objects which extend from node. They have that, They also have, no, I guess I haven't added it, whoops. I had this, but I haven't re-added it yet. So they also have transform, is the idea. So they have like, they have a position, rotation, and scale. I guess I could store it as a matrix as well, but I don't know. I think this makes it easier for library developers. You know, what the frick? Library developers? What? No, for people using the library is what I meant to say. Jeez. To actually like manipulate this. So I don't know. Maybe I'll change that, but yeah, those are just gonna be public members, and no reason for them to be private. They're just, I mean, why not edit the scale at any time, right? Anyway, and yeah, so objects are just nodes, but they also have a transform assigned to them. Right? That's kind of the idea. Maybe that's dumb. Like, maybe the nodes should just be able to have positions and everything in them. Like, why not, right? But I'm thinking, I don't know exactly. Actually, I don't know yet how FBX represents materials. I don't entirely get it, but I haven't looked into it yet. But I think that the way it works is that they have a node that actually has a material attached to it, which is freaking weird, because obviously you don't actually see that in the hierarchy once you import it. But I believe that's actually kind of how they do it, so I want to be able to represent that as well by having a node that doesn't have any position, rotation, or scaling or anything. You know, a material doesn't have a position, right? So it's just the base node, and then the object is like has to transform. And then you have meshes, which is from objects, and they also have, you know, mesh data. And then there's bones, which currently don't have anything specific. They just, the only reason that they are a separate class is because in the future I might need them to have something different, but also, beyond that, it's because that way they have a different type, so you can see that this is actually supposed to be a bone, not just like a random, like, thing, you know? So that's sort of the idea. So, this might change how I'm doing this. This might be a bit, dumb. I don't know. But it works. So, maybe I'll change my mind later. I'm gonna copy paste that in a second. Yeah, get rid of this. Okay, and that should all be good. But let me make this protected as well, not private, and make it accessible by this. All right. So, yeah. So okay. So then, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab all these, and I'm going to put it here as well. And I'm just gonna change the bone. And we're just going to change this as well. Okay. And yeah, they have a virtual destructor so that you can, you know, destruct the bigger object as needed. A library is a library! Yeah. We gotta develop a library for a library. Created a function to draw a box and debug in Unity, and it took you 4 pushes to get up. Oh, it took you 4 pushes to get up. Freaking nice. Hey, I mean, you got it. Good. GG. Can't be too perfectionist. Rod's gonna buy on tips. Yeah, it's true. I'm getting a lot better with that though now. Like mid 2020, I was like really bad with that. Like I was getting like nothing done because I kept writing code and being like, it's bad, rewrite it. But now I'm actually like I'm to the point where I'm actually happy with code that I know is not perfect. You know, which I know is not sounds like a small thing, but like that's a big deal because I really did have a huge issue with that before, and it kept me from getting anything done. So, all right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have an addition to these. All right. So I'm gonna. This might change. All right. This syntax might change, but I'm gonna try. Let's try this. I'm gonna static cast it, not reinterpret cast. So if the type that you're asking for is not actually a type that inherits from node, then trying to call this will actually cause a compiler error. But if it is a descendant of node, then it'll work just fine. So that's actually, I'm actually gonna do that intentionally because yeah, like you don't want to be casting it to something that isn't gonna work. So, I'm gonna do that the same down here and the same down here. Yeah, we're gonna have like. Templates are freaking great. I love templates. The root node we're just gonna always return as a node because I think it's always just gonna be a base node. It's not gonna have a root node doesn't have a position or anything like that. It's just a root, right? And then when you add a node, so this is the part that I want to change. So when you add a node, I guess you need to. So this is the part that's I don't know what to do about exactly because obviously you need to be able to add different types of things. So the obvious solution to it, to me, is to have a different variant of this function for each type of node. So you have add node, and you would also have add object, and add mesh, and add bone, right? But then the issue with that is that you obviously have to copy-paste this 8 million times. There's already 3 variants of just add node because I have different ways you can pass in the string, right? So then you would have to have 3 variants for each thing, so that seems like a lot. I don't know, I guess it's not bad, though. Like, I've had to learn this over the years, but having a lot of code, even if it's kind of a lot of copy-paste, isn't necessarily bad. It's one of the things that you always feel like as a programmer, like it's bad, but I don't feel like that's necessarily always bad anymore. Like that, sometimes you just kind of have to, right? Sometimes there's not really a better way to solve the problem, especially in C++. So maybe that's fine, but I don't know. I feel like maybe there's a better way to do that, but could be fine. I don't know. Because the main issue is, well, Brad, you idiot, why don't you just make it so that you can construct the object publicly and then you can pass it into the... Here's the problem, right? I don't want these constructors to be public. I don't want them to be public. Because I want you to be able to... When you construct these, they need to have a reference to the scene data pass into them, okay? And I need to make sure that that scene data is correct. Because the internal node stuff not only, holds onto that reference, but it also has just a straight up plain raw pointer to the parent and a vector of raw pointers to children. And this is okay because of the way that the scene data works. Because the scene data has a vector of unique pointers to nodes, so the vector will change around, but the nodes themselves will not. So that's okay, but it's only okay if you don't mess with this stuff. Like this stuff needs to be like set by HedgeLib internally, and like you don't touch it, right? And it just works. Because if otherwise it can run into issues. Like you can screw this up real bad if you pass in the wrong data and cause a lot of hard to debug things. So I don't want you to be able to publicly make these. I want you to call something like add whatever, and then it does it for you, right? So that's why I'm implementing it this way. I think what I can do is the other thing is I want to have in the actual node itself. I want to have like these add child, right? Maybe I'll just copy-paste this from the scene stuff. Just add node, add mesh, add bone, whatever. I guess I can just do that. I don't know. It seems a bit bad, but it'll work. What do y'all think? Hey, Supersonic16, how you doing? And welcome back to G. 100 steps ahead of yonder dev dang. I'm glad I don't care about my code being good because it's probably absolutely crap, but at least works. I mean, hey, that's fair. That's good. Honestly, kind of hold on to that maybe. Because I really had a problem with that for a while. See, plus there's never a better way to solve a problem. Sometimes. The issue with over-engineering everything for performance is the issue you have with wanting to comment absolutely everything I write. I blame my high school computer science class. Comment every single line of Python you write, my teacher, roughly. Yeah, that stuff gets in, you can get into some bad territory with that, where it's like, you're you never get anything done because you're just constantly like, writing code. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. It's just gonna take like 1 second. Okay, it took like 10 seconds. Sorry. Yeah, 1. There it is. I'm getting like stuffy. I don't know why. Liar. Hashtag he lied. It's like, do you guys know what a lie is? It's not a freaking lie. Anyway. Okay, so when I go to do this, yeah, that's bad. I don't know. This feels bad. Because, like, what's bad about it is the fact that every time that you add a new variant of a node, you need to go in and freaking add 3 variants of a function to the scene data thing, and then to the scene, and then to the node. That's bad. There has to be a better way to do that. Well, how do I do it? Let's see. Because I don't know, like, just maybe I'm being an idiot. I think I'm being an idiot. Yeah, just pass in the node type. Yeah, so just say like just do that, and then just have one switch statement in there that will call the right constructor. So yeah, you have to go in and update the constructor every time, but it's 1 extra step, not like 3 extra steps. So that's way better. Okay, so I'm gonna update that function in a second. So put this in. Also, you may have noticed I support move constructors all over the place. That is a C++ ism. If you've never used C++ before, even if you have used it before, honestly, if you don't know what if you haven't used like modern C++ that much, you'd understand and be like, what the frick is a move constructor? What is this? And I don't really know exactly how to explain it to you, to be honest, because to understand it, you kind of have to understand how C++ stuff works a little more in depth. But simply put, it's an optimization kind of thing that is real nice and can speed stuff up a lot if used correctly. So it's pretty cool. Especially because it doesn't take that much effort to actually support it. So, are you using shared pointers already? Reference kind of pointers? Not currently, because I've heard horror stories of, especially like STD shared pointer being not just slow, but like really slow. I've heard stories of it literally being like your program like it's actually starting to lag because you're using shared pointers. I don't know if that's true. It probably isn't that bad. I assume it isn't that bad. But I've heard stories of that, so I'm kind of trying to, like, unless I absolutely have to use them, I'm trying to avoid them. And I don't feel like I have to use them. Because I just have other ways I can do it, like what I'm doing here. That just isn't that hard to implement. But I did think about that. Maybe I would do reference, maybe I should do reference counting. I know Sonic Team does reference counting, but they do it a lot better than shared pointer. They do, their implementation is actually pretty efficient. It's just it's just a number, right? It is upper like increment or decrement a number, right? And so that's not slow. So maybe I could do something like that. But anyway, okay. So yeah, so I'm gonna have these add child functions, and then I'm gonna do the same thing down here. But they're gonna be like add node, right? Yeah. And oh wait, what did I? Hang on. Yeah. Okay. So what I did was I just got rid of the parent. Yeah. Okay. And then here we go. So here's where the magic actually happens. We're just gonna put this in all 3 of these variants. Why do I have? Does that actually? Do I actually have 3 variants? Oh yeah, because I have to actually call the right constructor or else. Okay, yeah, whatever. That's fine. It's because, like, it's this very small performance thing that probably will not matter, but I just thought I should do it anyway. So, like, for example, right, if you're constructing a new node from a STD string versus from a constant chart pointer, with the constant chart pointer, literally all that you have, it's a pointer to the beginning of a string that has a null at the end. Hey, holy frick, again? Thank you so much, number 7. I really appreciate it. Hedfahug. Wait, did I spell it like that somewhere? Because I totally would not at all be surprised if I made that typo. But thank you, number 7, really much. I appreciate it. Really briefly before I read the chat. So this pointer just doesn't. It's just a pointer, and that's it, right? And to a bunch of chars, and then at the end a null char, right? So when you go to construct an std string copy from this char pointer, you don't actually know how many bytes you have to copy from this value you're passing in. Like if I say add node my node, right? That's my name. When you create the node, you're making a string and you're going to make a copy of this text, right? And so in memory, it's like, you know, like MYNODE and then a null, right? And so that's all you have. So you don't know how many bytes you have to copy here. All you know is that you've got a pointer to something. So so what you have to do is you have to actually step through one at a time. You have to go, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, oh, null. Okay, there's 6 characters. Okay, so make an array of 6 chars and then copy the 6 from here to there, right? If you have an std string, inside that string is also a number that says the length. So it would just say 6. So if you want to make a copy of that, all you need to do is go, oh, allocate an array of 6, copy, right? You don't need to step through and figure out the size. You already know the size. So it's a little more efficient, ever so slightly more efficient to construct from an std string if you can do that. So that's why I have another overload that does that. And then there's a third thing with move constructors, and that's another thing, but I won't get into that. Because that's really a lot for... You need to know about... You need to be pretty comfortable with C++ already before you get into move constructors. I didn't get them for the longest time. Yeah, okay. And, that's correct, isn't it? Yeah, it's just having a VS moment. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's just having a VS moment. It'll fix itself soon. Or we might have to force it to fix itself, but... None of it matches the specified type. Are you sure about that? String, name, no type, node, pointer, parent. So it's right freaking there, dude. I don't know. Error type. It's because I'm an idiot. There it is. Okay, that'll work. There we go. Okay. In C++, the order that you define things in is actually important. So in C#, if you put this at the bottom of the file or whatever and used it up here, that would be fine. That wouldn't matter at all, because why the frick would that matter? But in C++, it actually matters. So you can't do this, right? And then down here, have this, right? You can't do that because at this point in the code, well, VS is saying that's fine, but it isn't. If you try to compile that, that would be a problem. Because, at this point in the code, foo is not actually a thing yet. Because it's going one line at a time from the top to the bottom, right? So, foo isn't a thing yet. So you're trying to make a thing with foo, but it doesn't know what foo is. So you'll get an error. So you have to either put foo above, so it's like this, and then that will work. Or, you have to do what's called forward declaring, where you say this. And what you're doing here is you're saying, hello, there is a thing called foo. Just trust me on that. And later you'll actually tell it what is in there. Actually, that's not enough though, because in order to make this, it needs to know the size of this variable. It needs to know how big whatever is going to be. And it doesn't know the size yet, because it doesn't know what's in foo yet. So this will actually still be an error. But if you're doing like this, or this, that is both fine. Because it doesn't need to know the size of foo to make a pointer to it. It just needs to know, okay, you're gonna have a pointer to a thing called foo, and we'll figure out what foo is like later. So this is okay. Anyway, so if you see this code up here where it says class scene, class node, that's what this is. It's a forward declaration. I'm just saying later on in the gosh, that Windows book. Later on in the file, there's a thing called scene, there's a thing called node. Trust me. std string already better than what? Sonic Team is a class called ref pointer, and it's just 4 bytes. Yeah, I know. As a reference copy and Nickers on... Yeah, theirs is actually pretty alright. It's very simple, but it works. You just wrote hedgehog. You're not picking it. Oh, you actually. Oh, it was a legit typo. I thought it was making fun because that's totally something that I would do. Like, I would definitely do that. By the way, thank you very much. Wouldn't you add 1 to the char length for the null char? Yes, you would. That's right. Sorry. In fact, STD strings support nulls like C#. Really? Do they? I didn't realize that. Oh, that's cool. That's interesting though, because so when you say .c string and you get a C string, I guess the C string is only guaranteed, like, they just say, yeah, you can have nulls in the STD string, but, you know, then if you try to use it as a C string, obviously it's gonna be, you know, it's obviously that's gonna break. That's interesting that you can do that though. Total CS music sounds weird too. It's like almost like it sounds almost like the Wii, but it's sequence samples. Yeah, it is weird to me too, but I kind of like it though in its own way. I don't know. I prefer the Wii ones, but the DS ones are cool too. /0 moment. Yeah, right. It's a null moment. How come VS knows there's an issue but won't fix it for you? AI hasn't gotten there yet. I love how it thinks it's fine when we all know it error out. Yeah, that will literally error. Like, straight up. I know for a fact that that's invalid C++. Is there also a thing called C8 to go with I get it now. Yeah, if you want there to be, yeah. Yeah, so you can actually, like, another thing people don't know, if you want to have a multi-line string, so say you want to have, like, long string, okay? And you want to do, like, you know, really long string, and it's to the point where it's, like, getting way too long, right? And it's like, frick, this is making the code look bad. What you can do is, no joke, I don't know if people know, a lot of people don't know this. You can stop the string, go to a new line, and then start the string again. And end it. And, oh, I swear you can. Yeah, there we go, yeah. And what it does is, it'll actually combine the first quotes and the second quotes, and it just pretends as though it's one big string. And so if you hover over this, you can see, well, I should have put something here, not this is the first line, this is the second line. If you hover over this, you can see that it's actually, this is the first line, this is the second line. It's the same as if you typed this, right? Cool stuff. So you can, number 7, you can do this, and that, anyway, doesn't add a /n though? No, it doesn't, but you can add that yourself. The answer was earlier, but you didn't ask for context. Rainbow Dash or Goku? Seals gave me an answer, but you want more opinions. In what way? Rainbow Dash or Goku? I don't know, Taz. I feel like Goku has more strength. But is Goku cool though? I don't know. Answer the question. In what way? Would make me feel better if there was a plus between the lines. Yeah, same. Just answer the question. Just question the answer. I am questioning the answer. I am doing that. Python programmers crying because they traded that functionality for no semicolons. Oh, rip. Python is a strange language, but hey, it works. Answer the question. Okay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do, right? Okay. Hey Siri, give me a random number between 1 and 2.
A random number between 1 and 2 is 2.
Okay, Goku. I'm sorry, Taz. I'm sorry, it's just math. I asked the computer. The computer is mathematically sound. That's the answer that it gave. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. All right, so we're gonna make a Oh, by the way, if you might be wondering what the in means, like in underscore, in means internal. I just prefix everything that is only meant for internal use within HedgeLib with that. So that just makes it clear that you can only use it, or you're only supposed to use it anyway, within like this file, for example, right? So okay, so I'm gonna make a function called in create node of type, and then we're gonna say node type. All right, and this is gonna be literally like switch, right? Oh, frick. Okay, yeah. Here's what we'll do, because I made the constructors private, so we're gonna do this. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. Click on it. Okay. And we're gonna switch type, and then we're gonna say, okay, so based on the type, do something different, right? So if type is node, then make a new node. Yeah. Oh, we also need this. Well, this. Yeah. And oh yeah, name. Frick. Okay. We might need different variants of this one too. Whatever. Screw it. We'll do that. That's fine. Okay, there's gonna be some copy pasting that's kind of dumb because you don't technically need to do this, but for performance, I'm going to do it. Yeah, we'll have this. Okay, and this will just be the first variant. Okay, so if it's an object, then we're making an object. If it's a mesh, we're gonna make a new mesh. And we don't need to do that. Well, I guess we do. For this, we don't. And for phone, maybe we do that. Okay. Weird code, but that'll work. Alright. So that'll spawn the right thing. What? I don't see the issue. Is it because it's private? It's I somehow I forgot to mark it as a friend. No, that's an inside joke. Anyway, there we go. Use a Control KD, bro. Wait, Control KD? What's that? I actually forget what that is. Hang on. Is that? Oh yeah, it's indentation. Cool. I don't actually usually use that. I just use tab. I do use this though. Use that a bunch. Do we usually put static before this or after that? I don't remember. I haven't actually tested it with the DLL yet. It should work. Static libraries, you can literally just delete that and it's fine. But with DLLs, you need to have, it depends on the platform and compiler you're using, but on Windows, if you're building a DLL, you need to have it say export, because you're going to be exporting this function from your code into the DLL, essentially, is how you're supposed to think about it. And then when you're using the DLL in another project, you're like importing it, because you're importing it from the DLL into your project. So you have to prefix it with one of these. And then if you're on GCC or Clang or whatever, then you just use this freaking weird looking thing, attribute visibility default, and it just figures it out for you. So anyway, but you gotta put that, I forget if it actually matters the order of it, like maybe you have to actually do this. I don't know, whatever. When I go to actually try to build it as a DLL, which I will do at some point, not tonight, but like some point, I'm going to, I'll test that, right? So I feel bad about this. I feel like there has to be a better way to do this than freaking copy-pasting this 3 times. Yeah, that's still pretty bad. You have to copy-paste it 3 times. But, like, obviously you could, like, just set the name after you create it, but then, I want to, like, construct it, right? Like, that's the point. is to construct it. Like, what's the point of having even the move constructor and everything unless you're actually going to take advantage of it? So, it does, though? It must be another one of those dumb errors. Oh, geez. Or I could be dumb. Oh. Y'all probably pointed that out in the chat, but I didn't see it till now. Things inside namespaces aren't indented. Gross. Oh. I disagree. I see where you're coming from for sure. It does definitely make the code easier to read until you start to actually write more code. Right? Once you start to actually, like, write more and more stuff, you'll see that, like, when you indented it, like, wastes so much space. Like here I have this HedgeLib namespace, and then inside that I have an internal namespace. So if I'm indenting it, I'm doing this. Yeah, and then I'm doing this. And it's like, and the thing is, I know it's a weird rule, but I always try to, I just think it makes it way more readable and nice looking. I always try to keep my lines of code, as close to, like, below 100 characters, if possible. Sometimes they go over that, but, like, with comments I make an exception, where sometimes comments can go a little bit over, a few characters over. But even with comments, I try really hard to keep it at 100. That's my sort of goal, to keep it at 100, not more than less. So when you're doing that, right, like, this is already 75. Like, you can see how it gets to 100 extremely fast. It just, I don't know. When you have it like this, it's like, I don't think it makes it unreadable. I think it's still very easy to see what's going on. And it's like so much space that you're saving. So, I don't know. In C#, I definitely agree that you should indent. Because in C#, it's like, you're not usually writing out this much text per line anyway, because a lot of the language is designed to be a lot more efficient to type, which is a nice thing. But in C++, you've got things like std vector open, std unique pointer open, node close close, m node semicolon, and it's like that alone is like, you know, I'm at 48 characters here. And that's without indenting it. So you can see how it gets, like, you know. But I understand why people would disagree with that. That's a stylistic thing. When I heard Control KD, I thought of commenting code. Me too! I was like, wait, is that commenting? Why would you cut annotation towards 100 characters? That sounds odd. Because they're characters too. Like, look, the problem with 100 characters isn't the fact that it's 100 characters. Like, okay, if I type this out, like, the problem is that it's like, look how much of the screen it's taking up. It gets to the point where it's like really hard to read this. Especially when you get, like, to this extent where it actually wraps around and stuff, right? Even if you've got, like, a string where it's, like, you know, like, not 100 characters, it's like this, right? If you've indented it like that, like, that's freaking impossible. Like, that's a nightmare. It's, like, way too much indentation, you know? I don't know. I'm definitely for indentation, but not, like, I want not too much. I try to keep it sort of left-sided, you know? Like, this function here is about as long as towards the right as I usually try to go. I don't want it to be like that, or more, you know? I feel like that's, like, too much at that point. Especially because, like, I'm developing this on a pretty big screen, but, like, sometimes you've got, like, if you're developing it like this, like, say you've got a window next to this, right? This still fits on the screen. So that's good, but if it was indented, even just once, it doesn't anymore, right? Now it has to wrap around. So it's like, I don't know. It's a preference thing. I get it, but I don't feel like it's that bad. Especially because I don't usually have. With C# you would have a lot of namespaces. With C++ I try to, like, keep it all. Like, most things are just in the HL namespace anyway. You know what I mean? So it's not like it's actually important where you have to, like, know what namespace it's in. It's like you can usually figure it out pretty easily just based on the context of it. You follow a similar rule, but you don't count indentation. That makes sense too. You do include strings in the character count, but you tend to split the line after a sentence ends. What's the worst use of if-else statements? I'm not sure what you mean by that, I'm sorry. Oh, you mean like the worst that I've ever seen? People really go, okay, like, Yandere was really bashed a lot for all the if-else statements in his code. Truthfully, right, there were a lot of bad things about his code, but that was really not one of them. That was honestly a really dumb complaint. Because there's two things you have to consider there, right? First of all, just practically speaking, if you actually were to type out all those if-else statements, like, yeah, a switch statement is usually better. Usually you want to do switch because it's just easier to... If you want to do, like, a bunch of comparisons on one value, right? It's just a little bit less typing and do switch, and it's just more flexible, and it's just... sometimes it's faster as well, ever so slightly, right? There's a lot of, like, potential benefits to it. But it's really not, like, that bad to do if-else. Because, like, people say performance, but it really isn't a performance thing. Like, your compiler... And this is coming from a guy who's obsessed with performance, right? If that's a performance problem, then your compiler is really stupid, right? Because any compiler that has even, like, you know, a 1 IQ, you know what I mean? Is going to notice that you're doing if type equals whatever, else if type equals whatever, else if type equals whatever, you know, you're checking the same value over and over again, and it's gonna go, oh, I'll just basically make that a switch for you, right? It's gonna be literally the same as if you typed a switch, so it's not a performance thing. It's really just a stylistic thing, really? And I can actually kind of see why you might prefer if-else in some cases, because the switch is kind of weird looking. I like switches, but I can see how people could think that this is kind of weird versus, like, you know, this. That honestly... I think this looks more clear, the intent of this. Especially for, like, non-programmers, it's like, what is this doing? Well, it's checking if this value equals this, right? What is this doing? The same thing, but it doesn't really look like it, you know what I mean? So I don't think that, like, if-else are bad, it's just that, like, you probably should use a switch, but, like, people, like, we're going off on him for that for no good reason. The second thing, and this is the killer, right? Even if you think, no, you're wrong, it's bad, you should never ever do that, okay. The code that people were looking at was decompiled. It was a C# decompilation. So yes, C# decompilation is extremely accurate. Like, it's actually very accurate. It's to the point where it often honestly is pretty dang close to the original code, if not identical. But something like that is so basic that, like, I wouldn't at all be surprised if he actually did type a switch statement in some places, and the C# compiler generated basically a bunch of else ifs. Because that's basically what it's doing a lot of times in C# anyway. So, like, literally his code might have actually had a switch in it. Like, to go off of a stylistic thing like that on a decompilation is just dumb, because it's like complaining that, like, oh, look at how much he indented his code, and it's like, he maybe didn't. It's decompilation. It's not 100% accurate, you know, anyway. That said, I'm not trying to defend him and all that, you know. He definitely did have a lot of bad code stuff he did. Like, there was a lot of string comparisons, which was really bad. Like, generally in programming you have a thing called an enum. You can say, like, you know, enum, like, say that you have, okay, pretend that you've got a, I don't know, you've got a object that can represent, like, a piece of clothing or something, right? And the type of clothing can vary. So you might have an enum called, like, clothing type, and then it has all these different things where you have, like, you know, like shirt, pants, belt, shoes, skirt, capitalized F accent. Why is that one? Okay, VS is weird. You know, whatever. Freaking headband. I don't know what else would be in Yandere Sim, but you get what I'm saying. You'd have something like that, and then somewhere in your, you know, like, clothing, like, class, you would have, like, this, right? And you would set this variable to one of these. And so then if you want to check what type of thing it is, you do a switch statement and you just check all the different values it is, right? So a lot of times in his code he didn't do that. A lot of times he did this. And then instead of checking the enum, he would check, like, if type equal, like this, right? Or shoes, or whatever. And that is actually bad. And there's a reason that that's bad. Because it doesn't look bad. In terms of code, it's like, you can see how if a novice programmer would not realize that that's bad, but it's actually bad. Because here's the thing, right? What an enum is it's actually a bunch of numbers, okay? So this is actually, if you hover over it, you can see that's actually 0. That's actually 1, That's 2, that's 3, that's 4, and so on and so forth. You can actually set them to custom numbers as well if you want, but by default it just goes incrementally. So the point is, this is like, we've got names here, but these are just numbers, okay? So what you're actually storing here is not, you're not storing like shirt, you're storing 0, right? You're not storing pants, you're storing the number 1. You're storing the number 2 for this, 3 for that, so on. And so when you check type, all that you're checking is a number. You're saying, does type equal 3? That means it's shoes. That's what you're doing. So computers are super good at checking numbers, right? That's easy to do. Strings, no. Because for a string, you can't just say, does this number equal 5? No, you have to say, check each character of the string one at a time individually. And go, see, does this equal capital H? Yes. Does this equal lowercase e? Yes. Does that equal lowercase a? Yes. Lowercase d? Yes. So on and so forth until you get to the end. And only if every one of them matches can you then say, yeah, it's a headband. So it's literally like, you can see how much slower that would be, right? Because you're literally doing it on a per character basis for no good reason at all. There's already a feature in the language that does this for you efficiently, right? It's called enums. Use it. So that's an example of something bad that Yandere Dev did in his code, and that's not a compiler thing. He actually did that. But if else is not a bad. I don't know if you were even talking about Yandere Dev, but I don't know who else you because if else that seems to be an issue that was that's mostly brought against him. So anyway, let's see. If else isn't even that expensive for some bool or int check, it's going to be 2 extra the most. Compilers these days are really smart, like straight up. Unless you're writing genuinely like code that's bad in a way where there's not an obvious way that the compiler can figure out how to optimize it. You know what I mean? Like if you write code that says make a string with this text in it and then check the value of the string, the compiler isn't going to really be able to optimize that much because you told it very specifically to do one thing, and it has to do that thing. You know, it wants to do the thing that you asked, so it's going to go, okay, I'm going to check the string. But if you're doing something like, you know, if-else statements on enums, it can speed it up a lot. It can figure out the most efficient way to do those checks, and then it can do that. And it can do the same thing that you asked, but really efficiently, right? So they honestly are really smart. You'd be shocked how smart they can be. If you haven't heard of this before, I highly recommend this. I think everyone here who's a programmer already knows about this, but in case you don't somehow, hold up. There is a website called godbolt.org. I don't know what it stands for, but it's godbolt.org, and it's the compiler explorer. And this is a great thing. I highly recommend using this if you haven't used it already. If you ever asked yourself, man, you know, is this actually going to be fast? Is the compiler actually going to optimize this? But you don't know the answer? You can get the answer on this site. So all you have to freaking do is you just type some code over here, right? And you can pick a compiler. They have all these different compilers on all these different platforms. You've got like MSVC on Windows, and different versions of it. You've got like GCC on Linux. You've got the Intel compiler even, which normally costs a lot of money, but they have it here. They have these virtual machines where they paid for it, where you're actually able to access them. So it's all legal and everything. But yeah, freaking great stuff. You got Clang, all these different versions of Clang. You've got it for like ARM-based machines, so like what's on your phone and all that, right? You can just, everything you could think of is basically on here. And you've even got different programming languages. You can do C, you can do Go, you can do Rust, Python, Swift, Zig. D is on here. I don't see C# or anything, sadly, but basically everything that like is like low level to some degree is on here, and also Python for some reason. Anyway, so yeah, if you ever want to like see how smart a compiler is, just screw around with this for a bit. You'll be pretty surprised by some of what you can, how smart they can get sometimes. I think it's O2. Is it O2? No, that's the Windows one. I'm pretty sure. I always forget if O2 is the MSVC flag or the GCC/Clang flag, but it just means optimize the heck out of it for me, please. That's what that means. And where is the version of MSVC that I actually want to use? I saw MSVC down there, but I thought there was another. Whatever. We'll just use this. Let's use that one. Okay, so what you can do is you can just say, like, you know, write a program. And you can just do whatever. And you can see the assembly here that the compiler will generate. And you can actually see what it does, and it's freaking great. You'd be shocked how good it can get. Like, you can even do, like, you know, you can do all these crazy things. And it can a lot of times just figure it out for you and just give you it in an efficient way that can kind of blow your mind. I can't think of a great example right now, but I don't know, it really does get crazy. Like, I don't know, whatever. Like, this is a really basic example that won't surprise anyone who knows anything about computers and compilers at all. But if you don't know how good they can get, and you know you haven't done this stuff at all, it might surprise you. You can have stuff like I don't know, whatever. I want to have an array of 5 numbers, right? Here's my array. And then I want to have a function that will return a thing, and I'm gonna say like it's gonna have an array pointer, and then it's gonna return the second thing from there, and then I'm gonna return that from. I'm gonna do this, and actually, it might have done something dumb. No, it didn't. Yeah, the compiler figured that out, right? It went, oh, I see, you're trying to grab a value from R, you're trying to grab the second value from here, so you're gonna get 3. And so literally what it's done is, it's made an array here. Yeah, here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It literally just made this thing that I asked. And it just said, grab the thing 8 bytes into that, so 3. And then return it. So literally this whole thing basically amounts to return 3, right? Now actually, I gotta be real, I'm kind of shocked that it didn't... I think GCC would do it better. GCC tends to go, and Clang too. Let's get some Clang up in here. I think it's O fast. Yeah, Clang's like... I guess it's the same kind of thing. Like, I don't know. There's no, like, copying, there's no... Like, it can figure stuff out, it can do it real quick. What I was expecting it to do actually was return just the number 3. I was expecting it to just yeet this entire thing and just... But it didn't do that, so I'm actually kind of surprised there. But this is a dumb example, but it can really... I can't think of a good example, but it can do some really smart stuff, is my point. Anyway. As you see with wine headers? Yeah. Ah, yes, and mining. Yeah, mining is great. Here's this compiler can write better assembly than you writing assembly yourself. It often can. Not always, but a lot of times it can. And it's kind of amazing. So you really don't usually have to worry about the compiler being dumb these days. It might have returned 3 if you made it constant. Oh, true. True that. Let's try that out real fast. Yeah, it did. Yeah, 3. So this entire code literally gets reduced to return 3, right? Because it was able to figure out, even with all the weird indirection stuff that we did, it was able to go through this whole thing and figure out, okay, wait, you're passing in a pointer to this thing called array, which has 5 ints in it, and then you're going into this function, and then you're saying get the second, well, third thing in that array, which is this, and then you're saying return that, and then you're returning, oh, return 3. Isn't that freaking amazing? Like, like, you would think it would just try to, you know, do the dumb thing and obvious thing of, like, doing what you said, but no, it figures it out. And it can get way, way crazier than this example I showed here. You can really get it to do some insane optimizations that you wouldn't even believe are possible that, like, it can figure out. But this is just a really dumb, obvious example. But point is, compilers aren't usually the issue. It's usually... It's not even usually really your code so much. It's usually, like, the concept is either good or bad, right? It's like, if you wrote code that is asking to do something that you think that something is slow, a lot of times the compiler can figure out a faster way to do that something, okay? But if your concept is bad, like, I'm asking you to compare a string, and that's a dumb concept. Why would you do that when you could do an enum, right? Then it can't really optimize it too well for you, because what you're asking it to do then isn't find a faster way to do the thing that I typed. You're asking it to find a faster way, like basically write different code for me is what you're asking, right? You know, do a different thing than what I asked you to do. That's what you're saying. And it won't do that. Anyway. This worked nice, yeah. If you use constant... Oh, if you use constant expressions, it's even crazier. Yeah. Probably didn't even have to mark it const. Probably not. I just remembered the majority of people know about T-Puss and see it as a funny dance thing or as a modding thing. Scary. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. If Cutter Summon does well, will Unleash get a PC port? I honestly don't know. The logical thing, the thing that makes sense for Sega would be to give us an Unleash PC port, because how hard could it possibly be? Like, straight up. Even if they think, oh, it's only gonna sell 10 copies, which it won't, I guarantee you. I'm not even exaggerating at all. I think Unleashed PC would sell similarly to Persona 4 Golden on PC. Maybe not as well, but I think it would sell similarly. And that was another game that they really did not think was going to sell, and it did. So, I don't know. Like, just ask anyone. Ask any Sonic fan, even non-Sonic fans. Would you buy Unleashed on PC? A lot of them would. Right? Sonic fans definitely will. And a lot of non-Sonic ones are like, I never got to try that game. I might try it out. You know what I mean? Like, bro, like, it would sell. It would freaking sell. And it would be so minimal effort. Even if it didn't sell, it would be such a minimal effort that it would cost them nothing. Like, all they have to do is go into the Unleashed stores, you know, build it with the PC version of Havoc and Hedgehog Engine instead of the, you know, Xbox version, right? They already did it. They already had a PC build running on the laptop in GDC 2009. Just do that, and then, like, add achievements to Steam. You're done! How hard could it possibly be? And it would cost you virtually nothing, take you virtually no time, and you would get a huge amount of money. What are you doing? It's like Dartsmine Sonic said, years ago. His words still resonate in my mind every day. He said, it's like Sega is allergic to money. And I can't get that out of my head because it's so freaking true! It's like there's so many things that Sega could do that would easily just give them money. Maybe not even a large amount, but just like so low effort for such a high return. You know what I mean? And they just don't do it. I don't know I don't know. But anyway, yeah, but if they had sense, they would have ported Unleashed to PC. And if they have sense, then yeah, Colors Ultimate doing well would mean that Unleashed PC would be next on the table. Do they have sense though? Time will tell. I get Unleashed PC that's on Steam? Well, yeah, same. Most people see it as Werehog bad. I don't know, though. I don't know. Because I have some friends in real life who are not Sonic fans, right? And they've played Unleashed. And they actually didn't mind the Werehog. They thought it was fine. Like, they know that it's not very liked, but they're like, it wasn't that bad. And they're not Sonic fans. Like, Unleashed is like one of the only games they've ever played, right? From Sonic. So, like, you know, I don't think it's really as badly received as they think it is. And even if it is, it's like, why would anyone care? I don't understand. Like, why is that an issue? Like, oh, the Werehog's bad. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Werehog's bad, let's go with that, right? Even though I didn't think it was that bad, but whatever. But, like, I can see how people think it's bad. It certainly is not... It certainly is not good compared to, like, you know... it certainly is not what I would call a good gameplay mechanic that should come back in future games or anything like that. No, it's sometimes the levels are not fun to play and they're tedious and all that. And, you know, okay, yeah. So I get it. I don't think he's terrible, but whatever. Point is, even if you think he is terrible, right? The Werehog is the worst thing that has ever happened in a video game, period, right? You think it's that bad. Okay. Is that worth not porting an old game? Like, if you put the Werehog in a new game, okay, sure, that would be dumb. That'd be worth complaining over, but it's Unleashed already happened. Like, what's wrong with them just slapping it on Steam? I don't understand why Werehog bad means we can't have it on Steam. Like, what? You don't have to buy it, you know, if you don't like the Werehog, like, and modders can get rid of the Werehog, you know what I mean, like, or fix them up, right? Like, we can make it so that the battle thing doesn't play every freaking time you punch an enemy in the face. We can make the levels shorter and make it less combat-based, like, we can make it better. So, like, why would you not? It's so, I don't understand. They have to know, right? They can't be that blind. There's no way that they don't know that people want Unleashed on PC. Especially not because, like, I mean, I know, like, Aaron Weber, like, actually, like, straight up, he said he was going to pass the information on, like, to Izuka. So, like, I'm sure he did. There's no way that not a single person at Sega or at Sonic Team has heard Unleashed PC before, right? So they just decided they don't want to for some reason. I don't understand. But anyway, I'm just gonna say data. Why not? Anyway, though, yeah. But but like maybe they just need to push, right? Maybe they just need like, oh, you know, I don't know. People liked Colors Ultimate, maybe they'll like Unleashed too. I don't know, but I feel like if they haven't done it already, like, I don't know what would make them do it. I don't feel like that would be enough, sadly.
Most people haven't played Unleashed sees it as bad. Oh yeah, people who haven't played Unleashed, okay, see it as Werehog bad. I guess, but okay, I guess what I'm saying is, I don't understand why that means they can't release it. Because I get how it's like bad publicity or whatever, but is it? Like, what's gonna happen, realistically speaking, if Sega puts Unleashed on Steam? What, they're gonna get like articles written about it that's gonna be like, Sega re-releases their awful Werehog platforming-based game on Steam. Ew. Is that what's gonna happen? Like, okay, so what? Like, I don't see... Is that going to make their stock price go down or something? Is that what they're concerned about? I don't think that's... Realistically, that anything like that's going to happen. I think at most you're going to see, like, Polygon or IGN or whatever be like, Sega just re-released Sonic Unleashed on Steam. Now, this game received criticism due to the Werehog, but anyway, a lot of fans seem to want it too, you know? And then that's going to be the article. That's all they freaking care about. They're not going to, like... They don't care enough to even cover it. More than that. So it's not gonna hurt them, and then it's gonna sell really well. So why would you not? I just don't see how that's a point that means they can't sell it. You have to publish DLC on Steam too? Well, I guess you wouldn't have to, but they definitely should. Adding achievements takes about 2 lines on Steam. Well, great. Especially when you already have the achievement code. Like, they already have code that, you know, unlocks achievements and all that on the 360 version of the game. So, like, replace those lines with the Steam lines. Done! How hard could it possibly be? Like, it feels like it would literally be, like, a 2 or 3 dev, like, 1 week long project. And that's honestly a bit generous. Like, that's how easy it would be. Maybe they're porting them in reverse order. Last word first, colors next. Maybe. I mean, I'd like to hope. Sega lost the source code! They did the T's and Central, they knew what they were doing. Maybe. I don't know. Do you think that was on purpose? Because I can see how you could think that, but I get the feeling that was actually just really tone deaf. Like, they just were like... Because I had the same exact reaction as I think everyone did. They legit are like Werehog out of nowhere, and everyone's like, "Oh frick, Unleashed PC!" And it's like, no. That means that he's in mobile now. That's what it means. He's on Sonic Racing for mobile. That's what that means. Okay, but like, I don't know. Was that on purpose? Like, because I don't see how that would be a good thing if that was on purpose. Like, that would just let people down to do that, you know? Like, why would you on purpose hype people up for something that you know is not actually going to happen, you know? Like, it feels like it was like a mistake to me. I don't know, maybe not. Replace them with macros? Yeah, exactly. Like, people's logic is, oh, it'll remind people bad Sonic games exist. But, like, no one has forgotten. Just make the games that are available for instance. Like, what do you mean? It'll remind... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Never said it. Like, that's the thing. Oh, it'll remind people bad Sonic games exist. What do you mean? You think people don't remember? Every, you know, Sonic video an article you can find already begins with, Sonic had a rough transition to 3D. You know, it's like, they already remember that Sonic was bad, you know? They're not that... Releasing Unleashed on Steam isn't gonna make it worse. Okay, now I can actually see how if they re-released 06, okay? I get that. I can get how that would be a little bit, because, like, I actually like 06, but it's definitely, you know, objectively speaking, it's a bad game. There's a lot of, like, you know, huge amount of bugs and cut corners and the plot's bad and, you know, all that stuff. I just think it's fun to play, but I can see how releasing 06 would be bad, because it would be like, why are you doing that? Like, because you're kind of reminding people 06 happened, and beyond that, it's like, it's a game that actually is legit in a broken, unfinished state. So you're releasing now, in 2021, a broken, unfinished product, but again, right? So, I mean, unless they actually went in and fixed all the bugs, which they're not going to do, you know? Porting 06 to Steam would be different, because that would be like, okay, well, the problem here is that you're releasing an unfinished product again. So you're asking people for money for something that we all know is broken, right? That's the problem. With Unleash, it's not broken. The Werehog is not everyone's cup of tea. That's it. Beyond that, it's a very, like... Well, okay, I know. I went on the whole thing about how polished it was, and then in my marathon playthrough of the game, I had all these bugs, but it's a pretty polished game, you know what I mean? It's sort of not an 06, so I don't see how it would hurt. Releasing Unleash is not releasing a broken product, you know what I mean? Stuff doesn't work in 3D? I forgot! Yeah, exactly. Completely forgot! I'd love a PC port 06 just for the sake of deal hooking. I'd love it too, but they're never going to do it, and I understand. I'm not saying they should. Honestly, that would not... I don't think that would probably be a good business decision. That wouldn't be a good idea to do that. But Unleash PC would be, and to not do it, frankly, is kind of dumb. Oh. Should I have... No. This is fine. This... That's not a very good-looking syntax, is it? It's pretty gross, actually. Like, this would be better. That'd be way better. Can I do that? I think I could actually do that. What do you guys think? Sega, hire us to fix 06 for you, please notice our patches. Yeah. That'd be so cool. I can't believe... Okay, I don't want to get on this whole thing again about Sonic, I'm sure, but I do want to say very quickly, I don't actually understand it. Like, hear me out, right? Because, like, don't get me wrong, I'm a modern fan and all that. You know, I really like the newer Sonic games and 3D stuff. I want Sonic to work in 3D really badly. And I like Sonic Team. You know, I think they make a lot of cool stuff. I believe that they could totally make a good game if they, you know, tried and actually cared and all that. But here's the thing, right? It's like Mania, like Forces was like, I assume a multi-million-dollar project, or at least, you know, 100,000. It was like they put a budget into it of some sort, right? That was not nothing, and it took them like 4 years to make, and they had to develop a huge engine for it, and they had to make all this stuff, and you know, rush like mad, even though they took 4 years on it, and it was just a major, big ordeal for them to make this project, right? And then it came out, and it just wasn't that great. It was fine. Certainly wasn't worst game ever or anything like that, but it was like, you know, I mean, it was playable. It was, you know, we all know, right? Forces wasn't that great. So, you know, then and then around, you know, right before then, right, they also do Mania. That's a project done by like a bunch of fans, and I know, saying a bunch of fans is a bit misleading because they weren't just fans. They were Sonic fans, yeah, but they were also like industry professionals. You know, they knew what they were doing. So it is a little misleading to say just fans, because it makes it sound like it's a bunch of kids who don't know what they're, you know, and somehow they could do a better one, but that's not what I'm saying. They were professional, they were fans who knew what they were doing, right? But even so, it's a group of Sonic fans, you know, who didn't have a huge amount of, like, experience with everything necessarily. Like I don't know, I believe Christian White is, like, self-taught. Like, he started doing Sonic fan games, you know what I mean? I don't know, he did more professional stuff later on, but it was like, you know, they don't have the same track record as like the Sonic Team does. You get what I'm saying? So it's basically a bunch of very skilled fans. Not a huge amount of them. I don't think it was a huge team. It took them like a year or two. I don't know how long Mania took to develop, but I believe it was literally like a year or two. It was at least, in the worst case scenario, half the time Forces took to develop.
with a much smaller team, much smaller budget, and it was freaking Sonic Mania. I mean, it turned out excellent. Everyone loved Mania. Like, Mania, and it did very well financially from what I can tell. It was a huge success. I don't get how, as a company, just as a business-minded decision, how you look at those two pieces of information that I just explained, and you go, I get it! Let's pretend that Mania never... Throw it away. Completely get rid of that. We're never hiring Sonic fans to do anything for us ever again. No. We're gonna do another 5 year by the time it will have released. Multi-million-dollar project with a bunch of the same devs, or probably new devs too, but, you know, a bunch of the same industry veterans. We're gonna do the same thing we did with Forces again. What? Like, okay, like, I'm actually holding on hope. I actually think that this new game is going to turn out. I don't know why I think that. It's foolish to think that, frankly, because we have no gameplay of it yet at all. We don't know anything about it, and honestly, these are bad signs. These are signs that you would have shown gameplay by now if you were actually confident in your gameplay, right? So, I don't know. Honestly, logically speaking, it's probably going to flop. Like, all the signs are here that it's going to be bad. So, I don't know why I think that. It's just the naive, foolish child inside of me that's like, but it has to be good, right? That really wants it to be, you know, but so I'm still holding out, like, very cautious optimism for it, even though I know realistically it probably won't be great, but I don't know, I want it to be. But I'm gonna give it a chance when I see it, right? Maybe it will be good, who knows? But it's just like, what are you doing? You know, it's just so dumb. It's like, the reaction to that should have been, oh, well, it seems like this is a great idea. No one else in the industry is doing this. We're the only team who has this giant, crazy fanbase full of really talented people who care a lot about our character and are willing to work for low amounts, let's be real, because it's a dream to them. It's actually like they want to do it. What the frick are we doing? Why don't we hire them? Like, when I heard about the Sonic Studio rumors, I was kind of thinking, oh, it's going to be like a Sonic team, but like based in the US, and it's going to be like comprised of fans, right? And they're gonna, like, have fans make like, a 3D game. And I was like, that's gonna be interesting. No. Apparently we're not doing that. I don't know what Sonic Studio is, but no one thought of that. How do you not think of that? It ticks me off, because this makes it's so, like... How... Why would you... Why would you do two things, one of which works super well and one of which doesn't work, and then decide, right, we're gonna do the one that didn't work again? It just doesn't make sense. I don't know. Again, it's like they're allergic to money. At very least, you would think, well, clearly the Mania devs know what they're doing. Why don't we get them to do it again? I guess they're busy with Evening Star now. So maybe they actually did reach out and they said no or something. I don't know, but I have a feeling that they wouldn't have said no. Because they enjoyed it too, you know? So it's just so, like, it must have been something on Sega's part where they just, like, didn't ask. It's like, why would you not ask? Anyway. Read the chat. HedgeLib doesn't have been able to support. Well, yes, I definitely plan on supporting that. Yeah. I plan on supporting a lot more than I do in there. Everything Sega doesn't want to port good games in fear of messing it up. Literally random thought. No. To be honest, no, because Color's Ultimate. If they were worried about it not being good enough, then there's no way that they would have shown that trailer in the state that it was in. I don't know what they're thinking, to be honest with you. But I don't think it's that. I love Mania, but considering the power consoles we have, I think 2D Sonic could legitimately do something more impressive than a better physics version of Sonic 1 through 3. So Gen's flop, just saying. Wait, just like on Gen's flop? Wait, what do you mean? I think it's gonna port Unleashed, there's a depressingly high chance to port the version with better sales and reviews. You mean the... Is the Wii version received better? I don't remember which one was received better. I think they're just building hype. So you just think they're building hype, not hiding games specifically. No, I think they're kind of hiding it. Like, it's not that they're actually necessarily thinking this is bad, we can't show this, but it's that they're very concerned that it's going to flop. Because they just don't know. They see it as going one of two ways. Either fans love it, and it's the greatest thing ever, or it bombs. And they just aren't sure yet which one it's going to be, and so they're kind of scared. They're like, I don't know, let's just polish it up a little bit more before we show it, right? Get a little bit more on their good side. And that's the vibes I'm getting from this, because if it was really just that they were trying to build hype, like, you would have shown more than the 10-second blip of Sonic running and then be like 2022 and not even tell us the name. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but it's just like, I can't imagine. I feel like there's other ways to build hype than what they're doing. Alright, I think I can literally do this. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. Yeah, none of this crap. We don't have to do that. Might have to change the constructors though. Yeah, because we need all the constructors to be the same. So I don't know what we're gonna do about the type thing. Oh yeah, just have another version of the constructor that just doesn't require the type. Because like for node and object, you need to be able to pass that in, but so that mesh and bone can use it. But for the others you don't. So just have another variant. Yeah, okay, yeah. So do this basically. So in create node of type. So yeah, so I'm gonna grab all this and I'm gonna copy this. Okay, so say new node. I should do that. Okay, yeah, like that. And then we can do that. Yeah. So it's kind of weird that it's a template, because that's not really a function that you would usually make as a template, but it'll work. And I'm gonna just copy paste that 2 more times. So we want one with the move constructor. Oh jeez. And we want one with the SCD string copy. What the frick? Why can I not type tonight? Good lord. There's some nights where I just can't. Okay, there we go. So that will obviously only work if the type that you pass in actually has a constructor like this and everything. So if it doesn't, then it'll cause an error, but like that's on you, you know? So that's fine. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, and then we can literally yeet all of this. We can keep this. Get rid of all that. We don't need to do any more switch statements or anything like that. It'll be just fine. And get rid of all this as well. You can keep that one. I forgot to call this. Cool. Yeah, that should be fine. What is this doing? It's just making a new node of type, well, mode. You can just get rid of that. Because I'm gonna make a constructor for that. Let's freaking go. Lights, camera, action. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then make a different constructor for it. So like, this is real bad how many constructors I have, but I don't know if I care. I guess I could make it I could make this better, yeah. Real easily. Let me show you. Right, you forgot the default arguments were a thing. I'm so sad that that lyrical version of the song is gone now. I don't know why. That the guy who wanted it taken down, he had deleted his whole channel and everything. I don't know if I know his name, but I don't know if I should mention it because I guess he doesn't want it mentioned now. But anyway, it makes me so sad because it was such a good freaking remix. Like, it's so good. Anyway. I know I'm not reading the chat. I will in a moment. Hold up. Alright, that should be fine. Once VS refreshes. No, wait. Forgot about that. Lights, camera, action. Okay.
Whoa, hold up. That was sarcasm, right? Well, I figured it was sarcasm, but I'm confused because I don't get what your point is. Wasn't Generations real without gameplay? It's different, though. It's a little different. So there's a few reasons why it's different. One of them, the big one, is that Gens wasn't... It's the context of everything. This took them... At this point, it's been 3.5 years since the last Sonic game. With complete radio silence. There was no hype, there were no teasers, there was no information dropped at all. It was completely like it was as if Sonic Team was just dead. There was no Sega, there are no games, right? Complete silence. So 3.5 years of complete silence since the last Sonic game, which was Forces, which was not that great. And then that game took 4 years to develop. And then the last Sonic Team project from that was Lost World, which also was mixed, right? And then before that, so really it's been a decade at this point. It literally has been a decade since what I think everyone can agree was the last good mainline Sonic Team developed Sonic game, which was Generations, right? So the reason that matters, the reason that that's important, and that changes whether or not that's okay in my opinion, is because when you just drop a CG trailer, in general, right? The CG trailer doesn't tell you anything about the game at all. It's like you don't really know. Like, okay, maybe the CG shows off a little bit. Like maybe it shows us something that'll become the gimmick, right? Like actually, Gens, in its CG trailer showed like classic Sonic showed up and Sonic running through Green Hill, and it was like pretty apparent that there was something where he was going to go through old levels again, right? And the old Sonic was going to show up again, right? So you got information about the game actually from that trailer, even though it didn't show any gameplay. This new trailer, I mean, okay, Sonic boost. It looks like he's boosting, and there's like a time rift thing, and then like, which we only know is a time rift thing because we hacked, because it was in the metadata of the leaked MP4. They didn't even confirm to us that it's time travel. It just looked like an effect, right? So based on just what you can see with your eyeballs from the trailer, right? And no other information, no other leaks. Literally what they told us was, Sonic has a cool boosting run effect. He goes in a circle and like a warp thing happens, and then there's a weird logo that shows up and it says 2022. That's all that they... So first of all, it's way less information than the Gen CG trailer gave us about the game, which is already not much to begin with, right? But then on top of that, so that makes it worse by default, in terms of like giving us information. I think the CG looks gorgeous, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying in terms of like pleasing the fans and everything, that's already off to a bad start. But then on top of that, it's what I said, it's the fact that it's been so long since the last good, generally regarded as good 3D mainline Sonic game, right? You lose trust. Like, if Nintendo were to drop a little 30-second teaser where, I don't know, Mario does some weird time loop thing, and then it says 2022, it would be different. Because Nintendo has a track record. That's the difference. Nintendo has a track record where it's like, oh, their past games have always been good. Pretty much. Like, there's very few times where Nintendo's actually screwed up. And especially with their big name stuff like Mario and Zelda and all that, right? So if you see a trailer teaser like that, it's like, okay, I know the game's going to be good. I know we're going to find out new information soon when they're ready to show it. Let's go, right? With Sonic Team, it's like, you don't know. When you see a 15-second teaser like that, it's like, you have no idea if this game's going to be good or not. It tells you nothing about the gameplay at all. And that's what you need to see to determine if it's going to be good, right? So it's just it's a little different. That's the issue. The issue isn't that they haven't shown gameplay, it's that they haven't shown gameplay of a game that's been in development for 3.5 years that we are desperately in need of seeing the gameplay of. We need to see this gameplay to know if this game's even going to be worth our time or not, right? And they know that. They know that the trust in them is lower because of their, repeated mistakes they've made. But they still feel the need to be like, trust us though. So hopefully it's good, right? Hopefully it is good. Like, I could see it being good, but I could also see it being a disaster. We don't know. And that's the problem. That's the issue. With Generations, we knew it was going to be good. Because the past several games that they had released were all good. So we could rely on the fact that, okay, as long as something doesn't unexpectedly blow up and go horribly wrong, this game will turn out as good as those past games did, right? We could expect that, but now we just don't know. So that's the difference, in my opinion. It's the very first teaser. The stream was supposed to happen like 2 months ago, which leads me to believe the hype build up. I mean, yeah, okay. I'm not really I'm not that upset about it. I don't see any issue with having a teaser trailer and then dropping gameplay. But with this project, it's just a little bit like, I don't know, man. I feel like we need to see gameplay soon. And if we don't, I'm gonna be concerned, because you would think 3.5 years in development, you would have at least a 5-second MP4 to show off of the game. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping that at E3 they actually do have that footage and they're going to show it. If that doesn't happen, then I don't know. I really don't know, because it's gonna make me concerned, because it's like, it's releasing 2022 and you're not gonna show us any footage until probably 2022? Oh boy. I don't know when to G, but soon, when I work on HedgeLib sets again. Yeah, Sonic 3's come back, that's cool. This is just weird without gameplay. Yeah, I know, but again, it was a little different with Gens. Hey, Rikula. I can definitely see the marketing team and dev team fighting over what to do with this new game. Me too. Also, speaking of trailers, sorry, the chat just scrolled. Okay, this was also not something in the gameplay. Yeah, but again, it was different. I don't know how to explain it, but it was like we just got news on like Sonic 4 Episode 1, and then before that we had the release of Black Knight, and so we had, and then before that the teaser for Black Knight, and then right before that we had Unleashed. It's like non-stop. It was like Unleashed, Black Knight, Sonic 4, Sonic Colors. It was like stuff was just coming out of nowhere. So it was a little, and then all these things were pretty good. Like, okay, Sonic 4, and you can say whatever you want about Black Knight, but like, they weren't bad games. You know what I mean? Maybe Sonic 4. Okay, that's up for debate. I don't know. It shouldn't have been called 4, but that aside, I mean, it's not that bad. I don't know. It's just the fact that it's called 4, in my opinion. But anyway, the point is, they weren't like on the level of like Lost World and Forces and everything, where it's kind of like, I don't know, this feels rushed. You know what I mean? And they were putting it out on a year by year, or at least a worse 2-year basis. So it was different because it was like you had this kind of good track record where it was like most of the past games, like the past 3 or 4 games they've released were all good, right? And also, you didn't have to wait that long. It wasn't like you were like waiting for 15 years, when's the next Sonic game? Dead silence. It was like, a couple of months, and then here's a new game. You were just getting used to the one that already came out, So it was like the speed of it and the context of it and like I don't know, it makes a big difference. It really does. Because you could kind of trust them. And at very least, even if you thought it was going to bomb, even if you didn't trust them, you were like, oh, this game looks bad, it's going to blow up. It's like, it doesn't really matter if it does, because of the speed they're developing games, they'll have another one out in the next year. So whatever, this one screws up, okay, next year's game will be good though. You know what I mean? Like, it was just a little different. It was like, you could take the teaser trailer and actually go, oh, okay, they're going to show us gameplay soon, right? And it's probably going to be good. But with this, it's like, the problem isn't the CG trailer. It's not the lack of gameplay necessarily. The problem is the lack of information. Does that make sense? And the doubt. It's the lack of information in a time where we are doubting them and we need information, right? And it's also the long period of time that's passed since there has been any information and anything good, right? It's all that combined that makes this bad.
It's not, I don't have a problem with CG trailers as a whole. I hope I explained that well.
Unleashed was announced without gameplay. Again, it was different though. I'm not saying this game's... Also, for the record, I'm not one of those people who thinks that this game's gonna flop because they're not showing us gameplay. I'm concerned that they're not showing us gameplay, but that doesn't make me think it's gonna flop. I think it actually has a chance of being really good. I'm holding out cautious optimism for it. I'm just a little concerned that, okay, you're taking this long, and you really don't have anything. Basically, a modern game is announced with the gameplay review. It's basically tradition. Right, but you should change the tradition in a time like this. Like, you can do that when people trust you. CD trailers are kind of based on trust. It's like, doesn't this look cool? You have to trust me that the actual game will look like that, you know, or will play well, or whatever. It's kind of like that. It's like when you don't have that trust, it's like, okay, this is just a cool looking video. Like, it doesn't mean anything to me. I need to see it. Alright. At least certain I consider good from what I've seen. It depends who you ask. I think the opinion changed on it a lot recently as well. Is the content in the other reviews showed more about the games than this recent trailer? Yeah, same, and they didn't show much about the games either. Okay, like Colors Ultimate did. It showed straight up gameplay. And it didn't look great, but we won't get back on that. Origins, I wonder if the game is even in a playable state, because they didn't show any actual gameplay of it. They just showed footage from the original games that's going to be in the pack. So, okay, but I feel like that'll probably be good, just because how do you screw up a games collection? That's pretty hard to do that, so I'm not worried about that. But yeah, but they did say more about the game. Yeah, like I feel like I understand a lot more about... Yeah, Colors Ultimate, I know, I understand what's happening with that game, right? And Origins, I get what that game is, right? Like, we get what those games are. We don't get what this game is. Like Sonic Rangers, we don't really get... What is it? I don't know. We think it's a boost open world game, but we only know that because... Well, you know, only think that, I should say, because of that 4chan post from January, which is actually credible because of the fact that it was posted in January, and it says Sonic Rangers. And, like, there's no way they could have known the name Sonic Rangers in January unless they actually did tests like they said. Like, there's no freaking way they guessed that. Because we haven't even been officially confirmed at all now, but it's all but confirmed. So that actually makes me think that one's kind of credible. There's another 4chan one that's recent that was posted, like, the day of Sonic Central, and that one is not credible, because that one some guy just typed, you know what I mean? But the other one is actually a little bit like, where would they have gotten the name? There's a massive following of fans, but outside, no. I guess. I think it's technically not about gameplay. And look how it turned. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna ignore literally everything that you guys are saying. Like I'm gonna ignore the fact that you said it was that happened with Unleashed and Colors and Generations, and I'm just gonna go, look at 06! I'm gonna be one of those guys. I'm just kidding. Being closer to 200 than 0 doesn't make it well received. Well, no. CG trailer is just fluff, much like a 6 stuff. Yeah, right. It's cool looking fluff. Don't get me wrong. It looks freaking gorgeous. And I am, like, I'm interested. I'm very interested in the game. I want to see the game, right? I'm just a little bit concerned that they don't feel the need to not only not show the game, but also not give us any future news. That actually is the bigger thing for me. Because I understand, okay, yeah, don't show the game yet, show it later, right? Fine, that's fine. But when? Right? When are you going to show it? That's the part that's concerning to me, is that there's no... They said, stay tuned for future news. And I think they said something at Summer Game Fest. I missed that the first time in my reaction stream, but I found out later that they said that. So, okay. They said something's happening at Summer Games Fest. That's interesting. Maybe then they'll reveal more about the game. But for all we know, it could be, you know, merch or something. We don't know. What I really wanted to see from them wasn't even necessarily gameplay. Honestly, I didn't even think we were gonna get gameplay. What I wanted was just okay, do the teaser trailer, but at the end, give us the freaking name, right? Why hide the name? Just tell us the name, Sonic Rangers, right? Show us the logo. say 2022, and then say this. This is all you have to do. Say, stay tuned for more news related to Sonic Rangers coming at E3, or some date like that, right? Great. I would have been happy. That's all I needed. I was like, okay, cool. So they're not scared of showing us gameplay. They're just showing it to us at a time where there's going to be more eyes on it, right? Perfect. Okay, fine. But when you just say 2022 and you're not going to show us the name, it's like, why don't you want us to know the name yet? I don't know. It's just kind of like, why not? Are you scared? Like, do you think it's not going to be well received, or you're just not sure yet? Like, it's a little concerning. Just a little, though. It's not a big deal. It's just a little concerning. Okay, also Forces and... Oh, wait. They just showed us both gave an idea what the games would be. And yeah, exactly. I was going to say that, too. Jens showed Classic Sonic and Green Hill. And Forces showed Sunset Heights and Classic Sonic again. But Death Egg Robots and the fire and everything. It showed the Resistance. Actually, Forces told us a lot about Forces. When you think about it. The only thing it didn't mention was the Avatar, which they revealed later in another teaser. But this teaser told us basically nothing. It looks like a boost game, and it seems like there's a time travel or dimension travel element in it. Okay, cool. We think. Those are guesses. It didn't even tell us that, right? So, and I don't even know if that forest is in the game. I assume it is, but it's kind of like, it's very little information to go off of in a time when we need information. So that's the problem. That's the problem right there. But anyway, I do think it'll be interesting. I am holding out hope for it. The fact that they're trying something new with it it could go either way, right? But I honestly, after Forces, I want them to do something new. I want them to give it a shot. So, let's wait and see. After seeing the 0.9 milliseconds of Sonic running in unseen terrain underneath the Virtue trailer, I was expecting the teaser to last longer than that. Well, same, after 3.5 years. Like, I was expecting... here's the thing, right? It was missing a twist. The Genesis trailer is like Sonic's running, everything's going well, and there's this music playing, and then he jumps, and then Classic Sonic, holy frig, what? You know, and then they're running together, and it's like, ah! And then, you know, it's coming soon, right? And the Forces trailer is, they tried to do the same thing, but it didn't really work, because, you know, people didn't want him again, but, it's like Sonic standing in front of, like, a, you know, fiery inferno, and the world is destroyed, and Eggman's taking over, and he's like, God, I can't let this happen! And then he jumps, and you're running, and it's like, what's gonna happen? And then it says, you need heroes, and then Classic shifts up, and you're like, oh! Well, okay, you tried to do a twist there, didn't really work, but you did try, that's the twist, right? Okay. What's the twist in this one? Sonic runs, he boosts, and there's a weird time thing, and then it ends. You're like, is the twist the time thing? I guess that's the twist. I don't know. It just looks like a particle effect, you know? It looks great, but it's like, that could mean anything, though. What? So that's sort of the issue. It's the fact that, it's not the fact that, again, last time, I'll get back to programming, but it's not that they didn't show us gameplay yet. It's that they gave us no information in a time when we really, really need information. That was the problem. They're a bit hopeful because they put budget in CGI like Forces. Me too. Yeah, it seems like they're putting budget on the game since yeah, that legit, as funny as it sounds, just the fact that the CG looked higher quality actually got me a lot more excited than I was too. Because I was like, okay, but they funded that. And they didn't do it with Forces. So it shows that they actually legitimately think that, like, they're actually trying a little more again, right? Okay, that's a good sign. So I'm holding out hope, but for things like that. I agree with Sajid on that. Forces CG looked alright, I wouldn't say it was good. Yeah, it doesn't, it's not terrible, but it's far from, like, Unleashed and Color CG, like, those look beautiful. Even Gens. Art style seems to step up. Yeah, they're reducing more lore heavy, like 1991 through 2009 as opposed to whatever Forces was. Well, I don't know though. I kind of got the vibes that they were going for a lore heavy thing with Forces until the game came out, and then they did go for a lore heavy thing. That's the thing, but they just didn't do it well. So I don't know. I'm still pretty concerned. The 4chan leak that is from January that says Sonic Rangers, that seems to totally actually line up with this stuff, and there's no way they would have freaking known. There's no way that they could have known it was called Sonic Rangers and that it had a time travel thing in it, unless they actually legitimately did beta test it, right? So I know it's 4chan, credibility, but legit, how could they have known? Tell me. Do you think that they actually guessed the name Sonic Rangers in January when nobody knew? And also that there was time travel, and also that it was Boost? I don't know. It seems like they actually legitimately did beta test it. So if we're gonna take that as, take it with a grain of salt, but if we're gonna take it as though it's true, they say in the leak that, well, they say it was rough, but honestly, the leak looked like they were describing a game that looked like it would be fun to me. So I don't know. Maybe that guy didn't like it, but I might actually like it based on what he described. The open world thing sounded kind of interesting to me. I don't know. But he said it was heavily based on Breath of the Wild, and you know what? You know what? Maybe I shouldn't show this on stream. This is just the teaser trailer, but in 4K. At the end, when they show the little logo and everything, look at this. Don't you get kind of Breath of the Wild vibes from it? Is that just me? Look at that. Come on. Come on. It's the same kind of thing of like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like kind of like futuristic, like almost like sci-fi stuff, but it's also in like ancient. You know what I mean? It's like they mix the two seemingly conflicting genres, and it leaves this really cool aesthetic, right? They totally copied that. And honestly, I'm not against that. That aesthetic looks cool, but I'm a little bit, I don't know. Breath of the Wild's a great game, but would copying that work well for Sonic? I don't know. I want to wait and see. But open world boost, that's... I don't know what to think of that. I'll have to see it. Horse's story feels like a fever dream. I physically cannot describe it. It feels like a fan fiction. It's gonna flop your collar again now? I hope not. But I could see it flopping. Looks, the one thing that worries you is that it looks like the TSR's teaser. Does it? I don't remember TSR's teaser. I just remember a bunch of cars driving around and then it's like TSR. I don't know if not showing gameplay screams confidence, but I think the mystery of it being, as opposed to forces being like, see, this is what you wanted, feels more confident. Okay. Okay, yeah, I could see it. I see what you're saying. Actually, that's a good point. I could see that actually being, ironically, actually a show of confidence, is the fact that they feel confident enough to hype it up. Like, they don't feel like getting people excited for the game is actually going to be a problem, because they feel like it actually is going to be worth the excitement. So you could take it like that too. But then again, I feel like Forces definitely tried to hype people up too, so, I don't know. 5 seconds something in a fragment of the title. Yeah, right. Sonic Origins is about to release a bland collection with a boring interface, complete disconnect from Mega Collection. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. The fact that Sonic 3 is going to be in widescreen on that apparently is, makes me have a little higher hopes for it than that, but I wouldn't at all be surprised if it was just, basically emulators. Actually, okay with Rangers being $40 so long as it's less boring than Forces. Oh, me too, totally. I am, well, I'm gonna be real. If Rangers is good, and it's longer than like 3 or 4 hours, right? Which is a huge problem with Sonic if they're not usually that long. If Rangers is good and it's actually like 4 hours at a minimum, I'm good with paying $60 for it. Like straight up. I know not everyone's gonna be on board with that. I would be if it met those true criteria. So 40 would be, yeah, sure. Sign me up. But only if it's good, right? If it's on the same level of Forces and it's short, no. Radfordhound, I know, I keep, like, I need to get back to HedgeLib, but anyway. But hey, how you doing? I've spent so much time on the chat, I'll stop with that, but hang on. Elp Rangers is a code name, not really for the name, although if it's open world, like Breath of the Wild, maybe that makes sense. So in the metadata for that before, it says Sonic Rangers in some cases, but there's also some files that say PS Rangers. That would stand for Project Sonic Rangers, right? Because that's what they always do. Every Sonic game they make, they always say Project Sonic whatever. So like Colors was Project Sonic 2010. Lost World was Project Sonic 2013. Forces was Project Sonic Wars, right? And so this would then be Project Sonic Rangers. So I totally could see that being a code name, but I gotta be real. I don't know. I don't think Rangers is the worst It does kind of feel like not the best name. It doesn't feel like it's as good as like some of the other names that they've given us. But I don't think it's the worst name either. I don't think it's a terrible final project name. It's just, it feels like it's missing a little something, you know? So I don't know, but I hope it's not Sonic Zap. I know there was all those rumors about that thing saying Zap. No, freaking no. I'm sorry. Some people probably like that name, and that's all, you know, more power to you, you know. Me personally, I think Zap sounds dumb, I'm sorry. I think Ranger sounds much better than Zap, actually. So, I hope it's not freaking, Zap. But, yeah. I kind of hope there is a cooler name than Rangers as well. But if it is Rangers, I'm okay with that. If it's Zap, I'm not. Sonic Rangers, it's about time. No, don't call it that. Just shit, it was so hype. Yeah, Twisted Rangers and Sonic runs, but he runs faster. Yeah, exactly. He hits the X button. The adventure-esque ruins, the realistic art style, the glitch effect. Just don't sue.
The part where he, you know, this, bruh. I don't know why it lagged just then, but that looks so good. Like that they nailed that. Everything. I want to just look at that frame by frame a bunch. Look how good that looks. Good grief. And that forest too, because that's CG. Bruh. That looks cool. I like that a lot. I actually really like the style. Because it's like super realistic looking. But then Sonic's got this kind of cartoony stuff going on with the trail and everything. But it's not Lost World cartoony. Or Forces cartoony, right? It isn't like borderline toon shading. I don't know how to explain it. It's like... It doesn't clash with the realistic environment, in my opinion. It actually fits, I think. It looks as though if a cartoon character could somehow come to the real world, I would imagine that would be kind of what it would look like. You know what I mean? I know it's a weird thing to point out, but oh, dude, that looks so freaking good. I love that CG, so, you know. But I just wish, I don't know, I just wish there was a little more information, right? That's all I'm saying. Like, either just give us a little more info in the trailer, like, just like, you know, give us the name, give us the date that we're gonna get more info, right? Or just kind of hint it a little more in it, maybe? I don't know. Have a twist in the trailer where you actually see, like, some new move or something, and you're like, oh, frick, cool. You know, something like that. Give us something to hold on to where we're like, okay, that looks... Like, basically what this trailer gave us was, like, you have to kind of guess, you know? You have to be like, I think that looked like a boost. Is it? I don't know. I think. I think that was that like a time travel thing? I don't know. Maybe. It could have just been a cool... I don't know. Is that Forest in the game? Who knows? You know, so it's kind of... I don't know. Anyway. Weird cyber tech thing, open world, spin cycle, Sonic Rangers. This would be the biggest coincidence in Sonic League history. You mean the 4chan thing? Yeah, freaking absolutely. No, yeah. No, if that 4chan leak is actually fake, then wow. I don't even know how to explain that. That's such a huge coincidence, then... Like, I'm not a guy who believes 4chan leaks. Don't think that I'm like that. I never do. I'm always like, that's just garbage, they made that up. But that one is like, no, they said the name, they said that they everything they said in that leak is exactly what this trailer is. You know what I mean? And then later we got tons of other proof that's actually called Rangers, and that everything that's in that leak is actually seems to be correct. So it's like, that has to be real. There's no way that someone guessed all that. Alright, when am I pushing HedgeLib when it's ready? Which will be sooner than you think, but I gotta stop talking about Sonic Rangers and actually work on it. But yeah, Marza created CG, definitely. It looks like Marza did. Sonic Zap sounds like a ROM hack, yeah, ew. Okay, add node. Okay, so this is like a template. Wait, what the frick? Yeah, name and parent, and then we don't need to actually, no, yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah, and then have the template, type name, t, return that, do that, okay. And we can do that here too. Gosh, I've talked for so long. I'd like to at least get... Okay, so I'm actually going to go into focus mode now. A little bit, so I'm sorry if that makes it boring. But I need to actually get something done tonight because I do that in every HedgeLib stream. 6 months, nothing has changed. Because I just enjoy talking to you guys so much in the chat that I get a bit, you know, distracted. But, yeah, but, talk amongst yourselves! Gosh, I said amongst. In a post-Among Us world. What's wrong with me? How could I be so foolish? Alright, that's fine. And we'll do the same here. Just rearranging a bunch of crap. Please be good, colors alternate. Please be good. Alright, yeah. Wow, no errors, no issues found. That's shocking. Okay, let's get into, now we're gonna get some freaking issues. Let's go. This is all good. I believe, that's good too, right? Yes, okay. Now we should actually be ready to roll, so that's cool. So let's go down, let's start fixing the errors. Oh, so fun fact, right? So the FBX SDK has its own implementation of streams as well. They call them FBX streams, and you can use them to actually, you know, import and export the data. And you can make your own. So I wanted to be able to take in a HedgeLib stream and then, you know, import and export to that. And so I wrote a freaking stream wrapper. It extends from FBX stream, and then it just holds a pointer to the HedgeLib stream, and it just basically says, hey, every time, you know, FBX tries to read or write or whatever, yeah, override that instead. Just ask the HedgeLib stream to do that for, you know, it just pipes it through, basically. So, yeah. That's what that all is. I've got a lot of debug code down here. Whole bunch of debug code. Okay, the errors are, like, starting here, so... this import code is very unfinished, but I'd like to try to get some of that kind of rolling maybe a little bit. What if the leaker is John? Dude, I don't know who that is. So shots that look like paintings. Yeah, it looks really cool. I honestly really dig the style, so I just want to clarify. Lastly, it's not that I think that the game is. I don't think that this is definitive proof the game is bad or anything like that. Heck no. I actually think I'm holding out hope for the game, but I'm just saying these are signs. These are things that game devs do when they're, you know, when they're not sure. So I'm just saying, go into it with a huge grain of salt. And also give me a second to get started. Sorry, I died. Anyway, I don't know why I'm having, like... Apparently when I talk too much, I get freaking, like, nasal issues. That's weird. Only flaw you notice with the CGI is that, what seems to be a weird rigging issue makes a tiny part of Sonic look like rubber for, like, 8 frames. Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's funny. Of course there's a rigging issue. It wouldn't be a Sonic game or trailer if there wasn't a rigging issue. Alright, so, So I need to be able to handle multiple, like, I don't know how to, sorry, I'm spacing out. Like, multiple materials per blob of vertices, right? Because, like, Max does that. So I need to be able to have that kind of thing. So I don't know how I'm going to do that just yet, but that shouldn't be too hard. I can just have, like, I don't know, what do you all think? I don't know what to do about this too. I feel like that's bad. I don't know why. I just feel like that's kind of... I think that could be done better. I think what I could do is inside the mesh, I could have... I have the vertices and the faces, right? And then, I don't know. Maybe the faces themselves should be grouped up like that. You can have a vector of, like, vertex groups, right? And then each group has a maternal name, and then it also has some data that somehow links up to some of its vertices. So I guess faces, right? I guess that's what that would be. Yeah, maybe it does make more sense to actually just have it like in the Hedgehog engine where there's like one mesh per material, right? Maybe that would be easier to implement. I don't know. But if I'm doing that, then I feel like I might as well... I don't know.
Stop talking then. Oof. Steins Gate moment.
I need to finish watching Steins Gate. I never finished watching.
I started watching it and I liked it, and then I don't remember what happened. I never finished watching the show. It's a good show. How do you assign model materials to a mesh?
I mean, right, there's several ways. There's several ways you could do it. Like, okay, like in Blender, the way that they sort of explain it is... Yeah, you know what, Sajid? I guess you're right, huh? I guess you do need one mesh per material, don't you? I don't know, the FBX does it. That's probably the easiest way. Yeah, just have one mesh per material. Okay, but then if you're doing that, then you wouldn't want to have each mesh be its own node, right? Because you'd want to have one node that has several meshes attached to it, right? I don't know.
This one has de novo. I've heard that.
Well, I heard that they had de novo EULA like thing on their site, and then they took it off. So I honestly don't know. Yeah, I guess it could be one of three things. It could be Masterpiece making speed and con consistently exciting with a great story. It could be really freaking boring and bland, or it could be a game like 06. I agree completely actually with that, Wasif. Yeah, I think it's one of those three things as well. I mean, well, I guess to be fair, like, wait, what could it even be other than one of those three things? You know what I mean? I don't know. But yeah, but I think you're right. I think it's gonna be one of those. I think the way that the fan base is gonna treat it though is it's gonna be one or the other. Fan base is gonna treat it either as great or bad, right? Even if it isn't bad, even if it's mediocre, they're gonna treat it as really bad, right? So it better be good. Because again, by the time this, I just want to say that game is releasing in 2022, right? It started development in 2017, late 2017, but the game's probably going to release late 2022 as well. So it will have been roughly 5 years of development. Actually, a year longer than Forces. Half a decade for one game. They're calling it Sonic Team. I don't know if it actually is Sonic Team anymore or how they're doing that, but it says Sonic Team. So presumably, like, the way that they're advertising it anyway, half a decade for one game by its studio that works on nothing at all but that game. Like, it isn't like they were doing 20 different projects and this is just one of them. They took half a decade to work on one game. Versus, you know, Nintendo, who puts out multiple games a year and they're all big and huge. And, you get what I'm saying? It's like, it better be good. Like, don't mess it up, guys. Holy frick.
You should finish Steins Gate? Yeah, I know. I totally should. I'm actually kind of hyped. I'm like, I should do it soon. How long was it for Tokyo 228? I feel like that was like a year. Maybe I'm wrong, but those are usually done as a side thing for like a year. Okay, good point though. Yeah, they do. I think Sonic Team also develops those, so or whatever. That's how they used to do it anyway. I don't know how they do it now. But anyway, but yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it wasn't like maybe Sonic Team didn't work entirely on this project for 5 years. Maybe they also took a break to work on Tokyo 220 and all that. But even so, right? Even so, if I don't know that made HC3, I'm gonna be so mad. I would be too, if nothing else, because of the actually, as weird as it sounds, because of that hyper-realistic looking human Sonic costume in Tokyo 2020. Because like you saw that, right? It's freaking unreal how realistic it looks, and it's on Hedgehog Engine 2, from what we know anyway. So why would they need HC3? Right? Like, come on. Gonna make you lose hope completely for the game at least being a decent bit better than Forces. Right. Same here. Same here, honestly. Some teams develops a lot of games. I'm pretty sure they worked on Pro Pictures too. Okay, well. Okay, well, true. Okay, so it's not just this game. Alright. But even so, right? It's like, come on. Those are all kind of spin-off things that, like, not that they don't take any effort, they certainly do, but, like, nowhere near as much effort as, like, a full-on mainline game. Oh, yeah, Blob, they could have also upped the Cycle Wars, but that's true. It's gonna be a cross-gen game? Yeah. It's gonna be interesting, to say the least. Okay, what do I freaking do with these meshes? Because that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? Because the way that I was doing it was... Gosh, I don't know. I guess what I could do is I could just ignore... I don't know. I'm just trying to think, right? Maybe the meshes could be, rather than inheriting from an object, I don't know. I guess a quick fix would be I could just make it inherit from a node so it doesn't have any position or anything like that. And then when I export the FBX, I just basically take all the, if I see like a node that has a mesh as one of its like child nodes, I just like then take all the meshes and I like, I don't know, that seems kind of... The Sega using H2, it's the Sega, wait, what? It's the Sega graphics engine. Oh, no, yeah. It really is. Colors of some bangers? I know, right? Love the Colors OST. Could be a reason why they did not develop in 2019, but I don't know. Oh. Oh no. That's true. Could be. Hey, what's up, man? I'm a C++ guy too. Yo, freaking awesome. How you doing? Incoming the... Wow, Rad, your code looks awful! I'm just kidding. What's going on? I'm kind of out of it, right? I'm trying to figure out what I should do with these meshes, because... Okay, so, like, the issue is, like, again, like, I think the simplest way by far to represent the materials is to have one material per mesh, right? And then just, you know, split up the model or whatever into different pieces based on, you know, the materials it's going to have. That just makes the most sense to me to do it like that. So if we're doing it that way, then we need to be able to have multiple meshes on a node, essentially, because that's the thing, right? So, like, if you go on Max, you know, you can see, like, oh, here we go, like this Sonic Mouth, right? If I recall correctly, that actually had two different meshes, but I attached them together, so it's just one mesh now, right? Don't mind the fact that Sonic gets into the void when I zoom in too far. That's just a bad, he's too small, so the zoom is clipping in. Anyway, I'll fix that. This is like one model that's made up of two meshes. And it's all part of one node, right, called Sonic Mouth, and with one position and everything. So it makes sense to present that in the in code, as though you have one node and then you have different things that are like attached to the node, right? So in the FBX SDK, the way that they do it, to my knowledge, is they have a thing called a node attribute, and the node attribute is a thing that you can attach to a node, all right? And that's things such as meshes or bones or things like that. And they just attach all that. So I tried to do it that way at first. That was actually what I was going to do, but I ran into an issue with it. I don't even remember what it was. But that's how I was doing it previously, and then I ran into some problems. And I decided it would make more sense to do it like this. And now I'm running into issues again, so... Yay! Maybe it does make more sense for it to be a node attribute. I don't really know. But, I gotta give it a little bit of thought. Holy frick, has it really been almost 6 hours? Oh, good lord. Right, give me a second again. Colors is synth done right? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's like synth if it didn't sound like first.
Okay, so you have node attributes, and then they can be applied to the nodes. So in the FBX SDK, actually, they only have one node attribute per. Well, actually, I don't know. I can show you. It's kind of weird. So like, let's. So what they have is there's a thing called get node attribute, and it just gets there's only an option to give you one that I can see anyway. You can only get. It's as if there's only one attribute that can be applied on a node at a given time. All right, not an array of them, just one. But then if you type like node attribute, you can see there's actually oh no, yeah, there's this by index, and there's this count. So it appears you can actually have several node attributes on one node. That's interesting, right? So maybe we should just do it like that. I don't freaking know. Why not? Right? Why not? Wait, we gotta do something, so let's get to work. Okay. Let's have nodes, and then let's have... Oh, wait, how do we do materials? Let me see how we do materials first. I don't know what, like, add material. Oh, look at that. What's that? How does this work? Okay. Oh, okay. So... Alright, they have a sample from the Autodisk, from the SDK. I'm going to look at that a bit. They make a material. They set the mapping mode to by polygon index direct. They start making polygons, and they add all these vertices and stuff. Wait, what's this about? Wait a minute, what? Pyramid base, pyramid sides. Okay, so these are just different polygons. That's the material index. Okay. And then they say create materials, which is another thing somewhere else. And they... Oh, what is this? Okay. They make a material, okay. And they set some properties of it, okay. And then they... Where do they add it? That's what I want to know. They get the node for the mesh, and then they just add it to there, and that's all they do. Okay. Okay, so there's no... Actually, so I was wrong about that. There's no, They don't have nodes as materials. They just have nodes, and those always have a position and everything. And then they have materials, and they just add those. Okay, so I know I literally just changed up a lot of this. I'm gonna undo some of that. I'm gonna. This will be worth it. This is for the better. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, so we don't need the object thing then, because there's no reason for that. Every node just has a position, rotation, and scale, so we can just have that, and we can yeet all of this, which is a good thing. That makes it a lot simpler. And then secondly, I don't know if we actually even need a node type. Yeah, we're just gonna have nodes, and they don't need types. And we're gonna have a parent and children. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this. And this too. Now wait a minute, is this right? Does this make sense? Like, I think so. I think it does. I guess you could just have it by... Maybe we should reference the node that has the bone on it rather than the bone attribute. I don't know, that might make the most sense. We'll see. There's a few ways we could do it, so it'll work out. So we don't need that anymore. And we really don't even need to do all that. We don't even need that to be a template anymore, so we're actually doing a lot, aren't we? Ah, yes, I love programming. Okay, we're actually gonna go back to it being like this. And maybe I'll regret that. but I think this is actually for the better. So we're gonna do this. Okay, and then, and you know, and this as well. Okay, we're gonna make these, because they're not templates anymore, there's no reason why they shouldn't be, you know, why they should be inlined like that. So we'll just move the, code to the CPP file. That's wrong. It's, that's it. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that, and we'll do that. Okay. And then yeet all of this. I want to at least get something on screen tonight. Good lord. I think that, yeah, FBX is just dumb sometimes. Okay, scene data, name, parent, yeah, that's all good. Alright, cool. So we got that, and we got the nodes still, and that's all working. Okay, so then this is going to be different. So this is the part where this is going to come in. So we're going to say, I don't know, node attribute type, maybe? I don't want it to be too long. I don't want it to be like something really long you have to type every time. Say like mesh, we're going to say like bone, right? And then we're gonna have like, frick, I don't know. We'll have this, and we'll have this protected thing here. We don't even need that anymore for this. We'll say node attribute protected, and we'll say, we want the constructors to be private for these too. Wait, no we don't. Just have it be like... Just have it be like, an abstract class. Sorry, I'm really out of it. So, and do we need a name? I don't know. Because, obviously for, like, bones, we want to have a name. For, like, meshes, I don't know. Yeah, I guess we do. I guess we want a name. So, let's have that. And what do we need? We don't need parents. We don't need parents where we're going. We don't need, so we don't need that point or anything weird. So, literally, I think all that we really need is, like, just name. I might even be able to have one that's just like default. Just defaulted. I think it's probably fine. I'm gonna do the different overloads because I'm weird like that. And move that in. Okay. Problem? Did I misspelled it. That's what I did. Okay. Anyway, and then we'll have a virtual destructor. I mistyped that. There we go. And we'll make it abstract. I actually always forget how to do this. Because if you just do that, that's an error if I remember correctly. I did it here. Oh, actually, all these are abstract. Oh. That's how you do it, yeah. It's weird. I always thought that was weird. This is freaking weird. So let me actually just put that there for now, so I don't forget it. I'm gonna, that actually makes a lot of sense. When I see that, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. I just have to, yeah, anyway, I always forget how to do that. Okay, I'm gonna put this actually above the node. And I don't think the node needs a virtual, because the node isn't actually being inherited from, maybe in the future it'll need one. Maybe it makes sense to leave it there just for future-proofing, but I don't know. I think it'll be okay. I think there's an extent to where future-proofing is, like, you don't want to be like, oh, my code doesn't need the ability to, like, be able to programmatically change itself, but maybe it will in the future, so I should add that, you know what I mean? Like, You can't predict the future. You shouldn't act like you can. Like, just when you do need to change it in the future, change it. Right? It's really not any more complicated than that. Alright. I'm just gonna grab that whole thing. Oh geez. Okay. And yeah, just do that again. Move it again. I like how many times you have to be like SCD move. Move semantics are weird. I think I understand. Actually, you know what? I don't even know if I totally understand them. I think I get it. I think the way it works is when you do the R. This is an R value reference, right? And so it's like a reference to a thing that doesn't like exist yet. Essentially, it's like a value, not a storage space to put the value in. Basically, right? Whereas a number reference is pointing to a thing that has a storage space, right? So the weird thing about them is that, to my understanding at least, if you just try to use this name variable inside of this constructor or in a function or whatever, like if you just try to take a thing with these double ampersands at the end and you just try to use it, it will act as though it's just a normal reference. It'll act like you just did that. Like it decays to normal reference, which I find just so weird. I get it, but it's like, I get why it does it, but it's like, that's just so hard to wrap your head around. I don't know, it's weird. So if you want it to keep its double reference R value status, right, R value reference status, you have to say SCD move freaking every time, because that keeps it as a double, like, you know, R value reference instead of an L value reference. That's my understanding of it. I feel like I'm doing it wrong still, even though I think I get it. There's a video by, oh, who's it? Eternal, I think his name? How do you say his name? Frick, hang on. Let me find it. I think I have it right, but I don't know how to say it. Yeah. I don't know if I'm saying his name right, I'm probably not. This guy. Eternal. He has this great video on it. Yeah, this one. This is freaking great. This is probably the best video I've ever seen on this topic. If you're interested in C++, this is definitely worth a watch. Probably not until you're at least an intermediate programmer, though, because it is a bit of a complicated thing that he's talking about. If you're like just starting out with C++, this is probably going to scare you away from it, right? But if you've done a little bit and you kind of know what a reference is, and you're kind of trying to figure out what the move stuff is about, but you don't really get it, this is a great video. He explains it so well. Did you 2 support emissive textures? Yeah. I mean, didn't HG1 support that? Well, it supported emission at least. It could sort of like... It sort of faked emission anyway. Again, I don't know how to... that's probably all gonna change, but who cares? Actually, I gotta stop streaming soon, 'cause it's getting a little later than I realized. I gotta get up early. But, what we're gonna do is... I'm gonna push on enough to where I can get the, I want to at least get this code running again, and then I want to kind of play with it a bit. I'd like to at least add one feature to it, but I don't know if we have time for that now. So I'm just gonna try to get it working again, and then I just kind of want to show you, you know, maybe fix up that little one thing with the, I don't know, the mesh groups. Songs with lyrics tend to throw me off, especially when someone's essentially trying to talk to me. Huh. Yeah, that's actually, I think that's a fairly common thing. I think there's like a term for that, though. I don't remember what it is, but... But I don't feel like you're alone in that. Okay, I don't think there's actually any reason for this to be protected anymore. So, oh, I already made it a struct anyway, whoops. Yeah, we can just do that. I think you can actually also say like this. I think you can do that, but I don't know why I feel weird doing that. Even though this is more weird, somehow I feel like this I'm positive does what I want, and the other one I'm just not sure. I think it does what I want, but I don't know. I'm more comfortable with that. Let me get this struct again. Alright, there we go. That's much better. So you can just construct these on your own. That's all fine. That's no weird restrictions to that anymore. And yeah, we have these types here. Okay, and then in the actual nodes, I'm gonna re-add that. So like, okay, you're gonna have like oh yeah, we can get rid of this too, can't we? I mean, there's no reason why this has to be inline anymore, but it's such a simple function that it's just calling another thing with the same arguments, so probably should be inlined. I have a problem where I use inline way too much. I don't know. I realize that, but like I'm trying really hard to only use it for things that's like literally just it calls another function with the exact same arguments, right? Like this is a lot of code, but all that it's doing is it's saying call this, like just literally it's just jumping to a new location, right? So like, yeah, I don't see any I just realized I like shouted that and it's like one.
Turn it down a little bit.
I will stop soon, but let me get this working first. So okay, so we got because it shouldn't take long at all. If it does, I'll give up and I'll do some other time. All right, so we're gonna say first of all, actually, I want to have a really simple one. I'm gonna say has attribute. Actually, I might need to get this more thought, huh? Well, yeah, why don't we just reference the bones not by, yeah, certainly not like this. That was garbage. Because that was taking up way more memory than needed. Yo, let's freaking go. Love this song. Okay, I don't know, let's just have, let's have pointers to the nodes. We can do that, right? Yeah, we already have that particular, okay, yeah. I don't know, that's less bad. I'm gonna make that less bad in the future, but that'll work out okay because the nodes are set up such that, you know, the pointers are always gonna be consistent. So even when you add a new node, it won't break the existing pointers, right? So I did that on purpose because I wanted to be able to do this. I wanted to be able to reference it by pointers, so that should be fine. Now, I guess ideally you would reference the bone itself, not the node that contains the bone. But since we're doing this with attributes now, and attributes I don't know exactly how that's all gonna work yet, but you might have an instance where I don't know. I think I'm gonna try to do it real simple. I'm just gonna try to have a vector of attributes like this. So if you add an attribute to this vector, it could potentially break the pointers to one of the existing attributes, right? So you don't want to reference the bone attribute by directly. Oh, wait, I'm a freaking idiot. No, you have to do it by pointer anyway because there's different types of attributes. Oops. Yeah, so you have to do like you have to do it like this. So actually, I think it should stay consistent then. I think. I don't know. So I think you should be able to do this. I don't know about that one. Let's rearrange this. And for consistency, let's do that too. That should work, actually.
Like colors bangers, I know. Straight bangers. Free Shaw! Shaw has been freed! Shaw is back! Holy frick!
Welcome, Shaw. It's been quite a while. So actually, maybe this whole thing of the way I rearranged that was a waste of time. Whatever. It'll be nice having consistent node pointers in the future if we need that. And I think the memory layout of it will actually maybe be worse. Frick, well, maybe I'll undo that later. But anyway, but we've got the attributes now anyways, so whatever. We'll just get it to work tonight. I can make it better later, right? So we probably should have helper functions like this, like, you know, has attribute or get attribute of a certain type or whatever, but for now, I'm just not going to bother with that because I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it yet with the API, and like I just want it to work. So, okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to go back into this code and it's going to break again. Yeet this temporary test code I put there. Okay, create node. It's going to be a node. That's it. Simple as that. That's nice. I like that. It's simple and clean. And you know what? One benefit of the way that we did it is if we do this again, this is actually a big benefit. I don't know. Second node. If we make another node like this, and then we go to use mesh node like this, that'll actually work just fine. Whereas if I wasn't storing vectors of pointers, but instead just a vector of nodes, this line would actually have the potential to make this reference invalid, which means that this line would actually crash. So because of the way I did it, that won't happen. So that's actually a positive. So I didn't waste my time. So actually, I will keep it like that. That's good. Okay. So I'm gonna bring it back to how I had it before. Waste of time, but whatever. Create mesh attribute. Okay, we're gonna say mesh, and then like doesn't matter now what happens. I will never give up the fight. Mesh attribute equals, I don't know, it's gonna make one. So I'm gonna say new mesh here. And frick, I don't know. I guess these can technically, wait a minute, name? Wait, what? Where's it getting that from? It's getting that from the node. Alright, let's do that. Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the meshes can have names too. Yes. So we're gonna name the mesh the same as in the FBX file. Sonic Colors. It's the DS version, though I can tell because of the crusty bit rate. And then add mesh attribute to node. So we're going to say mesh node dot attributes dot in place back, and then we're going to move the mesh attribute that we just created from our current spot directly into here. So yeah. Alright, and that should work. Boom, boom, boom. Get ready for some Sonic Rangers, Brad? I'm ready to see gameplay, yeah. Or just more about it, right? Even if it's on a CG teaser, that's fine. I just want to see more. If I was streaming on Twitch only, it would probably be pretty easy to get affiliate. Maybe. I don't know. I've gone back and forth on it. I've gone back and forth on whether I should stream Twitch only or YouTube only, you know, because most of my audience is obviously on YouTube, so, you know. But I've thought about that at some point in the past. But honestly, seeing all the weird stuff going on with Twitch right now, I kind of feel like it's probably best to, if anything, stick with just YouTube, right? I'm kind of playing it cautious. Like, I'm still on Twitch. Hi Twitch. How you doing? But I'm not sure if I want to stay there forever or not, because there's some really weird, I don't know, Twitch has been just really crazy lately. Hasn't it? Is that just me? There've been a lot of, like, weird controversies and, like, changing the rules a lot and, like, doing stuff that doesn't really benefit anyone. What's if it's on Twitch? Hey, Rad! Hey. You don't know any details about Sonic Rangers, right? Well, all I know is what was in that is, I'm taking it with a grain of salt, right? But what was in that January 4chan leak?
Not the later one, not the one that's clearly made up. The one that's from before anyone knew the name Sonic Rangers. And that says that there's a time travel plot going on, and it has Breath of the Wild influence, and all this stuff that totally lines up with what we can see in the teaser. That one I think is actually legit. They're just being weird. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm dumb.
You're right, Tess. Okay, so that should be fixed there. Okay, so wait a minute though, let me think. So what I want to do is, I want to have a node, like let's say Sonic Mouth, that's the node, right? And it has 2 node attributes on it, each of which are meshes, okay? And so when you export that to the FBX, I need to change it up a little because in FBX it's going to work differently. What I want to do is instead of having different node attributes, I want to have one node called Sonic Mouth, and it just has a single attribute on it, which is the mesh, which is just a combination of all of the mesh node attributes from HedgeLib, right? So I need to actually go through the list of attributes and get all the ones that are meshes, and then combine their vertices and everything all together into one big thing, I guess, and then build that and send that off. So that might actually be a little complicated, I don't know, but that's what I want to do. That's what I think is that would be ideal. So then when I import, I guess I need to do it in reverse, right? So I get this Sonic Mouth thing. No, I can't. Wait a minute. No, I can't. I can't do that in reverse, can I? No. Yes, I can. I just have to get all of the I have to somehow figure out which of the vertices and all that are part of a different material, and then make that a new mesh, right? That's what Sonic Team did in their tools when they exported this data to a .model file. They did that programmatically. So you can totally do that. It's just kind of... the song will always slap? Yeah, I know, right? Stop so hard. You're wondering about the Ghost Girl thing a little? Me too. Huh. It's a very interesting direction. I would have expected that. Nelson has retrieved his almonds. Let's go! So, yeah, that's kind of hard to do, though. I don't know how much we can do tonight. But let me just, for the time being, just get it to work again, and then I can work on that later, I guess. So, create mesh attribute, copy vertices, add the attribute to the node. Okay, what I want to do is, let's put a to-do up here, like, to-do, what are we doing? We're taking this single model, and we're splitting it up in different meshes based on the materials. So yeah, like split up mesh into separate meshes based on materials used. Based on what? Alright. And so then for each mesh, just one per mesh, we can have a material name. Though, do we want to reference the material like this? Well, I'll comment that out for now, but we want to have one material per mesh. So that's how we're going to do this. Okay, so we're not even really going to work on importing tonight. We're going to work on exporting. That's what I want to do right now. Oh, frick. I literally left this halfway typed. Okay. That's why we have 29 errors. FBX node. Mars has been posting about a Ghost Girl from Leech since like late 2019. I wonder, but yeah, it could also just be another one or just fake. Well, it could always be fake, but I feel like there's way too much of that is impossible for them to have guessed. So, I don't know, but the Ghost Girl thing is weird, I do agree. That's the one, actually it's probably the only part of the entire leak that makes me kind of go, The rest of it is spot on, in my opinion, but that part is like, a Ghost Girl, what? What? That sounds a little bit made up, but I don't know, maybe there's a Ghost Girl. When he says Ghost Girl, does he mean like that? Yeah, like from from the Mars' stuff, like the Night of the Werehog? Or does he mean, like, you know how in, like, Zelda, I don't know how to explain what I mean. Like, does he just mean, like, a human-esque, like, transparent sort of, you know what I mean? Like a spirit, you know? Because if it's going for Breath of the Wild style, you know what I mean? Like, what's that character in Zelda? I don't really play too many Zelda games, to be honest. I seem to remember there being this character who's, like, blue, like the color blue, and they're, like, transparent or translucent or whatever, and they, like, show up occasionally to be like, you know, Link, you must retrieve the whatever, you know. Maybe I'm just making that up or something, but I seem to remember that being a thing. Could Ghost Squirrel mean something like that? You know, just like almost like a Tikal for the game. You know what I mean? Navi? Yeah, I guess I meant Navi. Whoa, but that's... Hey, listen! I don't know if I really... I actually don't know. I'm a freaking idiot. Does Navi have, like, a human form? Or... is it just the... Oh, Fi and Skyward Sword. Or Fi, or however you say that. Let me go on a new tab, because, you know, it's the internet, and they like to loot everything. But, let me see if that character is... Yeah, I meant Fi or Fear, however you say it. I meant her. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I don't actually know if her character was like that at all. I seem to remember seeing that somewhere. I don't know. I could have just misremembered that completely. But I seem to remember that being like, she's kind of almost like a, you know, she helps the player out, right? I wonder if that's kind of what they meant when they say Ghost Girl. Like, they mean kind of like a spirit thing that shows up. It's like, Sonic, hold the Y button to do the spin cycle. You know? I don't know. They might have, because think about it, right? They've had a lot of games where they do, like, a one-off character for that game. Like, I don't know, Secret Rings had, like, Shara, right? Could be, like, a Shara. Like, why the frick not? I don't know, they've done it before. Does your mom have a human form? Wow. His name is Link. What? Yeah, surprisingly it did. Hold the Y button to turn on the washing machine and do a spin cycle 1,800 RPM. You know what's hilarious? Okay, I didn't think of the name Spin Cycle, but that aside, I'm dead serious. I had this plan for a fan game that I wrote like 4 or something years ago. I'm not joking at all. I didn't tell anybody about this. And I had a maneuver that I was going to put in the fan game. I was like, oh, and you have this thing where you hold the button and Sonic spins around the enemies. And then it's almost like a tornado thing. It's almost like the Sonic Wind or whatever it's called in Heroes, right? But it wasn't going to be quite like that. Instead of it being like throwing them up into the air, it was going to be like he would like spin through them, right? I don't know how to explain it. Like, he was going to like turn into a ball and then like roll through them in a circular pattern. And then I was going to have a lot of like enemies in circle patterns, I guess. And it was just going to be kind of fun. Like, you'd be running and then you just hit a button and, you know, take them out, and you just keep going, right? And the thing that was going to be cool about it was I was going to have it so that when you release the button, whichever direction you're, like, whatever part of the circle you're currently in, he's going to, like, shoot forward in that direction, right? So if you're at, like, the, you know, I don't know, like, upper left part of the circle, and you, like, let go of the button, he's going to, like, shoot forward, like, upper left, you know what I mean? So you could, like, use it to, like, it wouldn't kill your speed, it would do the opposite. It would, like, you'd be able to use it to sort of as an attack, but also as a blast-off kind of thing, like, shoot in that direction. That was my plan. And then this freaking spin cycle thing comes out, and I'm like, that sounds like that. Sonic Team read my diary. I'm kidding, but seriously. That's been in my head for like 4 years, and then I read that and I was like, holy frick. I don't know. I hope it's like that and not lame. It's called Blue Tornadoes and Heroes, but I don't care. It's Sonic Wind. Screw you, screw you, screw you. Dang. Alright. Freaking Blue Tornado? Why do I feel like I've never heard that before? I'm sure I have. I just... What the frick? Okay, huh. Alright, well, never mind then. Uncanny coincidence. They read my diary, Azuka. Get out of it. There's private secrets in there. No. Can we put info about my crushes and Sonic? I'm just kidding. Sonic Rangers. I don't have a diary, I'm just making a dumb joke.
You know, and people are always like, you know, oh, they could read my diary. All my secrets are there. I gotta be real, I'm too logical for a diary. I've always thought, like, why the frick would you want to have a book where you write down your most sacred secrets that's just easily, conveniently accessible by anyone? Someone's gonna come in the room and be like, I'm gonna read that book. There we go. Alright, I know everything about them now because they were so kind as to collect it all into one convenient location. That's where Sonic's potential smoke comes from. Yeah, I didn't know it was called that. Like, legit. He's been away for a while. Yeah, Knuckles had COVID, but he's back now. This song slaps. Shame about the guy, but we're not going there, right? This is a song. I'm not getting into the details of people who make them. I'm just getting into how it sounds. It sounds good. I swear, every time that I must have said this before. Every time he says that, I hear, "Nobody gonna come here and eat my Play-Doh." It's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure thing, man. You can have all the Play-Doh to yourself. It's fine. Yeah, you know how it is. Throw your hands up. Come on. Spin cycle sounds painful in concept, but when thinking about how it could be done in gameplay, it sounds satisfying. Well, yeah, it's one of those things that's so easy to get right or to screw up. It depends on such very minor things, right? If it kills your speed, then it's not going to be very fun to use, I don't think. If it's like you're running and you jump and you use the thing, or you just hold the Y button and you use the thing, and he just spins in a circle and it takes an eternity, and then he does a trick thing and then he lands and you've got no speed, then it's like, right? Because what you're doing there is you're saying, stop the speed, stop the momentum, stop what Sonic's about, we gotta do some spin now, hang on. You know, that wouldn't be fun. But if it's more like I was saying, where it's like, he spins in a circle and then when you release it, he blasts off in that direction, like at the speed of a spin dash, right? That could be cool, because you could choose to use it, right? Like, if there's some enemies on the ground, you know, you could choose to do the spin cycle on them, or to homing attack them, or whatever, right? Just depending on what's faster in this area. And you can also take the direction that it, you know, and the boost that it gives you to sort of, you could just go forward, right? Or you could actually go like, okay, I'm actually going to go to the right now, you know what I mean? You can change your direction in a way that's without losing much of your speed. Like a donut, that's what I'm representing. Exactly. The homing attack kills your speed. Yes, I know. And that's something that actually I feel like they probably should have changed a long time ago. I don't know. You know what I always thought? I thought it should be like this, right? When you homing attack, if you just tap the button, then he just does a normal homing attack like what we're used to, and it kills your speed. But if you hold the A button after you're done with the homing attack, he would bounce off the enemy, right? And it would be like the classic games. So you could choose, right? Do you want to just homing attack and then land, or do you want to, like, bounce off? Because if you could bounce off like that, I don't think there'd be a problem with it. So be spinning around enemies, and then maybe enemies give your energy. I don't know. I don't know how exactly that would work. It could be good or bad. It all depends on how they do it. It could cause motion sickness unless it zooms out to a top-down perspective, or they're slowing the circle before taking off into a direction. Well, what I would think would be like, obviously when he's spinning around like that, while he's spinning, the camera wouldn't be spinning with him, right? It would be like zoomed out at a fixed position, and you would just watch him spin from there, right? And then when you release it, he would blast off in that direction, and then a moment or two later, the camera would like catch up, right? So if you like blast up to the right, for example, then he shoots out, you see him go off to the right, and then a moment or two later, the camera like starts to pan over to that, right? That's sort of how I imagined it. I don't know if I explained that well a bit. Maybe you're right, though. Maybe that would still be too much. I have a feeling that this would cycle some kind of mystical power, seeing as it's like to spin the T's, it becomes some kind of weird rune thing. Oh yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, he did like a spin around the trees, and then became like a thing.
Huh. Come on, he did a freaking spin. The 4chan leak describes a spin cycle, and it's like, oh my gosh, everything about it is so accurate to the freaking teaser. If that leak is wrong, I'm gonna be shocked. And I'm not the kind of guy who believes leaks, but like that one is like, come on. It actually just logically makes more sense that that is a real leak than that isn't at this point. Because there's just so much of it that lines up. You mentioned that in a voice chat last night? What? I'm sorry, I said several things. Why is this song so good? All Sonic music is good. Straight up. There's very few songs from this franchise that I dislike. Sonic can spin really whenever he wants to. Yeah, he can. He is a hedgehog. And hedgehogs can apparently do that according to Sega. Don't give a hedgehog to a robot. Bro, the hedgehog rolled up into a ball and killed my Roomba. Wait, it's called a Roomba? I don't know. You know, the vacuum cleaner? Anyway. He does a spin cycle at the end of the teaser. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sure you did mention it. I was so out of it. Oh no, you said last night. Oh yeah, I wasn't there. Wall 5. Yeah, Wall 5 was... that was an exception. That wasn't good. Okay, so I need to actually, I mean, Owl Lights would be... Yeah. Owl Lights is great too, though. Okay, set node attribute FBX mesh dot release. Okay, so what are we doing? So we make a mesh, we make the control points, we're gonna do that later. We ensure the base counts on pole 3 so that we, don't get screwed. Yeah, this is where the material is gonna go later, but not now. We begin the polygon, and then we end it after we've added all the, faces to the polygon. And then we we make a node, and then we set the attribute there. Okay. And then finally we do this. No, it's node, right, yeah. And oh, hang on a second. What the frick? Is this the first time that we used the node in this? No, we used it there too. But okay, well, weird. So yeah, so anyway, that's gonna be applied there, and the attributes are gonna be, I don't freaking know. So what we need to do is we need to combine the different, I think I'll just put it to do there for now. Yeah, combine all mesh attributes into one. Yeah, we need to change that up. Like, we don't want a node anymore. We want this. And we want to set the node attribute to this. Gosh, actually, I don't know. Because the fact that there can be different attributes technically means that you could have a whole lot of stuff, doesn't it? I actually don't know how we're gonna do that exactly yet, but I'll figure that out. But not tonight. I'm gonna do this. Is that right? I guess right. I just wanted to compile again. Okay, import node, export node, yeah, not this, so this part changed significantly. Gosh, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna comment this out for now because maybe I want to look at that as reference later. But what I want to do is, at very least, well, yeah, I need to add several different. I don't know. I guess I can like. This one kind of slaps too. Okay, let's do this. So I think we can actually safely move this stuff. Maybe we can eat that and also this one. And we can move that here. So we're gonna say FBX node like this, and we're gonna say C string. Wait, no, that's, yeah, I think that's actually right. Okay, that's right. Okay, so create FBX node.
Did you change over to C++? I did. Yeah.
I still stand by some of my opinions with C. I do think that C has a lot that it does that's a lot less messy than C++. Like I think it's a lot easier to look at C code and sort of and break it apart and understand exactly what each line is doing. There's a lot of weird syntax things in C++ where sometimes you like C code and it's like, what does that do exactly, right? And it's kind of hard to tell. But I also think that C++ is a lot more practical. So when it comes to like from a design philosophy standpoint, maybe it's worse. But when you actually are like writing code and like making a program and you just want the program to work, it's a lot easier to get something that works with C++.
Hey, how you doing? I get it. It's automatically good. Taz, please don't ban me. Taz is gonna get real mad at me. I like Mad Gear too. If Rangers modding takes off, imagine a mod for some Terraria Calamity. I'm not familiar with that mod. But yeah, if Rangers,
well, if Rangers is good, then yeah, modding for it will absolutely take off. And I want to mod Rangers day one regardless of whether it's good or not. That's part of what I'm doing right now, actually. I'm trying to work on HedgeLib so that I can get it ready so that by day one we have a level editor for it. That's what I want to do. Okay, so after we make the node, I guess what we want to do is we want to go through each of the attributes, right? So like convert attributes. But it's not as simple as this because the problem is if we have like a bone attribute, right? Then yeah, we could just convert that right over to you know, a bone attribute in HedgeLib. That's easy, no problem. But if we have a mesh attribute, remember, I want to convert that to not just one FBX mesh. Oh no, sorry, yeah, I don't just want to take one HedgeLib mesh attribute. I want to take all of the mesh attributes and combine them all into one FBX mesh, right? So I'm just not thinking really well right now. It's probably not that hard of a problem, just not thinking. So if you say like, I don't know, like attribute in node.attributes, right? That. So we got the attributes here. And we can get the type and everything. Oh well, we should be able to get the type. I forgot about that. Oh wow, that's pretty bad. Okay. Oopsie. Yeah, let's get the name too while we're at it. Alright. Okay. And then obviously in these we have to actually I guess it's actually, that's really actually gonna drive me crazy that this is called node attribute, this is called node attrib. like one or the other, right? But then if I make this node attribute, that's a lot of typing. Right? Like, maybe it's not that bad. It's kind of a lot of typing, but that's kind of C++ though, isn't it? A lot of typing. So maybe it's not that bad. I don't know. But look how much longer it makes these lines. Holy frick. It's already 93 characters. That's a lot. We'll do it here too. This goes over 100. Wait, it doesn't? Oh jeez, it looked like it did. I should probably put this on another. That's fine. Do that here too. Alright. And then in the original function, we should say inline. No, that should be type, and return. Oh, frick. Forgot my naming scheme. The private members are always things like that. Did I do that with the? Well, surprisingly, it seems like I somehow managed to actually keep that going for everything other than right now. Okay, cool. Alright, so type. So, I did actually, yeah, I simplified. I know I've been I've redone it way too many times. But yeah, what happened is I explained it a lot better at the beginning of the stream, but basically the decision that I made to make it C89 in the first place was really not, it wasn't based on anything. Like there wasn't any like logical reason to do it. I just did it because I was trying to learn C basically, and because I was in a bad spot in life and I was just kind of trying to distract myself with a new challenge, right? And I really was not thinking at all, and it was just objectively a bad decision. Because I do like C, I still stand by that, I like C a lot, but it just was not, for this project it wasn't the right tool for the job. It's like everything that I can, a lot of the code I'm writing here in like 2 lines takes like 100 lines in C, you know what I mean? And it was just like, I was wasting so much time typing stuff that was like, why am I typing this, right? And I was just shooting myself in the foot because I was trying to use other libraries, and all the libraries are in C++, and a lot of them don't have C bindings, or if they do, they're a nightmare, and it was like, why am I doing this? Just use C++. Like, so, yeah. But I swear, I'm not rewriting it again, holy frick. I'm actually very happy with it this time. It hit different. I thought it was shuffle music, not shuffle secret rings party. I can kind of see it sounds like that. You know what this actually is, this song? This is a remix of Red Mountain from Sonic Adventure. Straight up. Maybe that's obvious. I literally didn't know that for years, so I wanted to point that out. When I found that out, it blew my mind. You did not hear it? Yeah, so you hear it? Yeah! It's crazy, right? So I'm actually gonna, I'll pull up Red Mountain next. Right, and then you go to Red Mountain and it's like, it has that, but then when it gets into the melody, right? Okay, that's a long intro, but it's here. That part's a little different. It hits the piano a little more, but it's the same kind of thing. I swear. Did you see my research of the Switch executable forces that I posted in DM? I'm not sure, actually. I've been doing a really bad job checking my DMs, I'm sorry. Let me check it out. Thank you, that's really cool stuff. I don't know if I actually...
I think I have the right version for that. I don't actually remember if I do. But I definitely want to look into that. Thanks so much for showing that. That's really that might help a lot. I'm sorry I'm doing such a bad job checking DMs. Holy frick. I completely missed this somehow. That's really useful stuff. Thank you so much for sending that. I'll look more into that later. Let's see. What else do I need to do before this will work again, right? Because I need to sleep soon. Okay, so for each attribute, okay. Well, obviously we're gonna do like a switch. We're gonna do something based on the result. So, node attribute type, and we're gonna say like bone. We're gonna say mesh. So if it's a bone, it's real easy. We just need to say like export bone, and then we're gonna change up the arguments of this though. We're gonna say like because we don't actually want to. What we want to do is we just want to set the I guess we can actually technically add multiple I think FBX lets us do that. Let's see. It returns the previous one and it like adds a new one. I think that's what that does. I don't freaking, but whatever, but it won't at least error if we do multiple. And I think that will work. It's an edge case that you would even try to do that anyway, so I'm not too concerned about whether or not that's actually correct, but FBX node attribute, okay, so so we need to export the bone, so how are we going to do that? So okay, so we're going to say the attribute is here. I guess we should actually say attribute pointer, and then here let's say node attributes, and then we'll get the we don't even need to do that, we can just yeah, do that. Okay, so attribute, and then we can just visit the dot. Okay, and then down here finally we can actually static cast it, so we're going to say static cast constant nope, bone attribute, right? Yeah, and I don't remember why I have that boolean. I think it's because if you haven't added the root yet, then you need to add the root. Yeah. Okay. I feel like there's definitely a better way to do that, but whatever. What do you mean, what? No, that's all good. It's just because I haven't, changed the parameters of this yet. So we're going to take in the bone, and then that sounded weird. Once we take in this reference, we're going to use that to generate a okay. I think that'll be fine. So let's hop to it. Yeah, we get the skeleton, and then we don't even need to do that. Nope, none of that. We just literally, oops. Why did I do it like that too? What the frick is wrong with me? You can tell I'm out of it because I forgot VS was a thing. Jeez. Alright, FBX skeleton dot release. Right? No. I mean, I guess we could even do that. Yeah. Alright. And we're gonna pass in the added root bone flag as well. Okay. It's probably a better way to do that. It's a hack, but whatever, it'll work. And mesh, and then we're gonna say something here. Goodness gracious. So this is the part that I'm having trouble with. So yeah, for meshes, I don't freaking know what to do. Can we set
multiple mesh attributes? Will that work? There's a shot, right? Because if it does work, then that's going to be way easier than what I was about to do. I don't think it'll work. But maybe it'll work. Well, let's give it a shot. Because it seems that you can actually have multiple node attributes, so... Yeah. I guess I should look up the documentation for this. Where is it at? There it is. Wait a second. What the frick was in there when I clicked on that? Okay, it was HedgeLib Premake LZ4 Annoying Orange for some reason, Robin Hood and Robin. Okay, great. Random searches that have nothing to do with this that I don't even remember making. Why would I search for Annoying Orange? What the frick? I was hoping it wasn't like a, you know, phone number or something. Good lord. Why do browsers feel the need to do that? Like, how is that helpful? I had autofilling, sure, but like, you think maybe you should be like, hey, click here and type in your PIN to autofill your phone number, you know? Like, don't just be like, here's your phone number, you freaking idiot. Why is it designed like that? Anyway. Good goodness, I need to actually be careful. Okay, set node attribute. The node attribute can be shared between nodes. Oh, okay. If a node has, here we go. This node has more than one attribute. This call will destroy all but the default node attribute. Wait a minute, added via the add attribute method? Oh. Oh. There's examples of how to use it. Okay. Do they mean add node attribute? I think they didn't add node attribute. This song slaps, by the way. Just putting that out there. Think you should go incognito during streams? Yeah, I actually unironically did consider that. I think maybe I will. Actually. Let's see if that's any better. Well, it blinds me because I don't have dark mode. Wow! Even in incognito, it has the same recommendations. How do you turn that off? Like, unironically, how do you turn that off? Go to bed. Thank you so much, Never7. I actually will real soon. Are you an Annoying Orange fan, Red? No. Brave moment. Doesn't Chrome do that too? Because Brave is really based on Chrome, so I don't see why they would, and it's supposed to be Chrome but more private, so I don't see why they would add a feature like that. Solutions use Usivati. I mean, yeah. Does Usivati do that too, though? I guess I get into the notice and seriously, I appreciate it a lot. Status. Add the new node attribute to this node. If no other node attribute already says the default one, this one will be set as the default one. The default. What the frick? Default? This property contains the default attribute index information of the node. To access this property, do default attribute index.get, and to set it, do set. Why is there a default? What is... How does this... Okay, I don't think this will work. At all. But I'm going to, Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm going to just give it a shot and see what it does. Because I'm just morbidly curious at this point. Will it blow up? Let's find out. Alright, so we make the mesh, and for now we're just making one mesh. We'll combine them later. And we're not doing any of that, actually. No, not again. Oh no. We're just going to return this. And we're gonna Okay. Good. And then, what's all this? I don't know. That's the number 2. Well, actually it does, but you can't access that. Oh yeah, you can't access that. That's dumb. Why did I do that? That's freaking dumb. Should I have actually made it so you could add to this? Because you can't, I don't know. What do you think? Yeah, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna do it that dumb way. I'm gonna say, children. Oops. That. Okay. I'm gonna do it again. Over here. What's wrong with that? I think it's because you need to do that. Is that not right? Okay, hang on. Right, because it's actually a pointer to a constant pointer to a node. So this won't work then. It's actually, oh, it will. Okay. Alright. Wait, so I guess this means you could actually change the... So no, hang on, it's a... This syntax is so confusing, I gotta keep it real. What helped me was, I found out that if you read from right to left, that helps a lot. So it's a pointer to a constant pointer to a non-constant node. So, the pointer is constant, yeah. Yeah, I want that because, I don't want you to be messing with the pointer. But yeah, I want the node to be modifiable, so that's fine, okay. And then we'll have, child count. Just gonna be like that. So yeah, no iterators, I guess, unless I tweak how that works, but it'll be fine. And maybe that's kind of bad, actually, I don't know, whatever. I can try to add iterators sometime later. So, okay, goodness. This is, yeah, that's all, I'll fix that later. Seriously, that's bad. Okay, wait, is that right? I think that's correct, yeah, because you're indexing that, and then you're, yeah. Okay. Okay, actually that's without errors somehow. Is that? That might not be right, but whatever. It should compile. That's all I want. Hey, Eminem, how you doing? I didn't know you're streaming. Yeah. Oh. Thanks, YouTube. Will you type in Knowing Origin incognito? Incognito is just the raw browser. Wow. Curiosity sure is morbid. I don't remember why. I think it was because somehow it came up in a conversation, and I think Neil was like asking. I don't think she was familiar with Annoying Orange or something like that. I wanted to show her it. I was like, look at this garbage. I was curious myself if they were still going to. So I remember seeing that in like 2010 or whatever. I didn't like watch it, but I remember seeing it. You know, it was all over YouTube. And also, it got a Cartoon Network show, didn't it? Holy frick! Our standards were amazingly low. What was it about the Knowing Orange NFT? I don't know. I don't remember. remember we found out that he has a channel called Annoying Orange Gaming or something like that. He's uploading to, I think, every day or two. I say he, it's a team of people. I don't know why I'm saying like the orange is real. Yeah. And they've been uploading to it every day or other day for like way too long. And they're still doing it in 2021. It's like,
you need to retire, dude. You need to. Can you imagine the reality where any of us like ends up in our like 30s or 40s and we're like every day are like making Annoying Orange Gaming videos? Like that becomes like that sounds like a fate worse than death. Like that's your job. Do you reckon they have like AI making these videos at this point? Probably. I don't know. Used to watch Happy Wheels videos so often.
Good memories, I guess. Honestly, I never really watched them, but Annoying Orange. I did see Happy Wheels though. I saw that all over YouTube. I think I saw like all 55 videos or something when he used to play that. I saw someone play it. I remember being like a really like a sheltered like peer boy, and I remember like watching one of those and being like, "Oh, it's so violent. It's not okay."
It's funny. I think worse than death sounds like not being able to pay rent. Good point.
Good point. Because they're apparently still doing well. I remember when I showed it to her, I was shocked because I thought that they were like, you know, basically irrelevant. But they did. I think they did a freaking Among Us video. I know, right? The best of both worlds. And it got several million views. It's like, oh my gosh, there's still kids watching this in 2021.
So I guess I can't I guess I can't complain too much about it because somehow it's actually working out for them. So all right. I can't imagine a reality where any of us are in 30s or 40s in general. That's honestly a mood. The Annoying Orange Gaming thing is funny to think about if they were still alive today. I know. It's amazing. When the orange is sus, yeah. Alright, no, they are still up. They're still a thing. I don't want to search it again, but I will. Just for the sake of showing you this. Get ready to cringe. Like, it's really cringe, okay? It's, like, you're not ready. Like, if you think, like, oh, I'm prepared, it's like with the face. No. It's far worse. They're dressed up as video game characters, and it's... Get ready. This is freaking... Oh... They have almost 3 million subscribers, and, like, okay, their videos aren't doing, like, super well, but they're doing one a day, and they're, like, averaging, like, still a good freaking amount of views for a channel that should be dead. Oh, I hate it so much. Look at this. This one got 1.2 million. That's more than the good videos get. Oh, no, I hate it. How long have they been doing this? Please no MCN request. We are not interested. Oh, alright, and they have a fan mail address. 2013, and they've amassed... Is that 2 billion views? Oh, no. Wow. They're doing quite well. I'm shocked. Wow. What is that, Lemon? I don't know any of the characters. I never watched it. I'm gonna tell you goodbye. I'm sorry. Grapefruit has good taste in games. Played the best Sonic game. I wasn't paying attention. Sonic DX existed. I saw that. Yeah, that's the new thing that I saw. And I was like, I'm out of here. Oh, it's so cursed. So, you know what, I hate to do it, but, I really wanted to at least get something done, but now, of course. So I almost have it working. I'll get more to this tomorrow, and I'll probably get a lot done, but, a lot of times I stream and I'm just talking, and but I do enjoy it. I do enjoy talking to you all, so.
I don't feel like it was time wasted or anything like that. But yeah, anyway, but I do, okay, so I do still have this, I had this exporting, I had it working right now. I'm just tweaking I'm tweaking the code a little bit to clean it up, and in so doing, you know, I broke it, but I'll have it fixed soon. The main thing is, I gotta ask Skype about this sometime. I gotta ask his opinion on it. What I should do about the meshes. Because actually, it's funny, right? It's already handling it legit better than any other tool, which is funny because I'm not saying that to put myself up. Like, it's just that the tools that we have that currently exist are really bad at how they handle the meshes. Like, holy frick. So, you know, but it just because it handles it better doesn't mean that it's actually handling it well. It's still kind of a mess. It does actually get the mesh group thing correct, so it does link these up, or more or less. I need to fix how that works a little bit, but it basically, it figures out to put the meshes there, just like Lost World does, just like the actual Sonic games do. So that's cool, we have that. But if the mesh group is not named, which is like 90% of them are not named, right? Probably far more than 90%. It's probably closer to, literally, I think it's legit 98 or 99% of them are not named. Almost all of them are not named. So if it's not named, yeah, then it doesn't know where to put it, and it just can't figure it out, so it just dumps it here, right? And, I hate that. I'd like to be able to figure it out enough to where I can actually go, oh, you know, so we've got, you know, this mesh, we got this mesh, we got, this nose. So that's 4 of them. Oh, jeez, it's terrifying. I think that's Sonic Body, yeah. So all these should be one model that's called Sonic Body, which is what this node is here. That's not actually supposed to be a bone. Every tool, including this one currently, exports it as though it is a bone, but it's not actually a bone. It's supposed to be a model. It's supposed to be this, all combined. And then this... Oh, frick, I clicked on a bone by accident. Oh no, Eggman's here. Oh no. I didn't want that. Anything but that. He's gonna force me to keep posting about Among Us. I don't know. These should all be one model called Sonic Hand Foot, which is here. And then one, I don't know which one it is, because again, I don't know if they're going based on Sonic's, like based on what you see when you're looking at them straight on like this, or based on, you know, what's actually Sonic's left and right eye. I'm gonna assume it's what's Sonic's left and right eye. But anyway, that would be like IL, then that's IR, right? So this is how it's supposed to look, except these are not supposed to be bones that have meshes as their children. They're supposed to just be meshes, a single mesh, right? Not like, this shouldn't have 5 meshes in it. It should just be one mesh called Sonic Hand Foot. But again, I don't know how to actually do that correctly, because I don't think there is a way to, because there's no data I can find in the file that links up correctly. So what I want to ask Skype is just, what would you do? Skype-senpai. How would you import that? Because if there's no data that connects it together, so maybe there is data that does, and I'm just missing it like an idiot, but I've been like cross-analyzing. I understand, at least to my knowledge, I believe I understand every number in the entire file now, right? I understand what all of it is. There's no unknown values in that, in the V5 skeletal models anymore, at least like from what I've seen. So the fact that I know what all of them are and I still don't see any way that connects at all is like, you know. And I checked, I looked at like indices, I looked at weird outlandish theories, and I tried a bunch of crazy, I was desperately trying to find any way that I could find them connect, and I don't see a connection. But clearly they do, because clearly this is all supposed to be Sonic Body, right? That's just like obvious. And this is all supposed to be Sonic Hand Foot, because if you actually, you know, if you do fix it like I just did, and you just manually move them to where they're supposed to be, and then you like move the models and everything, you can see how that's totally what this is. These are not bones. These are models, right? And yeah, again, the game is actually programmed to check to see if it can have if the mesh group is named, it tries to find a bone with a matching name, and if it finds one, then it replaces that bone essentially with the mesh. So, because the game is programmed to do that, HedgeLib does that now too, and yeah, like if you go into mouth, see here, this mesh group is named Sonic Mouth, so it was able to successfully actually find that and replace it, just like what the game does. And yeah, you can see it, it makes sense that this would be there. But clearly that's what these are supposed to be too, but sadly those names are not in the file anymore, so I don't know. Let's see. Oh, later, Eminem. That's all good. I'm gonna stop streaming real soon anyway. Like I'm basically leaving up for tonight, but
I haven't streamed long enough for Skype hours. I know, and I totally would, because I'm so close to it at this point too. But I gotta get up early, so I already should be in bed. Is the thing. She's gonna be waking up soon, yeah, but I really do have to go to bed, sadly. But I'll like ask him sometime when I get a chance. The Waking Sky, yeah. Oh, hey, Zoni. Why are they connected under the root bone for the meshes? Yeah, that's why. So again, so like reference is clearly like the skeleton, right? And these are supposed to be the models. But no tool currently imports it correctly, including mine, because I don't know if there is a way to do that, because there's no data that links it up. These are correct. This is correct, and the other one, I don't think I fixed it yet. Yeah, I didn't manually fix that, but these are supposed to be combined as one mesh that's called Sonic Mouth L, just like what I did with this one, see? It's not supposed to be a bone with children, it's supposed to be one model. That's what it was originally in their scene, I'm positive. It just makes sense. Because there isn't any, like, connection like a bone. Like, it isn't treated like, oh, Sonic Mouth L or Sonic Mouth L is like a bone, right? And then it has, like, it pulls in this way. It isn't treated like that. It's just like, there's a thing somewhere in the world that's a child of this mouth reference L thing called Sonic Mouth L, and it's located at this transform, you know, this rotation, this position, this scale, and these meshes are children of it. Like, that's the information that's in the file. So yeah, it just makes sense. But anyway, I don't know what to do. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to have them all as meshes, and I don't know. Say mesh 01, mesh 02, so on and so forth, and then it's just up to you to connect them and put them where you're supposed to if you want to do that. Because again, I don't think there's any way I can actually programmatically get it correct. Sadly. Like, I literally don't think it's possible. If it was, I absolutely would do it. I want to do it so badly, but I can't find any way to do it. So anyway, if Skype knows, then... Holy frick! Skype's here. Hi. I don't know how to explain it. I can try to explain it. So, you know how in the head check engine, the Mirage model files, right? There's a section of bones where it lists out all of the names, and then they have a parent index, and then they have like there's matrices that correspond to those. So I don't think that those are just bones. I think that those are nodes, and basically like they can be bones, and they usually are bones, but they can also be just like a model, right? It's just basically a representation of the scene hierarchy in Max. That might be obvious, but I'm just finding that out now. Yeah, I just was. My problem is, so let me show you what the problem is. I'm gonna delete this and re-import. So, I actually found some code in Lost World that kind of confirms that theory. So, you know how the mesh groups can have names at the end of them optionally, but like 98% of them don't? So, it turns out in Lost World there's a function, I forget what it's called, but I found it the other day and it's kind of interesting. There's a function that actually will go through all the mesh groups and it'll check if they have a name. And then if they have a name, it then goes through all the nodes and searches for a node that has the same name as the mesh group. And if it finds one, then it'll link them together. So it'll say, oh, this node is actually just the model. It's this mesh group, right? And so, yeah, so HedgeLib, what it does currently, this was exported by HedgeLib, is it, if it does that same check as Lost World does, and if it finds a matching node, then it puts the meshes as children of that node. So like you can see here, it found Sonic Mouth L and Sonic Mouth, and it put those in the right spot, alright? What it should be, ideally, is this, right? It should be like, these shouldn't, I realized as I did it, these aren't even supposed to be different, like, objects. What they're supposed to be is like this. Hang on. It's like, that, right? And then this goes up here, and then it's called Sonic Mouth, like that. And this bone doesn't even exist, it's just that. So anyway, so it's supposed to be like, I believe it's supposed to be like, hold up. I'm so slow. Like this, right? So like a model just sitting right there called Sonic Mouth. I was not I know you're joking. Anyway, so my problem is this, right?
So for the ones that are named, I can do that, and I can programmatically import that correctly, the way that Sonic Team actually would have had it in their scene. But sadly, not all the mesh groups are named, and in fact, again, like 98% of them are not named. So all these meshes up here are ones that are from mesh group that has no name, right? So I didn't know how exactly to import them into the scene, so I just dumped it there. But it seems obvious to me now that I'm looking at it. Look at this. Reference, and then all the children are bones. Yeah, because reference means skeleton, right? Okay, makes sense. But then look at this. What are these? Those aren't bones. Like, we've been importing those bones the whole time, but those aren't bones. Those are just nodes. Like, what it's supposed to be is like this, right? Like, hang on. Let me get all the right meshes for this. Okay, so like these are all the ones that would, these are like his hands and his feet, right? So, put that in there. Yeah, and then it's supposed to be like this. Hold up. Let me fix it real fast. That's actually gonna break the rigging when I do that, so you know, but it's just for the sake of showing what I mean. You attach them all as one, and then you put it up there, and then finally this whole thing gets renamed to Sonic and Foot, and it would have the same position and everything as this node that we imported, right? And you get rid of that one. But yeah, it's supposed to be like that instead, right? And then these are supposed to be like, yeah, all this is supposed to be Sonic Body. And this is supposed to be, I don't know if it's R or L, because again, I don't know which one it goes by, but anyway, you get the point, right? Like, these aren't supposed to be bones with children. These ones there are supposed to just be models. Okay, hang on, let me see. Seems to be used for just skinning. Well, I don't know, though, because they don't... That's the thing, right? They have bone indices, in all of the meshes throughout the whole file, right? And not a single one of them ever references these bones. There's no bone indice anywhere that references Sonic Body or Sonic Hand Foot or IR or IL. But they reference like every other node, every other bone that you can think of, pretty much. It's like those are the only exceptions. And it's like, well, yeah, because they're not bones. They're not skinned. Nothing is skinned to those bones. Those are just like nodes. And sure enough, if you look at the name, in the symbols from Lost World, they don't call it C bone, they call it C node. Considering the bones are rigged to vertices and the rigged bones have Sonic Mouth as the parent, it should be no problem if you have them separate. Wait, I'm sorry, let me read that again. The bones are rigged to the vertices, right, and then the rigged bones have Sonic Mouth as the parent. Right. Well, yeah, so it's not a problem if you have them in the right, like, you don't have to get them in the right place. Like, it will work in the game no matter what you do, but I'm trying to get it as accurate as possible, right? This is how they actually had it in the scene, from what I can tell. Which is kind of weird, but also kind of makes sense. I don't know. And then these would have been like, you know, I haven't fixed all of them, but they would be like smaller sitting here. Seems like the bones aren't bones anymore. That's what I was thinking, basically. Just like Jack Milk, his bones would be silly bones. Yeah, if you Jack Milk. Alright, Rad, I don't know. They only have inverse bind pose matrices and hedgehog models. It's not like X and O, where they also have proper transforms along with inverse bind pose matrix. Like, I don't know though. Are you sure? Like, maybe. That could be right. If I were you, and I don't think I'd separate them and just follow the original mesh grouping. I mean, I'd keep the original mesh grouping. When you say separate them, I'm not actually sure what you mean. Like, just keep the original mesh grouping. Well, no, I am doing that. So the Sonic Mouth and the Sonic Mouth L ones that I'm talking about, like this, and this, those are actually mesh groups. Each of those are their own mesh groups, and all of these are just the meshes that are in there. So I would just have these be models. I would, instead of doing it like how it currently does, which is this, I would have it imported like this. Right, and so you could easily then go in like the vertices are still of those two meshes combined as one, right? Like the thing that makes them separate is the fact that they have different materials. So like part of that Sonic Mouth model or whatever you want to call it has one material and part of it has another one, right? So when you export, you can easily split that up into 2 meshes and have it be exactly like it was in the original file. You just have to figure out which materials are assigned to what and then split it up based on that. So that makes the most sense to me to do that. My problem is that for the other meshes that don't have a name, I don't know where to put them or how to categorize them. Because if I put them all together as one big model, then you end up with a big thing that's like character Sonic or whatever, and it's actually a bunch of different supposed to be a bunch of different models, but it's pretending to be one, right? And so if you try to actually export that out to a model file again, you're not actually ever going to be able to originally recreate the you can't accurately recreate the original model file because that data has just been lost essentially. So I don't like that. I think it makes more sense, personally, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it makes more sense to have it be like the ones that don't have a name. Just import each one of those meshes as a separate model, essentially. So have a different, and give it a name maybe. Don't just do what I'm doing now with no name. Give it like, yeah, I don't know, whatever, solid mesh 001 or something like that, I don't know. But like, import them all as that, and then that way it's up to you to kind of choose what you want to do with it. So you can choose to like bunch them up or not. I don't know. But yeah. You keep the original grouping. Not to mention, matrices and HedgeLib models don't always match what's there in the HKX file. Well, but that's why I would think. That's why I would think they wouldn't match, because it's not always bones. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, you would think that if it was nodes, they would have, like, some data that would actually link it together, and it would have, something that would state that. Like, you'd have, like, a type at the beginning of each node that would say if it's a bone or not, and they don't have that. The idea is export every mesh separately. I don't know if I'm explaining well. My idea is, when you get an FBX file that you generate from... Okay, so, like, when you take a model file and you export that as an FBX, in the FBX, try to do what Lost World does. So go through all the... So Lost World does this, right? So like go through all the mesh groups and see if there's a node that has the same name. And if there is, then basically instead of exporting that node as though it's a bone, we know that it isn't a bone. We know that it's actually supposed to be a model. So just export it as a model with that name and the same matrix as that, I guess, bone would have had, right? And then, so do that. But if it doesn't have a name, if you can't find one that matches, which is, again, like 98% of the time it's going to be that, sadly, that's the part that I'm trying to figure out what to do. That's the part where I'm not sure what to do. It is? Oh. Oh no, how long has it been like that? Okay, thanks for telling me. I hope it hasn't been like the whole stream. Yikes. I'm always paranoid about that. So, okay, so then if there is no mesh group with a matching name, or the mesh group has, if there's no node with a matching name as the mesh group, or if the mesh group just has no name, which is what happens most of the time, then that's the part that I'm trying to figure out what to do. So again, I'm thinking like, if I just try to treat that as though it's one big model, so like treat the whole mesh group as one model, I guess that makes the most sense. I guess it does. But it means that if you actually want to split it up into these different pieces here, like I guess I'm assuming they originally had it. Like it looks to me like they had a model called Sonic Body, which is just all this combined into one thing, right? They had a model called Sonic Hand Foot, and they had a model called, I'm assuming this one would be like IR or IL. I'll just put them where they're supposed to be, but like these aren't supposed to be bones that have meshes as their children. They're supposed to be a model that just all the meshes are just one model, right? And their script or plugin or whatever that they use to export the data just exported it like that, because it went through the each model and it went, okay, give me all of the vertices or polygons or whatever that have this like go through all the materials that this model uses, and then like on a per material basis split it up into different meshes, and then that's what it does in the final product. Come to think of it, though, you do make a good point. Yeah, they may not have actually... How did it decide that all of these should be one mesh group then? Whereas... you know, the mouth ones should be their own mesh groups. So yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But it just seems so like, what else could it be if it wasn't like that? Like, what are these bones then? If these are bones, Sonic body, IL, IR, and hand foot, because they're not actually skinned to anything. Like, they aren't assigned to anything. They're just there in the file, and it's so weird.
Treat it as one big model, follow the mesh groups.
So treat all of this as one model because they're all part of the same mesh group. Okay. Yeah, that's probably right. Okay. So I guess I don't know what to call it then, because the mesh group isn't named, but I guess you could just auto-generate a name, just, you know, whatever. Mesh group 1 or something like that. Okay, Sonic Mouth L, and an unnamed mesh group. That's what's in the Lost modifier, right? Follow that. Okay. Yeah, you're probably right. That probably makes the most sense. I was just wondering. Yeah. Okay. So thank you. I was wondering what you would have done, and like if there was some way that these could be linked up that I was missing. That still confuses me though, because it seems totally like, yeah, like this is Sonic hand foot, right? And like Sonic body would be like one model that would be all the, you know. So I'm confused. If that's not what it is and I'm wrong about that, then what the frick are these? Because if they're bones, then why are they not skinned to anything, and why are they not part of the reference node like everything else? Like all the other bones are in there. That's so weird.
Use the name of the model file for named ones.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess maybe like put a number at the end. Like character Sonic 001 or something. Because otherwise you might end up with like multiple character Sonics or whatever, right? But alright, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, yeah. Because that has the benefit too of like making it so that if you export that, so like if I import this FBX into 3ds Max and then I like, I don't know, just like change a material or something and then export again, and then I you know, take that newly exported FBX and I like, you know, convert that back to a dot model, it'll preserve the same structure more or less as the original model file. I think it would actually be exact, wouldn't it? You should be able to preserve the originals. So, okay, yeah. So that's good then. That's the best thing to do. You want to. What matters in the end is being able to preserve the byte-structure of the model file. So that should be good. Okay, thank you. I was a little unsure what to do there, but you're right. That seems like the best solution. So tonight, obviously, I'm not going to do it because you know, I need to stop streaming tonight. But I was literally just about to end, and it was funny because I was literally just saying, yeah, I want to hear Skype's opinion on what I should do with that, but you know, like I need to go to bed, and you know, I don't think he's gonna be able to get here until like after I've already ended the stream. And then right as I was saying that, you showed up. So thank you. Get push win real soon. I know I keep saying that. Oh, Scott, I didn't show you this. I'd like to hear your opinion on this too, but maybe I can just show it to you better tomorrow, because it's going to be hard to see it on the stream and everything, but I followed your advice with the proposed API. So I have I have 3 different basically structs. So so there's the direct loaded structs, which are just byte to byte, you know, accurate recreations of the data in the file, and they're used internally to parse the data, and they can also be used externally if you want to do something advanced, right? But they're not meant for normal users, right? So all the direct ones are like this. They are all prefixed with it says raw, and maybe you know, maybe I should change that. I don't know. I know Saji suggested I say res because Lost World says res. Let me turn the music down a little bit more, actually. Let me know how the audio is. Anyway. Sajid suggested that I call it, like, res instead. I don't know, maybe I will do that. I feel like raw kind of conceptually makes more sense, though, because it's like, yeah, this is raw data, like, right from a file, not edited, you know. I don't know. I'll think about it. Oh, apparently there's actually an unknown thing. No, I know what that is. That's the morphs, right? I'm pretty sure that's the morphs. I just haven't implemented that yet. Anyway, I plan to soon. Anyway, so yeah, so you got the direct loaded structs. They're prefixed with raw. Which makes more sense when used in a game. Yeah, I think so too. But in a exactly. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. In a library, I think raw makes more sense. But yeah, so then anyway, you have those, and then you have these, you know, the sort of classes. So you have, for HedgeLib engine, you've got one called, it's under the Mirage namespace, and it's called Skeletal Model, and there's also one called Terrain Model. Maybe I should merge them into one, I don't know, but they're a little different, and I wanted to preserve the data in the original file as similarly as possible, like you suggested, so, yeah, anyway, the way this is just kind of like a, you know, like a more code-friendly wrapping around the original data, like parsed correctly and everything. It's made to be as accurate as possible. So yeah, what you can do is you can say, you know, skeletal model like this, and then you can just give it a file path, and yeah, or you can actually pass in a pointer just to the raw data if you've already loaded that. Like for example, if you're like what I'm gonna do in HedgeLib at some point, if you've got a pack file that you have loaded up in memory and you want to just like parse the data right from the pack file, right? You can just pass in a pointer to the data. So that's those are both options. And anyway, they both end up calling the same function, and it just parses everything, and then you're all good to go. So anyway, once you've got the model, you can go through it in exactly the way you would think. So so the model has like mesh groups, right? It has like a mesh groups vector. And, you know, each mesh group has, you know, now these names are not right, I know. I'm going to change base to, opaque, or however you say it, the, opaque, and I think the rest are right, actually. Yeah, transit punch are right, so I'm going to change that. But anyway, these are slots, and so you can, you know, go through those, and then you get the meshes, and you got the faces, and the vertices, and all that stuff. And you can actually even use the range 4 to do it, so all that's implemented. And then when you're done, you can save it back to a file or to a stream or whatever. And by default, what it does is, so you might have noticed this part up here, I have actually an array, a vector of sample check properties is what they are. And there's one on the actual model itself, and then for each node in the model. So if you go to like nodes, right? Each node has a matrix and a name and a parent index, and then it also has its own vector of parameters, and you can actually add ones here too, so you can say like this. And the reason for that is because that's actually what they do in the models. So like these ones that I have selected right here, the topology and the user AABB, those are per model sample chunks, and then the ones all above that are all per node. So there's actually like nodes ext, which then has a huge collection of these node params, you know, sample chunk nodes or properties or whatever to call them, and each one of those has a number for its value, which actually is the index of the node or bone or whatever that this is supposed to apply to, and then it has children, which are the parameters. So basically, right, for example, like here, this one has a node param that says 0 is the index, and then it has an SCE param as a child, and then finally it has shadow CA1, shadow RE1. So to recreate that in HedgeLib, what you would do is, no, Windows stop, okay, you would do this, right? Because what you're saying is, okay, get me the node at position 0, just like up here, using index 0, right? And then in its SCA params, which is this, right, add these two children. And so when you save, it'll do the right thing, and it also does the right thing when you import. So it's all correct. I made sure that it's actually byte for byte accurate on both ways. So yeah, you have that. Anyway, you have per model properties and you have per node properties. That's how I'm doing it currently. And then yeah, when you save, what it does is it checks to see if you have any per node or per model properties, and if you do, it'll automatically save it as you know, with a sample chunk header, right, and with all those nodes intact. And if you don't, then it will default to saving it as, you know, like the old style Unleashed Generations header. If you want to, though, you can manually control that. There's actually overloads of save, where you can go in and you can say, actually, I want you to use a specific version of the format. So, like, maybe you want to have a V2 skeletal model instead of V5. It defaults to V5, but you could do that if you want. And then you can also say, actually, even though I have some sample chunks that I've added, and it makes no sense that I would want to not save those, don't save them, right? Just use the old header. And so anyway, you can configure all that however you want, but by default it'll do that.
So yeah, Res makes. Oh yeah, I read that. They're separate classes and gens. Better to keep them separate here as well. Yeah, I think so too. I make so many typos on mobile. So do I. So you're following the original structures for these classes? Awesome. Yeah, I'm trying to best I can.
And yeah, oh yeah, so sorry. So that's actually, so all of that is the second struct, right? And yeah, it's like, as you said, as you suggested, it's like per format. So this is actually, you know, a skeleton model just for Hedgehog Engine, right? It's not like trying to be generic in any way. And so you can make sure it's all byte for byte correct, and you can control every aspect of it, just like you're actually messing with the file. There's also now there's a third type of struct, and this is a generic one. And so the point of this is just for importing and exporting. So the way I had it before was I had like an HL model, right? And you know, this was like a generic model that I was trying to wrap everything in, and that didn't really make sense for multiple reasons. You already listed the main ones. But beyond that, another reason that I realized that was honestly kind of really dumb of me, that I can't believe I didn't realize it before, is like an FBX file doesn't actually contain a model per se, it contains a scene, right? It's a collection of different things. So it can be a model, it can be several models, it can be cameras, it can be lights, you know, it could be several different things. So it was kind of dumb to try to wrap that all into a model, right? Like, I'll import FBX into a model, you know, like, what are you going to do with the other stuff? You should be able to preserve that too, hopefully. So what I have now is I have a thing called scene. And it's, the design of this is still I'm still kind of working on it, so, you know, this might change. I'm very much open to suggestions and stuff, but it's like a node-based hierarchy. So, you can go in and you can say, like, my scene.add node, and then you can have, like, give it a name, and then you get, like, a node, right? And then once you have a node, the nodes can have children, so you can say add child. I don't know why that's erroring out, actually, but I swear it does work. I don't remember what I did wrong here, but anyway, you can give it a child, son, right? And you can go in and you know, whatever, and you can keep going forever. And there's a whole hierarchy, and then basically the nodes can have attributes, and the attributes can be meshes or bones or whatever, and you can attach them to each individual node. And so anyway, yeah, so then you can import a whole FBX file into one scene, and you can actually even import multiple FBX files into one scene because, you know, you're just merging the scenes. And then you can combine, you know, export it as one. So there's a lot of flexibility there. What's cool about it too is, so I could, in theory, take this scene and convert it to a model, but I could also convert it to whatever else is in the scene. So like I could pull just the model out of the scene and then generate a Hedgehog Engine model from that, or I could pull out the lights from the scene and generate Hedgehog Engine lights from that, right? I could pull out materials, generate Hedgehog Engine materials, so on and so forth. And so because of that, you actually have the potential to be able to take one FBX file and generate like not only .model files, but also like materials, textures, UV anims or whatever other anims, and lights and all of that all in one go, just from one file. So that's kind of cool. I feel like there's some potential there. And then anyway, yeah, the way that the current API, again, it might change, but you have the Hedgehog Engine model, right? You would say, take the Hedgehog Engine model, and then you say add to scene, and then what this will do is this will just convert the Hedgehog Engine model data into a generic HedgeLib data, which it'll then pack into the scene, right? And the generic data is a lot more generic now than it was before. Before I had different vertex formats and stuff, but now I've simplified that. This is bad. I'm going to change how this works. The way I'm doing the per channel data is horrendous, and I'm going to improve that. But the idea is that everything's a vector 4, which is inefficient, sure. But it's not supposed to be efficient. This isn't meant to be used for drawing in a game. This is meant to be used as an intermediate format, right? So this is meant to just kind of mirror what's in an FBX file. And yeah, FBX pretty much uses vector 4s for everything. So I did that here too. And it's literally just floats, right? And yeah, so it'll actually convert whatever the model data is in the Hedgehog Engine stuff to these vector 4s. So even if you're using like, you know, some weird packed format or something, it'll convert it to floats and everything as appropriate. And so it's always in the same format once it's been imported to the scene. So then, yeah, you can just say export FBX, and you can also customize if it's binary or ASCII. And you can choose the FBX version. I'm using the FBX SDK right now. I might actually end up, I don't know, I might I might also try to finish that other stuff I was working on a while ago, the custom thing, because honestly, it wasn't that far off from being done, and the FBX SDK is kind of a pain to set it up and link it and everything, but it's not that bad, and it just didn't, it made more sense to use it. So for now, I have it so that it's an optional thing. There's a macro called use FBX SDK, and if you don't have that set, then it just doesn't do FBX support. So yeah. All right, that's how I'm doing it so far. This looks cool to me, to be honest. Thank you. I'm really glad to hear that. These streams are actually really happy to me, not gonna lie. Thanks, that's really cool. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, honestly, I get excited thinking about what you can do with this stuff. I really want to have. Why is that airing actually? Oh, it's because I made it a template. I forgot to undo that. Well, whatever. I'll fix that later. That was just a temporary thing I was doing. But yeah, that's how the current API is kind of set up. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything I should try to like add or change or whatever about this. I mean, any suggestions or anything, please do let me know. I want to commit it soon. I just want to like, make it compile again first. That's the main thing. It doesn't. I tweaked it a bunch recently, and it's not all like compilable right now. So I need to fix that. But anyway, last time it did compile, it exported this. So it's almost done. Generic, just like Sonic the Hedgehog. And yes, it's not big. That's fine. You've been here for like 7 hours, so I don't blame you. You're loyal as heck. Thank you. Anyway, yeah. Should work now. There you go. But yeah, so I think I need to sleep, so in the meantime, I think I'm gonna try, if there's anything in the breaks channel, I might do that. Okay, so I'm not gonna show. I'm not doing videos on the breaks anymore because they take a long time to show, and there's a lot of like copyright issues with them, and I just kind of don't want to steal views from people who made content. Even if it is uploaded by the person who made it, though, it's just kind of I don't know. It's just kind of a lot. I feel like it sort of distracts from the stream a lot because it's sort of, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like, when I show images, I feel like it's just kind of like, here's the memes, and then, the stream keeps going. But I feel like when I show videos, it's like, hang on, and I feel like I have to stop the stream to kind of switch over to video mode now. You know what I mean? I don't know. That might just have been me, but, yeah, so, it's nothing personal, I swear. I'm doing this for everyone. I might make, like, 1 or 2 exceptions in some, like, I know, like, Taz, sometimes shows, like, Corey trailers, and, I might still occasionally show some of those, but just for example, just because those are usually not that long, and they don't have copyright stuff, and I'm not taking views from the original creator because the person who made it is Taz. He wants me to show it, I don't know. He usually only has 1 per stream, so it isn't like 17 videos from 1 person. It's like 1 video from 1 person, and then that's it, right? So I might still show those, but that kind of thing aside, it's just gonna be images. That said, was I gonna start the stream right as you were finishing? But hey, stuff. But yeah, I'm sorry. The thing is, I already should be asleep because I'm getting up fairly early, and it's already 2 in the morning. But yeah, Radfordhound coding is just break a lot of stuff, fix it later, and then test it. It's true, honestly, but it works really well somehow. When we're coding at the same time in a stream, Rad, elbow cough. Hey yo. That, imagine with live share? Yeah, that honestly could be really cool. Time zones are a pain, but yeah, I would be so down for something like that. Yeah, it'd be really fun. I'd like to try something like that sometime, actually, but yeah, we have to, like, work it out, but yeah, so I'm gonna do a very fast break. I'm just gonna show images, and then I'm gonna sleep. Alright, so, let's start off with, this one from What's Up Boom. What's Up Booms? He says, how did this happen? Programming. This is such a mood. Hold on, let me show this. So if you can't tell what's going on here, he has a million different folders called BK, I think that's what that says.
that are inside of each other. So he's in like BK, which is within BK, which is within BK, and it just keeps going upwards forever. It's so true. It's so easy to accidentally introduce a bug like that into your program that like makes it spew out 8 million files or folders onto your hard drive. I remember once there was a bug in I think it was HedgeLib that this guy found that I felt so bad about, where he like, what was it? I think when you tried to like when you tried to pack an archive, I don't know what it was, but for some reason, later Skype. For some reason, you would try to pack a folder into a gen's archive, and it's supposed to do splits, right? So it's supposed to do like AR.00, AR.01, whatever. But it's obviously supposed to stop, within a reasonable amount, like it's supposed to do it the way the game does. There was a bug where for some reason, I don't remember what caused it, sometimes the split limit would just stop working correctly, and basically would freak out, and it would end up just infinitely generating splits. And so you would try to pack a single folder, and you would end up with literally like thousands of files on your hard drive, where it was like whatever.ar.00, and then 01, 02, 03, 04, it's just forever. I think it did stop at 99. I think I did actually have a check where it was like, because it's always 2 digits at the end of that number, so I think I did check, like, make sure it's 2 digits. It was, that was a bad bug. I fixed that a long time ago, so don't worry about that. That was, like, years ago I fixed that, but, it reminded me of that. You did this once trying to crack the WAD archive format for big rigs, which you actually did crack, but you couldn't figure out a good way to extract it. It's one of those formats. I totally understand that. Yeah, there's a lot of weird formats where it's, like, not really an archiving format, It's kind of something else, but it's also, like, there are kind of files in it, and you kind of want to pull them out, and so it's like, what the frick do you do? I still don't really know what to do with those kind of files. It's weird. Team Sonic Racing, it has some files like that. It has these, what are they? I think they're CPU.sp2 and GPU.sp2 files, something like that. And they're not really archives. They're like kinda archives. They have files in them, but they also have like extra metadata for each of the files, and it's like, how the frick do you extract this? I don't know what to do about that still, but I'll figure that out eventually if I decide to care about TSR. Anyway, Big Rig's archive format is literally just renamed it. I believe it. Alright, from Wasif again, we got the screenshot. Holy heck, Mario! I didn't think he'd actually kill him. He's dead. He completely ruined him. Bowser is no more. That's amazing. From Mega Gamer, I don't see anything sus. Man eating building SCP-1051 Nevada extraterrestrial SCP animation. Oh, that's horrifying. I forgot, I'm actually not familiar with that SCP. Somehow I haven't heard about that one. My favorite is still probably the IKEA. No, it was the portal that sends you, it randomly appears on planet Earth and replaces the doors to a normal IKEA building, right? But there's no way of knowing until you've walked in, and then once you, what it is, it's a portal that takes you to another dimension that looks exactly like the inside of an IKEA, but there's no way to go out, there's no exit, and it just goes forever, right? And at nighttime, the IKEA workers are like zombies. And they try to follow you around, and they try to like kill you if you're not. So there's all these people who are stuck in this dimension with you because they've all fallen into the same trap, and they have like these shelters that are built out of these like IKEA like bookshelves and stuff. They've like taken whatever they could find inside of that IKEA, and they've like built these shelters so they can survive the night. And so it's ridiculous, but I absolutely love it. It's real creative. Anyway, some of those are brilliant. Actually, I can't decide if that's my favorite or the other. I don't remember the numbers of them, sadly, because I'm dumb like that. But there's another SCP where it's so brilliant. It's like an object that people can see, and then basically what happens is when they like leave the room, or when they look away from it, or when they try to tell anyone else or whatever, their memory of the thing is completely wiped, right? So there's no memory of the object. Like they know that there was a weird object, but that's all they know. That's all they can remember. And if they try to tell anyone else about it, then maybe they can hear it and understand, but as soon as everyone's left the room, they forget, right? And if you try to write it down, then when you look later, the writing's just gibberish. And if you try to take a picture of it, then the picture is like deleted or corrupted. And so there's this potentially extremely dangerous world-ending object that they have in this facility, but nobody freaking knows how it got there or anything about it because there's no logs or anything. Everything's just gibberish. It's like, okay. I find that one really interesting. That's really clever stuff. It's literally a Roblox game a friend showed you based off that. That's actually cool. You don't know how to explain this, but there was an event Twitter roleplay account did something about surviving IKEA. That's why they did it. I finally understand it. I'm glad I could help contribute to the understanding of this lore. Did YouTube actually censor my message? Is something even wrong with it? It does that so much. I'm sorry. I swear I'm not the one censoring it. I'm sure you know that already, but like I have nothing to do with that. It's just YouTube's. It doesn't even give me the option to uncensor. Like it doesn't even like, you know, ask me if I want to show it. Like, no, it's your message is just gone. And it's like, freaking stop. Like, it does that all the time with messages that are not spam. And it's like, why? I mean, maybe try sending it again, maybe try rewording it a little bit. I don't know. If you see it on screen, then that means I can see it. And if not, then it means that YouTube blocked it. So, great stuff. And this is from Remake Gamer as well. It's the Among Us sus guy meme. I don't know what it's called, but this one, I see him everywhere. Goodness. He's honestly freaking terrifying, but in the best way. You know, he's you know, classy man. He's a great guy. Once you know him, you know, people all know him from the meme. You know, talk to him in real life, and he's actually very polite. You know, he's like, hey, oh, I'm so sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean it. Oh, can I get you some tea? Really nice guy. I don't know. I don't even know who he is. Anyway, you wanted to mention because you don't think I saw WAD was Ninja Bread Man, not Big Rigs, and it's not Zip. Ah, oh, it's a little bit of. I see. Oh, it's for Ninja Bread Man. Gotcha. Alright, well, still. Why is that censored? I don't know. YouTube's weird. That might actually still be... I do have a blacklist that's supposed to not ban messages, but it's supposed to mark them for review. Right? These messages are not marked for review for me. I don't see them. Like, it's literally as if you didn't send it at all. So I hate that. I don't know why YouTube does that. But yeah, but sometimes it does mark them for review, and so those are the ones that are blacklisted. So, you know, anyway, so that word wasif might have actually just been on the blacklist from years ago. I could probably remove it now. I mean, I don't know why I put it on there in the first place, but I was like a child, you know. But yeah, but your messages shouldn't be blocked like completely because it has a word like that in there. It's just supposed to mark them for review, and it does actually for those. So the ones that are blocked completely are just, I don't know, YouTube. It's just something else. It's unrelated. Alright, what's this? It's from Wasif. You said, what is he doing? I have no idea. It looks like he's trying to jump, but he's actually just hurting himself. Ain't that a mood? I'm just kidding, I don't know what that meant. Take it however you want. From Sanic Manic, Burger. Is that what burgers look like? Is an acronym? Oh yeah, well yeah, I got that. Oh, the acronym's censored. Oh, weird. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is exactly what I would think. This is the hungry man's burger, right? If you're like, oh, that looks like too much food, it's just because you're not hungry enough. You're just not determined enough. You know, that's what it is. I told you all about the heart attack rule, I think, so I'm just gonna move beyond that. Anyway, from Rad, where are you? It's actually Icarus 01. Are you want to see Mick Gordon as Sonic Games composer? Let's see. I'm gonna start with the ones on the right, actually. Tomi Otani and Crush 40, generic electric guitar, cheap synths for disco party, songs for edgelords, generic vocals, poor song titles, classic Sonic music enforces some music inspired by Soviet comedies, versus Mick Gordon, makes music from noises and pure waves, brutal 9-string guitar, uses chainsaw and lawnmower as instruments, Soviet synthesizer, I can't read that, heavy. I think it's actually supposed to. I think it's actually English, but with acrylic characters in it as like to make it look edgy, like as a joke. I'm just being dumb and not being able to figure out what that's supposed to say. But anyway, heavy metal, Swedish and Greek choirs, Doom compressor. Music fits perfectly with any context. Yeah, we need to get on Nick Gordon's level, frankly. Come on, step it up. Well, there's 3 more pictures, and I'm gonna show those. And I haven't took Series Bricks, but I don't think there's anything in there. Oh, actually there is. Okay, so I'll show that too. From Taz, Sonic, help me. Oh gosh. They're just asking. They're just asking. Where's Sir Max? We need him to stop this. I mean, I don't know what they're just asking. Like, it's just a question, right? Questions can't hurt you. Can they? Can they? Frown face. Sonic isn't here to save you. I wasn't fast enough to save my buddy. I can't do an actually good voice because it's night and I'm gonna, you know, wake up everyone. But anyway, the PlayStation. I've seen this one. This one's great though. The PlayStation can produce mind-boggling effects. It sure can. My mind is boggled. It's aged so well. You don't know what that is? Taz. If you Google it and you end it with Urban Dictionary, or just go to the Urban Dictionary and then type it in there, you probably that should have something on it. I don't know how else to explain it. Alright, I'm gonna check out Serious Breaks now, and then I'm gonna stop for tonight. Well, there's actually a few things there. I'm kind of surprised. Alright, so from Weston, to show off my Ratchet and Clank mod loader, I made a dumb mod for the first game. You can guess what it does off of images. Its size. Oh, I actually kind of thought that you were just zoomed in. Yeah, I see. He's big boy now. Holy frick. Oh, wait a minute, what's this? Is that... What actually is that? It looks like SRB2 with adventure stuff in it? But no, it looks like adventure with SRB2 stuff in it. Yeah, I think that's what that is. Oh, did it go off screen? Sorry. That actually looks legit really cool. I'm actually pretty curious about that. I wonder how that would play. What am I supposed to know? Okay, I don't care anymore. No, you're not supposed to know. It's just, well, I guess I don't know. Look, let me be real, right? I heavily relate because you know, we're both well, war anyway, I guess. You know, so the level of education in that regard is it's quite low, isn't it? I had to find out everything from the internet. So I totally understand. I'm just teasing, right? But anyway, you put green flowers on an SADX. Ah, nice. That legit looks cool. Like straight up. I want to try that out sometime. I'm really curious how that would play. It honestly looks like it might be fun. Okay, here we go. The Deliciousness has landed 3D animation, and version 2.0, Deliciousness has landed 3D animation. Cool stuff. Did you follow that Thunder Guru tutorial, I wonder? Because I know he's doing a new one now. Cool stuff. I used to watch those Thunder Guru videos when I was like a kid, and I had no idea what I was freaking doing, but I was so interested in it. I think once I actually managed to like make like a dumb model and like rig it or something, and I was like so proud. It looked terrible. Like it looked. If you thought that music plant thing I did years ago that was embarrassing, cringe, horrific garbage looked bad, you haven't seen this, right? Holy frick! I'm not cut out to be a modeler, that's for sure, or anything like that. But anyway, reposting some findings here. What the frick is this? Oh, this is all your stuff from the which one is it? I'm assuming. Is that Forces on the Switch or one of the? Yeah, it's Forces Switch, I assume, because you have a screenshot here that actually says Infinite in it and everything. Get pack file, Infinite. Get model resource. Dude, how did you do this? I'm legit confused, actually. How the frick did you? Is this all? Is all of this? Did you just guess all of this? That would have taken forever. I'm assuming it's not actually the entire game or anything, but like, because there's no symbols in Forces Switch, right? No, there's not, because I can see in the screenshot, there's some functions that are named like sub 639F3C, and then there's some that are named. So so I guess you just named everything that's named in the screenshots. It's like you named it yourself. Holy frick! Wow, that's really a lot of wow, great stuff. I really have to look into that. Thank you so much for sharing that. That could be some really valuable information. Here's from Taz. Sorry, this is from a month ago, but here's a small teaser thing. All right, Tails, and then you got Fang, right? And he's got that Fang. That's why he's called that. And Tails, he's looking up. He's like, yeah, dude, he's looking up to Fang. Fang's gonna like do a bad thing later, and Tails is gonna be like, how dare you? I looked up to you. I'm canceling the stream. It's over. No. Stop the music. It's done. It's all. Wait, hang on. Test anything. He says very high quality. Yeah. You should post that to r/countable pixels. I'm just kidding. Wait. What was that? Hey, let me look at that again. Is that Infinite and is a Pokemon? I don't know which one it is. I'm dumb. Anyway. Use Rue 2016 and RTTI from PC for reference. That's awesome. Oh wait, I didn't realize RTTI was still present on the PC version. Denuvo made it so like I was just trying to use Ghidra instead of IDA, right? And with Ghidra, I legit left my PC on trying to decompile it for I think it was literally a week. Like I actually like basically didn't use my PC for like a week because I just let it run the whole time 24/7 for like a week, doing nothing but decompiling. And yeah, it not only did it not finish, it gave at some point it just crashed. Because it's just too much. Denuvo is just purposely designed to screw with decompilers, right? So like Ghidra was very highly affected by it. But so I didn't actually know there was RTTI data left over in Forces on PC because I wasn't able to get that far. But that's awesome. I guess does IDA actually pull out? I guess it's a Pokemon. You haven't seen Mr. Dungeon yet. Also, I beat Mr. Dungeon. I can be helpful now. Awesome. That's freaking awesome. 8 days straight. Yeah, it was quite a while. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna actually, I gotta head to bed now because, again, I need to get up real soon, so, yeah, but, thank you all so much for watching this stream. Hope you did enjoy it. I know most of it was me blabbing and not actually doing anything, as always, but, it's been too long. I needed to talk to you guys some more, so I feel like it was alright. I will actually be releasing all of that soon. I'm going to work on it more off camera, hopefully get a little more done. Maybe I'll actually pop in the, is that channel still a thing, or did they get rid of that? Did the mods get rid of that on my server, or nah? Nah, sadly, I think they actually did. Yeah, they killed it. There used to be a channel called, Watch Me Work, and, I planned on using it a lot more than I did. I was going to, like, show up there and just kind of like work on stuff and just stream it, but some mods were talking to me about it, and they were like, we think it's dumb. you don't need that channel, it's dumb. And I was like, I don't know if it's dumb. What do you guys think? And people were like, yeah, we agree it's dumb. And so I'm like, okay. So by popular opinion, we I guess we decided to yeet that channel. That's fine though. I can still technically do that just in general Barnyard or whatever, so I guess that's fine. But maybe I'll do that, is the point. I'm going to try to be more active in my Discord server and just in general, so hopefully that will actually happen. I didn't expect that. Wow. Good night, money. Thank you so much, Taz. I really appreciate it. I'll use that money as a pillow, and I will have sweet dreams of paper cuts in my eyes. Ow. I don't know what frick. I like the channel, but I would also like to talk. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Oh, well, I didn't have any problems with people talking in it. I just when I'm working on something, if I'm working and talking at the same time, I'm like way less productive. As you can see by the fact that I got almost nothing done in 8 hours, right? When I'm just working and I'm not also talking, I can like focus way more. So I was okay with like working and also listening, but working and talking I couldn't do. I don't know why. So that was kind of the point. Oh, everyone was muted in there? Oh, yeah, well, that's fine. For me, the problem is just when I join like General Barnyard or whatever, and then I have my mic muted and I'm just working, right? And I'm screen sharing. People join and they're like, "Hey, Rad, why aren't you talking?" And it's like, because I'm working, and I have to like explain it in voice, like in text. So yeah. That's why I had that channel. But even actually with that channel, even though it was called Watch Me Work, and I thought it was kind of obvious what it was for, people still did that. They were like, why aren't we talking? And I was like, okay. So people just expect me to talk. I don't know. I guess it makes sense. I'm a streamer. I talk. But yeah. Anyway, I might do more of those where I don't talk and just explain it. Because I do get a lot more done when I'm not doing that. But Anyway, I'm gonna be more active in general is the point, and I will get more done. I'll commit this real soon. I just want to get it like competent first, and then it'll be ready. So, with that said, hey, welcome back, Sky. I'm literally ending the stream right now. But yeah, good to see you all. Thank you all for watching. Hope you all enjoyed it. The Barnyard will rise. Rise of the Barnyard coming soon. I'm excited. Anyway, good night. Can you think of something funny? I can't. I have this for some reason. Why is that there? There's what is it? There's another source somewhere. There's this. It's called Red Abomination Muppet Dancing. There's this one. He got moves though. There's this and there's this and there's this and there's this and there's this